On the screen appears a bald man with a muscular build, a cold expression, and tightly furrowed eyebrows. He crosses his arms over his chest and speaks. Family. A voice continues to resonate from the screen. Attention everyone. This man's name is Xiao Shuai. In the crowded street, Ah Wei, wearing an orange shirt, walks while intently looking at his phone. He slightly smirks when he hears the voice coming from the phone. He is facing a life-and-death battle. Gently tapping on the screen displaying the image of the bald man along with the words family, a red heart appears. Ah Wei cheerfully exclaims, "Finally, I've made a hot video, this means I can eat well now." As night falls, Ah Wei, engrossed in his phone, does not notice a truck approaching him. In a whiteout space, Ah Wei approaches a girl sitting on a bench. "I am dead." The clock displays 17:58. The girl wears a hoodie with the words "Go to hell" printed on it, her face full of annoyance upon seeing the person in front of her. She thinks to herself, "Don't interrupt me leaving work, you idiot." Placing her hands on the table, she calmly said, "Considering the short video you made brings joy to many, your merit points exceed the standard. You may receive an opportunity for a crossover reincarnation." Ah Wei excitedly asked, "Really? Can I choose freely?" The girl replied flatly, "No, you can't. Press to draw randomly." Her finger touched a button, and a long rectangular box emitted a golden light. Then, the rectangular box displayed the words, "The #1 expert of the martial world, Demon Lord Ziwei." Looking at the text on the box, Ah Wei exclaimed, "Wow, this is too surreal." Pointing at the door, the girl said, "Once you've drawn, hurry and step into that door, I'm about to finish work, don't dawdle." The door slammed shut. Ah Wei shouted, "The #1 expert of the martial world has arrived." Stepping away from the desk, the girl suddenly turned her head back to the table. "Huh?" She withdrew a piece of paper from the rectangular box displaying the words of the #1 expert of the martial world. The paper stated, "In Waiter Wei was killed by the #1 expert of the martial world, Demon Lord Ziwei." The girl lightly clicked her tongue and said, "The torn system has been said to be about to change, and even a little longer word cannot be fully seen." The dark night, the rain pouring down, thunder and lightning ringing through the sky, in a forest there stands a large mountain, and a hand on the grass slightly moves. Ah Wei is lying on the ground, arms spread wide, eyes wide open, hazily thinking. What is this? The heavy rain is still ongoing. After realizing the current situation, Ah Wei, dressed in a green outfit, jumps up, happily thinking to himself, "That's right, I've crossed over." Information appears, name Ah Wei. Clenching his fists, he breaks into a grin. Ah Wei continues his thoughts, "Moreover, I've crossed over as the top expert Demon Lord Ziwei." Ah Wei looks down at the hem of his clothes, reviewing his attire. "I'm wearing something and complaining, but this is too ugly for my first crossover." Suddenly he notices something on the ground resembling a card that piques his curiosity. What is this? Abruptly, Ah Wei glances to one side. 3 sword-wielding figures unexpectedly jump out from behind him. Ah Wei glances at the 3 of them. The leader wore dark blue clothing, while the other 2 wore gray and white outfits. The 3 of them looked around cautiously. The leader, with an unhappy expression, asked, "Strange. The aura of Demon Lord Ziwei is clearly nearby, so why are there no traces?" Ah Wei, holding the token in hand, asked the other 3 in confusion, "Are you looking for me?" The 3 remained silent, observing Ah Wei. Upon seeing the token held by Ah Wei, one of them shouted, "Demon Sect command, no doubt about it, it's him." The 3 shouted in anger, "Well done, Demon Lord Ziwei, so you even used a disguise." A dark atmosphere surrounded Ah Wei, with the red hue of blood and the orange glow of fire enveloping him. Standing tall, Wei at that moment resembled a demon king. A voice emerged, "Indeed, this stench of blood cannot be concealed. You are ruthless and depraved, killing for pleasure, and because of old Ten skill, you have harmed countless people." The bodies of those pierced by swords piled up beneath the bright flames, and that voice continued to echo, "I have heard everything." On the ground, a gigantic insect appeared. Ah Wei turned pale. His eyes widened upon hearing the next words. You have been struck by the goo insect from the 1,000 insect pavilion. Your strength is no longer what it once was. Ah Wei silently thought, so I've fallen victim to goo poison. No wonder I had to disguise myself as an ordinary person. So that's how it is. 3 golden sword auras rushed towards him, and the 3 individuals wielding swords aimed directly at Ah Wei and shouted in unison, "Today, we will definitely take your head." Ah Wei lowered his head and smiled gently, "Ha." The 3 were taken aback. Ah Wei softly asked, "Is it just the 3 of you?" Ah Wei burst into loud laughter, "Haha, what gives you delusions? Do you really think that just the 3 of you can defeat me?" He thought to himself, although I have been struck by the goo insect, I am still the #1 expert in the martial world. The sky rumbled with thunder and rain poured incessantly. The 3 people glanced at the dark sky. The leader's eyes lit up, with such momentum, we can only use that technique. The 3 of them brought their swords together, a golden light appeared, and they shouted in unison, "Golden Holy Sword Formation." The massive golden lights fell upon the vast forest. Ah Wei asked arrogantly, "Do you think that such a little trick can harm me?" The golden light shone straight up to the sky, and a blue lightning bolt appeared. Boom! The golden light attracted the blue lightning, and the lightning merged into the golden light. Pointing his finger forward, Ah Wei thought to himself, even though he still didn't know how to use the skill. He ran his hand through his hair and tilted his head to pose. Wei still thought, but now I am Xiao Shui. His finger still pointed, while his face turned in another direction with a smile. Behind Ah Wei, the 3 people had been struck by lightning and turned into skeletons. Ah Wei was still lost in his own thoughts, relying only on the instincts of this body. The vast forest, the high mountains, the rain showed no signs of stopping, and the blue light stood tall, piercing the sky. Ah Wei, with his eyes half closed, turned around, looking at the 3 skeletons on the ground, smoke billowing everywhere. Ah Wei wondered, just based on the concept, these 3 experts had already vaporized. Is this the power of the #1 in the martial world? Looking at his own hand, Ah Wei thought to himself, like this is really impressive. The sky was clear, and Ah Wei walked into the city. Observing everything around him, he thought to himself, it's really lively. Looking at everything before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, is this really the true world of the martial arts? Suddenly, a little girl holding her mother's hand pointed in a direction and shouted, "Mother, look over there." The mother followed her childess and the girl added, "Is that the demon lord Ziwei?" Upon hearing this, Ah Wei jumped in shock. The people around him immediately began to chatter. The #1 in the martial world, indeed the #1 in the martial world. Ah Wei felt anxious, I've been discovered, how could this be? Turning his face away, Ah Wei was fearful, isn't my disguise working? What's happening? I can only be in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, a piece of paper was posted on the board, depicting a man dressed in black attire, looking extremely fierce. It bore a few words, "Wanted, Ziwei the Real." This person is extremely dangerous, if there is any information, please report to the Iron Shirt Sect. Ah Wei looked at the paper on the board, and the others also gazed at it. Ah Wei breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secretly pleased, fortunately, I have a disguise. Suddenly, a child wearing a brown hat called out, "Ah Wei brother." The child asked Ah Wei, "Why is Brother Huin here?" He turned around to look at the child. At the inn, the child entered with Ah Wei. Ah Wei observed the surroundings while the child kept talking non-stop. I can't believe Ah Wei brother is so unfortunate, not only did he fall off the cliff, but he also lost his mind. You disappeared for 2 days, and everyone said you went home. The child led Ah Wei to a room and said, "This is your room, you should change into clean clothes first. The chef is already urging us." Ah Wei looked at the 3 books in his hands. A martial artist needs skills to access the sect, and swordsmanship from accessing the sect to proficiency. 3 moves to learn the essence of painting. Then he wondered softly, is this my room? Wiping his nose, Ah Wei chuckled to himself, it seems this is my false identity. The 36 stratagems, hiding is the best strategy. Looking at the token in his hand, Ah Wei continued to think, I need to quickly get used to this identity. The chicken was caught. Holding a knife in one hand and the chicken in the other, Wei looked frustrated and wondered, what kind of situation is this? The bald, tall, and muscular chef pointed and scolded, what's going on? Are you brain dead? You don't even know how to kill a chicken now. Ah Wei smirked quietly to himself. Kill a chicken. So that's the reason, to cover up the smell of blood on his body. Ah Wei felt proud, as expected of himself. The chef behind him continued to scold with his arms crossed. Hurry up and get to work, or I'll tell the boss to deduct your entire salary for this month. What bad luck, taking a day off in the morning wasn't enough, now you're not working hard either. Besides killing chickens, can you do anything else? You can't even clean up the feathers properly, spending the whole day studying your worthless skill. I can't with you, if you learn something, even a sow could master lightness skill. Looking at Ah Wei's back, the chef shouted angrily, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? What's wrong with this little guy? Suddenly, the knife struck down hard, blood splattering everywhere. The chef was startled and asked softly, what happened? Ah Wei's face looked ominous, appearing extremely frightening, as he smiled gently and asked, do you have anything else to say? A few hours earlier, a vividly red and eerie space, with corpses lying scattered on the ground, a cruel voice rang out. Haha, a bunch of ants. A girl covered in severe wounds struggled to hold on, saying, reinforcements will arrive soon, we must stop Demon Lord Z Wei today. A figure with a terrifying face and hair blowing in the wind was controlling a token in his hand. The girl yelled to her companions, not good, it's the demon sect commander, he's about to give orders to his subordinates, stop him quickly. A voice shouted, go. Thick clouds of red-black smoke filled the air, some people were hit. The demon, with bloodshot eyes, spoke disdainfully, you think you can stop me with just you guys? On a high mountain, Ah Wei sat in front of a tomb and gently said, poor De Ben. He touched the tablet of De Ben, and with a sorrowful tone, said, even the bones have been eaten clean by guests. Letting out a faint sigh, he said gloomily, agree with me, don't be a chicken in the next life. Ah Wei stood up, looked at De Ben's tablet and spoke, the wind is rising, I should get back to work. Suddenly, behind Ah Wei, a red light automatically sought its target and charged towards him. The light rushed straight to attack Ah Wei. Ah Wei was knocked down the mountain by a bright light. The powerful source of light attacked Ah Wei once again. Ah Wei spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with tears, and then fell off the mountain. Thinking to himself, does the wind really need to be this strong today? Holding a coin in his hand, Ah Wei smirked and said, this is how the host's home works. He successfully used his life to block the orders of the demon sect. A cunning smile appeared on Ah Wei's dirt-streaked face. The chef was left speechless in shock. You. He feared and thought to himself, what is this little guy up to? Wasn't he just cowardly a few days ago? At that moment, Ah Wei calmly wiped the dirt from his face with the hem of his clothes, while listening to the chef bragging for a while. I've been roaming the martial world for many years, and you think you can show off here? Do you have any idea who I am? When he didn't see a response from Ah Wei, he began to show a threatening attitude. Are you pretending here? Do you believe I can turn you into food right now? Ah Wei looked at his expression and thought, this chef may not be very bright, but his physique is not bad. In this foreign land, I should recruit a few little brothers. The chef angrily slammed his hand down on the wooden table. The long fish bounced up, and he skillfully snatched it. Immediately, he held the fish by the tail and charged straight at Ah Wei. He shouted loudly, what the hell are you looking at? The unfortunate blow was narrowly dodged by Ah Wei, who pulled a meat cleaver up from the chopping board with one hand, his gaze sharp as a blade, silently calculating, let me test you to see if you are worthy. At that moment, the chef finally sensed the danger. In panic, he raised the fish defensively in front of him and shouted, what do you want to do? As he spoke, he stepped back and accidentally slipped in a puddle of blood, falling hard against the wall, the fish, his makeshift weapon, slipping from his grasp and dropping to the ground. At that moment, Ah Wei's knife flew straight toward the bald head of the chef. His face turned pale, sweat pouring down profusely, he exclaimed in a panic, Ah. Ah Wei cornered him against the wall, face to face. Ah Wei bore a fierce expression, his eyes bloodshot, a cunning smile on his lips, and his voice carried an eerie sense of dread. Do you know what my favorite dish is? Then he began to conjure images from his imagination. First, cutting the food, a skilled hand firmly holds the piece of meat while the other hand wields a sharp knife, slicing it carefully. Dusted with flour, the hand brings the piece of meat down into a bowl full of flour, then adds seasoning and continues to mix the meat with the other ingredients. After marinating, he uses butter to fry it for a while. A modern chef stands in a luxurious kitchen, methodically carrying out the tasks mentioned. Finally, with intricate decoration, the beautifully arranged plate of meat is presented. Back to the present, the chef is now facing Ah Wei with a knife pointed at his face. He nervously watches the knife. He continues, casually reminding that the dish is pork from this part of the pig. Ah Wei, drooling, rubs his head and ominously asks, "Want to try?" The chef immediately responds with tears and a loud wail. A. He looks at him and clicks his tongue. TSK. Ah Wei, with one hand on his hip and the other carrying the knife on his shoulder, helplessly thinks to himself, I haven't even made a move yet. Having been scared to this extent, if we brought this little brother out like this, wouldn't it embarrass our demon sect? He spoke up. It was really boring. At that moment, the chef knelt down, crying heartily, covering his face as he said, everyone else is muscular, my meat is tough, and it doesn't taste good. At that time, Ah Wei looked over in surprise. Huh? The three waiters standing in the house peeked out, their faces turning pale when they heard him ask, "What's going on? Is something wrong?" They immediately dispersed, pretending to be busy. No, nothing. I'm going to wipe the tables. I'm sweeping the floor. Ah Wei sighed helplessly, isn't everyone here just a bunch of ugly people? Truly unacceptable, not even one person who listens. At this time, a small hand tugged at the hem of Ah Wei's shirt, and he looked down in surprise to see Xiao Shuai's sparkling eyes looking up at him. As night fell, in the firewood room at the back mountain, one corner of the room was filled with straw and luggage. Ah Wei lay down on the bed, tired and sighing. Phew, finally moved everything. He yawned deeply, I'm exhausted. He smiled to himself, thinking, I need to improve my skills and investigate the current situation of the demon sect. Although it is tough, the life of an expert is anything but simple. Besides, today I discovered a little seed, definitely not because it's adorable. Learning martial arts and training must start from a young age, only those who have been nurtured from childhood can be trusted. Suddenly, at that moment, Ah Wei's stomach growled with hunger. He stepped outside, stretched, and said, I'll have a late-night snack and then go find that kid to talk. Not far away, a sudden loud noise broke out. On the other side, Xiao Shuai stumbled backward. Oh, said another person as he stepped forward. What a fool. Qian Wujin, a regular in waiter with blonde hair crossing one side, hands on his hips, said, I see, must have knocked some sense out of you. He kicked the wall hard and began to question, aren't you close to that guy? Qian Wujin threatened the kid, an orphan, a useless person, you two really fit together, huh? You even dared to cause trouble for that chef. He is indeed the sworn brother of Boss Zhao. Wait until Boss Zhao returns to see what happens to you. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. Speaking of which, Qian Wujin looked at Xiao Shuai with a wicked smile. Why not take this opportunity to step forward for that chef? When the boss comes back, I need to take credit. His face was cunning and self-satisfied. Oh, I really am a genius. Thinking about it, he pointed at Xiao Shuai and said, find a way to call that useless person out here. As soon as he finished speaking, unexpectedly, a wooden plank came flying in from somewhere. It zipped past Qian Wujin's face and fell down. He turned around, tense, and saw Ah Wei with a bun in his mouth, looking cool as he kicked the door open. He was eating while speaking, I've talked enough and listened enough. In the next scene, Xiao Shuai's face lit up, feeling secretly pleased. Ah Wei took a big bite of his bun and pointed at Qian Wujin, let the main character take the stage. Ah Wei kicked the door open, appearing in a cool manner. Qian Wujin scoffed, showing his disdain, "You actually came to present yourself at my door." In Wu Jin's mind, he secretly devised a plan as his smile gradually changed. A good opportunity, defeat an opponent and then flatter boss Xiao. Ah Wei is not much different. A good opportunity, defeat him so that the disciple can see the master's power. Ah Wei imagines the picture of Xiao Shuai looking at him with sparkling eyes, full of admiration. Once he defeats that scoundrel, the child will definitely idolize him even more. Master is so cool. Although they are rivals, they share the same line of thought. This good thing, I absolutely cannot miss. Qian Wujin arrogantly said in one breath without bothering to glance at Ah Wei. I advise you to behave a little. If you kneel down and apologize, I might still consider it. But Ah Wei is not to be underestimated. Wu Jin doesn't look at him, and he doesn't bother to listen to him, turning to smile gently at Xiao Shuai. Kid, stand back a bit and wait for me patiently. Yes, yes. Wu Jin, infuriated, turns red in the face. Are you crazy to dare underestimate me? Looking at Ah Wei's innocent and pitiful face, Qian Wujin angrily shouted, stop pretending in front of me. Then he charged forward, fist raised, shouting loudly. The useless person is indeed a useless person. Ah Wei quickly dodged the attack with his agile movements. The two people's feet thudded heavily on the ground. Ah Wei expertly grasped one of Wu Jin's arms, decisively and powerfully. Ah Wei used just one strike, sending his opponent flying into the air. Qian Wujin spun around in the air, his face blank, bewildered and unaware of what had just happened. Wu Jin's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Ah Wei finished the encounter neatly in just a few seconds without expending much effort. He lightly wiped a few drops of sweat from his brow and smiled brightly, feeling relaxed. Having edited so many fighting videos, I've wanted to try this move for a long time. Ah Wei looked at his hands with pride, although I still can't use that illusory skill freely, relying solely on the internal energy within my body. My fist technique is already unbeatable. Qian Wujin, after taking a light beating, lay there stiff as if he were dead. From Qian Wujin's perspective at that moment, Ah Wei appeared to be a demon. But I'm still not used to this body. Haha, this won't do. What if I don't stop and end up killing this guy? The identity will definitely be exposed, it's really troublesome. Wu Jin's eyes widened, this body. Exposed identity? What is he talking about? A flash of insight crossed Wu Jin's mind, and he chuckled silently. I get it now, he's flipping through my memories little by little. I used to see a plot like this in a script. This person definitely has a more mysterious identity. Ah Wei suddenly turned around to look at Wu Jin and, seeing that he was still conscious, felt a bit puzzled. Ah Wei stared at him with some suspicion. Is this guy not knocked out by my hit? Practical strategy, huh? I've never seen this move before. At this moment, Wu Jin's actual combat power was -10. It was the first time he fought someone and ended up getting hit back. Qian Wujin shouted loudly, completely confused, who the hell are you? Ah Wei looked at him with an annoyed expression. Without saying a word, Ah Wei forcefully headbutted him in the chest. Ah Wei's cold hand grabbed Wu Jin's neck, not even bothering to look at him, and interrogated, what did you just say? Seeing that he didn't answer, Ah Wei pressed on. Why did you recognize my identity? But Wu Jin has his own troubles, he wants to say a lot, but can only mumble a few short sentences. You squeeze like that, and I can't speak. Ah Wei pondered, pouting in thought, this little guy, although a bit slow, could still detect his identity. Not only that, but he could also withstand his internal energy. Seeing Ah Wei gradually relax his grip, Qian Wujin quickly shoved his hand away. Having been choked for so long, Wu Jin was struggling to breathe and coughed several times. Cough cough cough, that madman, this madman. Ah Wei seemed intent on silencing his opponent. He said, since you've discovered me, I have no choice left. Ah Wei's hand swung out, preparing to throw an uppercut. Ah Wei showed no mercy, striking hard at his opponent's back. That powerful punch delivered a great shock to Wu Jin's bones. He landed on the ground in a prone position, his gaze growing increasingly dazed. Wu Jin felt as if his soul was leaving his body, it seemed he could see his grandmother. Ah Wei cruelly kept asking, "Have you enlightened yet?" Ah Wei stood firmly in front of Wu Jin, delivering a long speech. The technique that strikes you is called the bone transformation technique. If you fall victim to this technique, within 7 days, your bones will turn to mud and you will die. TV dramas always deceive like this. Wu Jin fixated on the 4 words, bones turn to mud. Ah Wei took advantage of the opponent's fear to manipulate him. But, young man, do you really want to die like that? A great person once said, the so-called enlightenment is surviving in the face of death, the future arena and new light. Like a true sage, Ah Wei spoke from a high position, I can give you another choice. At this moment, in contrast to the somewhat cramped space of the inn, the forest outside was open and lush, bathed in soft, gentle sunlight. Xia Yi stood on a large tree branch, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew. Xia Yi stretched and said, I'm so bored to death. She was the translator of the Iron Shirt sect, Xia Yi. Standing on the tree, she complained, it's all because of grandfather, assigning me these terrible tasks. Xia Yi sighed. Recently, it's been unstable, and I was told not to run around. It's not just a remnant of the demon sect that has come nearby. Does grandfather think I'm afraid of causing more trouble? I need to see how powerful this remnant is, to scare everyone like this. The paper depicted a very beautiful girl, with an alluring figure and enchanting expression. She was a remnant of the demon sect. Hong Tuesday looking at Hong Tu's image, Xia Yi suddenly fell silent and couldn't say a word. She angrily tore the portrait apart. Why is this woman's style so different? Xia Yi crumpled the paper. These people still don't realize they've been harmed by the demon sect, not trustworthy at all. Suddenly, Yi saw something, her eyes widened as she focused on the front. Ha! Xia Yi noticed 2 shadows in the distance sitting under the tree. The voice of the cute boy rang out. Ah Wei, are you serious? Xiao Shuai looked at Ah Wei with sparkling eyes. If you learn martial arts, you won't be bullied anymore, right? Ah Wei chewed a piece of fruit and replied, of course, look, I've easily dealt with the brat who bullied you. Not only will you not be bullied, but you will also have people pursuing you. At this point, he corrected himself in his mind, although it's mostly hunt. Xiao Shuai slowly knelt down. Sister once told me that when you worship a master, you must bow. So the boy decisively knocked his head on the grass. Seeing this, Ah Wei felt smug and smiled charmingly. Xiao Shuai knocked his head too hard, and a big bump appeared on his forehead, but he didn't complain one bit and asked for permission. I want to become stronger, please teach me, master. At the Qian Wu Jin mansion, the maids rushed out to welcome Wu Jin back. Young master, you have returned. It's the young master. Wow, the young master is back. The maid with red-orange hair stepped forward to Wu Jin, smiling as she reported, you came back quite late today, and the capital sent a letter for you. Wu Jin walked straight in, a sad expression on his face. What happened in the capital that you came to find me? I don't have the strength to care about those old men right now. The girl continued softly and gently, then let me help you change clothes, young master, you still need to apply medicine for your back. But when she lifted Wu Jin's shirt, she was so shocked by what she saw that she couldn't take her eyes off it. It turned out she saw a large handprint on the back of his shirt. The maid was immediately startled, screaming as if she had been struck. Who hit the young master? She was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. Who has the audacity to do this? Leaving a mark like this, even a mosquito wouldn't dare to bite the young master, it's too much. Wu Jin ordered from the side, no need to apply medicine anymore. His face darkened, and his eyes became contemplative. Wu Jin pondered, this back pain has tormented me for many years, even the doctors in the capital have given up. I never expected that it would be cured by a blow from this person. But it wasn't that no one could cure it, in fact, there was no one who dared to treat him. Wu Jin imagined the arrogant and defiant image of Ah Wei. He definitely did this on purpose. Either to make him submissive or to die in 7 days when his bones turned to mud. Wu Jin tore the maid's garment from his hands, his face dark and grim. I'm going to find him and talk. Night fell, and the space was quiet, with occasional gusts of wind rustling the leaves, creating a soft swishing sound. Under the tree canopy, Ah Wei was diligently instructing Xiao Shuai. Spirit condensing, gather qi. He looked at the young student with a serious expression. Martial arts have mental methods, emphasizing the unity of inner and outer, both material and spiritual. Seeing Xiao Shuai working hard, Ah Wei smiled proudly. Well done. Then he sat down under the tree and exhaled. Practice it again, so I can think about which skill suits you. Ah Wei began to ponder. To be honest, I still haven't finished researching the skills in the demon sect command. His hand absently plucked a branch. Ah Wei was once again troubled, grappling with the thoughts in his mind. In the past, those people mentioned something about the old 10 skill, which doesn't sound good. If I continue to practice that skill, he imagines being criticized by the world, rebellious and immoral, harming the people. Ah Wei holds his head in despair. Why do villains always want the world to know they're doing bad things? Can't they pretend on the outside and do things quietly? He's making my current situation very difficult, hiding my identity, training in symbolic skills, and exposing my identity. Then he turns to look at Xiao Shuai, who is still practicing enthusiastically. Forget it, I'll just teach this kid some basic skills first. Ah Wei suddenly calls out, Xiao Shuai. In his hand, Ah Wei holds a book, smiling brightly and telling the student to come here. Master will teach you fist technique. The boy looks confused. Are you calling me Xiao Shuai? Where did you find this book? Ah Wei clears his throat and speaks in a mysterious tone. It's the rule of the martial world, don't reveal your real name, you'll understand it later. Where it came from isn't important, just always use the name Xiao Shuai Xiao Mei to handle things, professional habit, can't even remember names. Xia Yi has been observing the two of them all afternoon, sighing in exasperation. I thought they were suspicious figures, but unexpectedly they were just two fools running around here in the middle of the night. Yi looked down on them a bit. With this kind of demeanor, they weren't even martial arts students. Whatever, I should still keep an eye on them a little longer. But in her heart, she still had good intentions. She stayed behind to monitor them, preventing them from being taken away by wolves. Ah Wei was lost in thought, his lips slightly pouted, wondering how far old Ten's skill had been cultivated and how he should continue practicing. Master! Xiao Shuai exclaimed cheerfully, I've finished watching. Ah Wei was a bit surprised, so fast. He then asked the kid, can you give it a try? Xiao Shuai replied decisively, of course I can. Xiao Shuai assumed a horse stance, took a deep breath to gather his energy, and then opened his eyes wide, his voice booming. Ha, that's pretty good, I just learned for a few watches and my attack power has already been unleashed so decisively. The light from Xiao Shuai's inner force shot straight ahead. The power is quite impressive. Wherever the boy's strength went, it caused a stir, even blowing away a clump of feathers from a nearby bird. Xiao Shuai's inner force pierced directly into the house in front of him. But fortunately, it hasn't destroyed the house yet. Ah Wei stood beside, eyes wide open, mouth agape. Wow, is my basic skill that powerful? Then he patted Xiao Shuai on the head, praising the boy, well done. Master's skill is amazing. Sure enough, this is my skill, it's quite impressive. The two of them stood under the tree, appreciating each other. Keep trying harder. Even though you may not surpass me, being second in the world shouldn't be a problem. Haha, I want to practice hard with Master and not let Master down. Xia Yi, witnessing this scene, looked pale, her whole body leaning against the tree. Earlier, she had looked down on them, and now Xia Yi was shocked. Who are these two people, really? Xia Yi quietly followed them. My father was right, the strong hide themselves, experts in the world. She hid in nearby bushes, observing secretly. I actually mistook these two master and disciple for fools. Xiao Shuai beamed and said, Master, I also want to move here to live. Xia Yi was still in awe. The power of this little guy's authority is so strong, so the one who is his master must also be quite extraordinary. Ah Wei immediately agreed. That's fine. The remaining blood amount is 0.001. Then his finger pointed toward the house, giving a warning to Xiao Shui. But this place is a bit small. Accidentally, Ah Wei's finger struck the wall, and instantly the entire house exploded. Xia Yi was once again shocked, and yet it was destroyed because there wasn't enough room. Qian Wujin appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this scene, he suddenly popped his head up and shouted, "Damn it, where did this person come from?" Ah Wei was stunned and somewhat worried. "Not good, haven't retracted the power yet." "Master is amazing." Ah Wei sighed. "Amazing it may be, but tonight we'll probably have to sleep on the street." Suddenly, someone was shouting frantically, "Master, Master." It turned out to be Qian Wujin. He rushed over and hugged Ah Wei's leg tightly, smiling joyfully, which startled Ah Wei. "Ha!" Wujin kept repeating the word, "Master." Wujin looked at Ah Wei with eyes full of admiration. His eyes lit up like stars. Being an expert, a true expert, regardless of their background, means they are all experts. Wujin looked at the devastation in front of him and smiled brightly. With just a light touch, he had already destroyed this room. What realm is this? Martial kings, even martial saints, as long as they hold on to his legs tightly, they could definitely make it onto the expert list as well. Ah Wei hurriedly stepped back. "I never accepted a disciple as old as you, let go of me, release my legs." Wujin stubbornly refused to let go, pleading desperately, "It was my fault for being blind before, wasn't it you who told me to choose?" Wujin's eyes sparkled as he begged incessantly. "I want to follow you, I'm very useful." Ah Wei helplessly asked, "What use are you?" Wujin confidently smiled and stated plainly, "I have money, I'll help you fix your house, Master." Ah Wei raised his hand, signaling him to stop immediately. "There are many ways to humiliate someone, please don't use money to humiliate me." What can a little guy in a small shop have, anyway? If he hadn't resisted, I would definitely. The next day, Ah Wei didn't know what he encountered that made him look as if his eyes were about to pop out. Ah Wei realized that Wujin was not lying. The previously desolate house had been transformed into an extravagant and magnificent villa. Wujin cheerfully said, "Master, what do you think? The money I earn each day is limited, so I can only decorate it a bit simply." Ah Wei felt dizzy at the 4 words, "decorate simply." He looked at Wujin with suspicion and asked, "You have this much money, yet you came to work as a waiter at a small inn?" Wujin snapped his fingers and said in a rush, "In this world, strength is what matters, martial artists are the powerful ones. They say Yuhang Town is home to hidden talents, and Boss Zhao is also well known on the assassin leaderboard." Then he expressed his admiration for Ah Wei. "Master isn't as powerful as that, you still came here to be a waiter, right? An expert hiding in plain sight?" Upon hearing this, Ah Wei choked on his drink, thinking, my dream before crossing over was to be a rich invalid. Then he looked at Wujin with a weary gaze. "But having money is also a talent. Why don't you just throw money in his face?" Wujin looked confused. Scratching his face. "Money? Use money to smash?" Tick-tock, it's hard to tell what Wujin is imagining in his head. A beautiful girl holding a stack of money asks Boss Zhao, "Is this enough?" His eyes nearly popping out at the sight of the money. "You are truly generous. I will bring the contract to you tomorrow. However, someone has offered 10 times the price to buy this rundown inn. Truly, there are foolish people with lots of money." Holding the bundle of money in his hands, he happily leaves. "After all, this inn was never truly mine," the girl reported, smiling lightly. "Young master, it's done." Wujin peeked out from behind the curtain, waving his fan with amusement, so the money ability that master mentioned really is useful. At that moment, Xia Yi rushed by, while Ah Wei sat studying the map, lost in thought. The state that Yuhang Town is in is Yuhang State, right? Next to it is her, and further away is Zhongyuan. This lewd guy has actually bought this place, it will be much easier to develop his power later. Likes the title, lewd guy. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock knock knock. Xia Yi stepped in, holding up a token, introducing herself. "Iron Shirt Sect, Xia Yi, may I speak to you?" The voice of the waiter rang out cheerfully. My dear, your meal is ready. The burly body of the waiter, along with his elaborately made-up face, startled Ah Wei. He remember to leave me a good review. Xia Yi calmly began to speak. This is the latest service from Zuihua Pavilion, don't you like it? This service is somewhat lacking in the aesthetics expected by the patrons, Ah Wei replied, taking a sip of water. The meal is ready, so I won't be polite any longer. Xia Yi made an introduction that made Ah Wei spit out the water in his mouth. I am the daughter of the sect master of the Iron Shirt sect, and I already know your identity. Xia Yi lowered her voice, her gaze probing. If I am not mistaken, you must be. Ah Wei began to plot the intent to eliminate the opponent, thinking, I must get rid of her. But once Xia Yi finished speaking, Ah Wei felt at ease. An expert hiding among the mortals, right? He smiled in relief. You must be joking, as you can see, I am just an ordinary person. I told you, how can my disguise be seen through? The Iron Shirt sect must be the underworld, right? This is indeed an opposing force. Xia Yi looked at Ah Wei with a shy smile. Indeed, what my father said is true, true experts are very humble. Then she spoke again, causing Ah Wei to choke on the food in his mouth. You must know that the demon sect has been destroyed, and the remnants of the demon sect are rampant everywhere. Ah Wei replied, ahem, what does this have to do with me? Xia Yi slammed the table and declared forcefully, of course it is related. She spoke arrogantly and heroically. The rise and fall of the world is everyone's responsibility. Now the Iron Shirt sect is short on personnel, and it is extremely urgent to capture the remnants of the demon sect. Meanwhile, Ziwei is the leader of the demon sect who is on the run. Ah Wei sat there in a daze, listening. Xia Yi smiled and said, I want to invite you to help capture these remnants of the demon sect. Ah Wei's face darkened, secretly complaining, am I supposed to arrest myself? At Suwu Hall, the two were standing outside the gate looking up, and Ah Wei asked, is this the place you want me to come to? Xia Yi smiled softly and replied. Ah Wei began to excitedly run back and forth, petting the two stone unicorns. Ah Wei wondered. The decoration seems very exquisite, what is this martial arts hall for? He thought to himself. Isn't this like I'm visiting the enemy's headquarters? Hearing this, Xia Yi asked. Haven't you ever come to check it out? Then she thought to herself. It makes sense, as an expert who has been in seclusion for many years, he probably wouldn't pay attention to things like this. She quickly clarified for Ah Wei. A few years ago, the Iron Shirt sect built Suwu halls everywhere to measure the martial strength of martial artists. From martial artists to martial gods, the Iron Shirt sect issues colored jade tokens based on different ranks. She held out her jade token in front of Ah Wei. My jade token is green, representing a middle-level martial artist. At this moment, Ah Wei curiously picked it up and asked. What about martial gods? What color would theirs be? Hearing his question, Xia Yi was also at a loss and replied. I don't know. Then she explained further. To be precise, no one knows. Until now, no one has ever reached the level of a martial god. But everyone says that when one reaches this level, there will be a chance to open the heavenly ladder and ascend to another world. After hearing her words, Ah Wei fell into deep thought. I wonder how strong the host's home is, maybe I should go in and test it. He looked at Xia Yi, his face scrunching up in contemplation. But what if the Iron Shirt sect has their sights on us? That would be a hassle. While he was thinking, Xia Yi grabbed his hand and rushed inside, saying, Hey, what are you thinking? Since we are already here, it would be a waste not to check, I'll take you over there. She smiled contentedly, pondering. With someone this capable, just pull them in and figure it out later. If we could get the support of the Iron Shirt sect, wouldn't we be able to scare off those evil Dao outsiders? Outside the Suwu Hall, her voice echoed with disappointment. What? How could this be? She stared in shock at the martial arts practice area and groaned, transparent. Ah Wei stood there like a statue, his hands wrapped around the practice area, his mouth continuously repeating, not even white. So it represents complete transparency, indicating no foundation in martial arts. At this moment, Ah Wei was puzzled, raising his hand and thinking to himself. Is there no foundation for martial arts cultivation? He comforted himself. It seems that the skill host's home cultivation can conceal one's true strength, truly the best in the martial world. As expected, I have thought too much. He pondered and then breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, I just need to know that I am the number one expert. At this time, Xia Yi looked at him thoughtfully. That's not right, since its establishment, the Sowu Hall has never had any errors, the test results are definitely above question. She stroked her chin in contemplation. I have witnessed the strength of him and his disciple, how could it not be detected? At this moment, Ah Wei tiredly waved his hand to leave, saying, nothing more to discuss, then I will take my leave. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she realized something. That's right. At this moment, she remembered the words of someone who had once told her. The matter of martial arts cultivation is like reading and understanding the essence of books, the beginning of all things. The great Tao is simple, transforming intelligence into reflection, returning to the original state is the highest realm. The words that person had said to Xia Yi when she was young made her ponder. Having reached the highest level, could it be that he has already cultivated to that realm? While she was lost in thought, the young man Ah Wei had disappeared, startling her. Xia Yi hurriedly ran to the door, looking around and saying, where has he gone? While she was busy searching for Ah Wei, a figure appeared behind her. Suddenly, a deep, loud voice echoed, causing her to tremble, her expression darkening. Why are you here? In the glaring midday sun, he was extremely furious, slamming the teacup in his hand down on the table, his voice rising, making the maid beside him flinch. Truly outrageous, you stole the remnants of the demon sect painting. You've really been spoiled, as my daughter, how could you do such a thing? How am I supposed to explain this to the hall masters? At that moment, Xia Yi knelt on the floor in embarrassment, her lips moving as she said, wasn't I just trying to help? Moreover, father, have you even looked closely at what that painting is? It turned out he was Xia Fu, the leader of the Iron Shirt sect, a martial saint. Hearing this, he became even angrier. What could you possibly help with? Moreover, the person in charge of the documents was invited by us with a large sum of money. After saying that, he immediately flipped the painting over to look at it, speaking loudly. Isn't it just a painting? What else could it be turned into? After finishing the viewing, he felt a surge of embarrassment all over his body. Immediately, he tucked the painting away and pretended to say, the painting is ordinary, father will not take it back. At this moment, Xia Yi said loudly, Father, even though the demon sect has been destroyed, Ziwei Supreme, as the instigator of the incident, and many other remnants have yet to be captured. Once we allow them to rise again, it will be a great disaster. He responded while sipping tea. You don't need to worry about this, those who are still uncaught are tough roots. She continued to kneel and listened as he spoke further. The strength of Ziwei Supreme and Hong Tu is not something you can easily provoke. Now that the demon sect is destroyed, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light, everything still needs to be discussed more carefully. Hearing her father's words, Xia Yi spoke somewhat seriously. What if a martial god emerges? At this moment, he replied with a puzzled expression. What? Immediately she spoke with force. I say, what if we could invite a sword god? At Ah Wei's house behind the mountain, the two disciples were diligently practicing together. Ah Wei was checking the items of Ziwei Supreme, muttering to himself. Swordsmanship, fist technique, heart sutra, internal energy, hidden weapon. In his hand was a kind of invisible weapon surrounded by magic. He said, so it turns out that high-level skills are all concealed within the demon sect command. With so many types, it truly deserves to be the number one in the world, mastering all kinds of martial arts. At this moment, he held a book of some technique, feeling pleased, unconsciously rubbing his chin and saying, the power of the low-level skill last time was already so great, let's try something else this time. Suddenly Ah Wei realized something and exclaimed, that's right. He immediately opened the door to go outside when Xiao Shui said, Master, are you done? What are we practicing today? The fist technique from last time. Ah Wei crossed his arms and said smugly, let's learn something different today. At this time, Xia Yi was leading her father to somewhere in the mountain. While walking, she said, "Oh dear, Dad, please trust me for once." She turned to her father and said convincingly, "Just wait until you arrive, and you'll know right away. I'm really not lying to you." Xia Yi raised her hand and said firmly, "I saw with my own eyes that little guy next to that person split the mountain in half with a single strike," her father replied. "It's not that I don't believe you, but you've exaggerated too much." After saying that, he continued walking while stroking his beard, deep in thought. A 6-year-old child, splitting half a mountain with one punch, someone whose martial arts results are invalid, not even a martial artist, yet can collapse an entire room with just a finger snap. If such a powerful person really existed, why have I never heard of them in the martial world? Furthermore, no martial deity has appeared for so many years. Martial deities are not something you find in the market. While he was pondering, Xia Yi quietly walked away, but he caught sight of her and asked, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, she saw something that left her astounded, her mouth agape. At the same time, Xiao Shuai was practicing the technique that Wei had just given him. His whole body radiated brilliantly, and the child's eyes resembled those of a Buddha. Immediately, a true Buddha body sitting on a golden lotus flower appeared, shining brilliantly. Then, a Buddha hand appeared in the mysterious sky. He could see everything happening clearly, his eyes nearly popping out, exclaiming in panic. "What the hell is this?" Xiao Shuai casually struck with a palm, but unexpectedly aimed it at the father and daughter standing there. He glared at the incoming palm technique. This Buddha hand radiated a tremendous pressure, rumbling violently through the air. Realizing the danger approaching, he pushed his daughter back and shouted loudly, "Back away!" Immediately, he grit his teeth and executed a technique to counter Xiao Shuai's palm strike. He pointed his finger to the sky and loudly declared the technique. 9-section heart guard formation. Xia Yi looked at her father, also worriedly thinking, "It's the 9-section heart guard formation." He began to take his stance, secretly thinking, "This is my final killing move, using all my holy level martial power, I should be able to block this strike." He concentrated so intensely that smoke seemed to rise from his eyes. The clash between the palm technique and his protective formation resulted in cracks appearing on the formation and spreading outwards. The true body of the Buddha began to gradually disappear. At this moment, Xiao Shuai was moved to tears. Both hands raised high above his head, he exclaimed, "Master, I did it." Seeing the joyous expression on the boy Xiao Shuai's face, Qian Wujin asked in disappointment, "Are we practicing the same thing?" At that moment, Wei appeared and said to Qian Wujin, "Don't be discouraged. Everyone has different strengths. Maybe this skill just doesn't suit you." Then he turned to pat Xiao Shuai's head, making the boy shy and blush, then he secretly praised, "Indeed a good seed, isn't this the bright star in martial arts?" Qian Wujin admired him with a feeling of deep emotion. Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "If the divine palm is useful, then can other major techniques also be useful? Since I have crossed over, I might as well create some things that don't exist in this world." Suddenly, they were startled by the voice of Xia Yi, who shouted, "Dad!" In front of her, her father was lying there trembling, while she panicked and said, "Dad, what's wrong? Don't scare me." She blushed, feeling embarrassed by Wei's words, and said, Why are you here? What happened to you two?" Qian Wujin peered out and thought, this person on the ground looks somewhat familiar. Wei was surprised and then asked, "Why are you here?" Xia Yi immediately explained, "This is my father, I wanted to bring him here to see, but I didn't expect to run into you all practicing martial arts." "My father, to protect me." As she spoke, her father trembled uncontrollably and then coughed repeatedly. Gradually, her father sat up, surprising both Wei and Xia Yi. She immediately called out, "Father." As he sat up, blood spurted from his mouth, causing Wei to exclaim, "It looks like there's really something wrong." Xia Yi took a cloth to wipe her father's mouth, and at this moment, he spoke up. "I apologize for coming without a greeting, it is my fault, I hope the expert will not hold it against me." His expression became serious as he thought to himself, So what Yi said was true. Looking at the small, adorable figure of Xiao Shuai, he pondered. This little guy actually has such strength. I was only using force to resist, yet I still couldn't completely withstand one of his strikes. Then he turned to look at Ah Wei, thinking to himself, and this person, why doesn't he have any aura of a martial artist? Could it be that he has truly reached the highest realm? My strength is not sufficient, so I cannot see through. He went to Ah Wei and cupped his hands, bowing his head to speak to him. I did not mean to disturb the expert in cultivation. I am the current sect master of the Iron Shirt sect, and I am Yi's father. He was speaking when Ah Wei, in surprise, said, Sect master of the Iron Shirt sect. Grasping the key point, Ziwei was astonished, unable to believe his ears, and thought to himself, isn't he the main boss of the enemy's forces? The Iron Shirt sect has countless powerful and strange individuals. It is unlike the rankings of common people like the assassin list. Those who enter the Iron Shirt sect are equivalent to members of the court. Although they do not come and go freely like those on the assassin list, they have the court's backing. Qian Wujin looked at the sect master of the Iron Shirt sect and couldn't help but sigh internally. I never expected to meet a great character like this in my life. Noticing that Ah Wei had not responded, he frowned and began to sweat, thinking, why isn't the expert saying anything? Did I say something wrong? Ah Wei's face gradually turned grim, making him panic. The expert seems to be angry. At that moment, while Ah Wei was lost in thought, Xiao Shuai suddenly called out, Master. He turned to ask. What's wrong? Xiao Shuai pouted and said, Uncle seems to be unwell. He then sighed with relief. Seeing Xia Yi probing her father, Ah Wei suddenly remembered. That's right, what was I panicking about? They don't know my true identity anyway. He rubbed his chin and smiled smugly, thinking, moreover, the test results are still there. They cannot suspect me. Since that's the case, I might as well go with the flow, sneak into the enemy's inner circle, and hit 2 targets with 1 arrow. He almost thought he was done for and then whimpered. If you're not skilled in your profession, you'll die early. But then Ah Wei also replied to him, Xia sect master of the Iron Shirt sect, right? Hello. He immediately regained his energy and returned the greeting. With Xia here, I greet you, inadvertently disturbing the expert of the inheritance, I bow to the Lord. Ah Wei shyly scratched his head and replied, Xia sect master, there's no need for formalities, I'm just here to have the child practice playing, and besides, I'm not an expert or anything. I'm just an ordinary person. His expression brightened, and he responded. I misunderstood, I don't know how to address this younger brother. He secretly thought to himself. It seems the expert doesn't want to be exposed, no wonder he was angry just now. Ah Wei smiled and said, you can call me Ah Wei, Uncle Xia. He responded, calling me Uncle Xia is a bit much, just call me Old Man Xia. The two of them chatted back and forth about how to address each other, with Ah Wei shyly replying. Oh, how can that be? You are elder. He cheerfully replied, what's wrong with that? Ah Wei, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. I am the one who is taking advantage of you. Xia Yi watched the scene from a distance, feeling somewhat suspicious. What kind of situation is this? He said to Ah Wei, I heard my little sister say that the new boss of the best swordsman is of extraordinary bearing, and today also wants to get to know you a bit, but who knew I arrived at such an awkward time, causing you to be embarrassed. After he finished speaking, the boy waved his hand and laughed, you flatter me too much, I'm really embarrassed. Inside he thought, no wonder ancient people were so graceful, even their humble remarks are elegant. At that moment, he still responded politely, I truly say this, Ah Wei, you are being modest, I just have a question I would like to consult, I wonder how the technique that child used earlier was trained. Mentioning this made him a bit startled, and he replied. Oh, are you talking about that skill? At a nearby temple, a young monk hurriedly ran in shouting, Ru Kong Master. The boy raised his hand pointing in a certain direction, his mouth moving. I saw it just now. Hearing this, Ru Kong gently patted the young monk's head and said, don't rush, I know. At this moment, he held a string of beads in his hand, leisurely closing his eyes and speaking. The phenomenon is manifesting, that direction is. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned to ask the young monk, aren't you always wanting to go down the mountain? Go call your grand senior brother here. The young monk, astonished, replied, what do you mean? He told the boy, a martial arts competition is about to happen, it will be quite lively in the coming days. The young monk looked at the master, angrily pouting and said, Master is teasing again. On Ah Wei's side, Xia Yi and her father were preparing to leave. Then we will come another day. Thinking about the earlier conversation with Yi's father, he felt satisfied. Finally tricked him into coming, it really wasn't an easy task. Without realizing it, he raised his hand to stroke his chin, looking up at the sky, thinking to himself. After all, he shouldn't give the complete version to that man, let him practice little by little. This is the opposing force, and he must keep a way out. Suddenly, Xiao Shuai grabbed his hand, the boy's face flushed with embarrassment, his cheeks a bright red. Ah Wei noticed and asked, what's wrong, Xiao Shuai? Xiao Shuai's response startled him. Did I cause more trouble for the master? Upon hearing this, Ah Wei reassured him, it's not your fault, it's the master's fault for not checking the surroundings. After saying this, he thought to himself. Moreover, that old man doesn't seem to suspect my identity. The saying, the enemy is in the light while we are in the dark, is truly effective. At the door of the room, Ah Wei opened the door and said, go to bed, the master is going for a walk. He contemplated Xiao Shuai. Indeed, Xiao Shuai has remarkable talent, he learns quickly and can bring pride to the master. His judgment really is good. Xiao Shuai obediently entered the room and closed the door. The boy took off his hat, and a cascade of smooth hair fell out. Xiao Shuai sat in the chair, holding the hat, smiling with satisfaction and said, my master treats me so well, I must make more effort. At that moment, Ah Wei was standing at the foot of a certain place, looking up and muttering to himself, I wonder what would happen if I took action myself, I might as well give it a try. Suddenly, a sound came from the top of the cliff, catching his curiosity. There's someone. It turned out to be a young girl. At that moment, she also noticed someone below and began to talk to herself, what is going on? I'm hiding here injured, and I can still be discovered. Shortly after, crimson energy surged from her hand. She punched straight ahead, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere, shattering into pieces. She gradually stepped out, looking weary and gasping for breath. She gritted her teeth and thought, I can't die here. My master is still waiting. Suddenly, she coughed, blood spewing from her mouth. In her eyes, Ah Wei's figure appeared from a distance. Her last thoughts emerged, just a bit longer, I can't fall down right now. Familiar aura, master. Her eyes gradually closed, becoming blurred. Ah Wei could only see and rushed over to say, Miss, are you okay? He immediately went behind her to support her so she wouldn't fall. On the table, on the floor, everywhere were towels and bandages. Ah Wei was too exhausted at this moment, leaning against the table and panting, phew. Then he grabbed a cup of water and drank it greedily. Ah Wei looked at the young lady in front of him and thought, after a busy night, we finally finished rolling around. Fortunately, I had watched quite a few instructional videos before, handling emergencies a bit is still manageable. The young lady lay on the table, unconscious, mumbling, Master. He also wondered, how can this young lady, so seriously injured, still remember her master? At that moment, a voice came in from outside the door. Lord, are you awake? Ah Wei opened the door, looked at the maid in front of him, and asked, what's the matter? The maid reported, a lord came to see you. He was curious. Which lord? Xia Yi then waved at Ah Wei. I will take my leave now. Ah Wei was startled and unconsciously stepped back against the wall, hesitantly asking, Miss Xia, why are you here again? Xia Yi presented a gift bag towards him and said, oh, boss, here. He said to bring this to you. As he opened it, he wondered what it was. Xia Yi stopped him and said, wait, don't open it here. The noise from the two of them confused the maid outside as well. Inside the room, as soon as the bag was opened, items flew out, including martial arts techniques, secret manuals, and pills that buried him completely. Ah Wei sat up and said, "How careless, turns out it's a spatial bag." He looked at the chaotic mess in front of him and picked something up, asking, "What is this?" Xia Yi was amazed and exclaimed, "There's everything here." She recalled her father's expression when he held the secret manual Ah Wei gave him and emotionally said, "Oh my, there are such powerful skills in the world. Someone, go to the warehouse, I need to return the favor to the benefactor." Xia Yi raised her hand, counting the types of pills, secret manuals, and weapons. "My father took all the items he usually collected and stored for you to choose." As soon as she finished speaking, she presented something. "Oh, right, there's also this painting." She explained to Ah Wei, "My father said your inn is the largest inn in Yuheng town. The number of people coming in and out is definitely large." Xia Yi continued, "These are all remnants of the demon sect. If you see any suspicious individuals, you can report them to the Iron Shirt sect. There's a reward." Holding the picture to examine it, he thought to himself, "Is there such a good thing? Isn't this basically handing me a list?" Xia Yi showed a portrait of a girl from the demon sect named Hong Tu who was wanted to Ah Wei, saying, for example, "This person. Don't be fooled by her beauty, she is a killing weapon personally nurtured by Ziwei Supreme. She had killed 3 small sects and defied the Ziwei Emperor in just one night. Haze, I heard this person fled to around Yuheng town. I'm really worried." Remembering the girl he helped yesterday, he suddenly realized, Isn't this the young lady who tried to frame me?" Seeing Ah Wei's expression change strangely, Xia Yi asked in confusion, "What's wrong? No need to be so scared, right?" Suddenly, she caught a strong, foul smell and leaned her face against Ah Wei's, taking a deep breath and saying, "Hold on." Xia Yi looked at Ah Wei curiously and asked, "Why do you smell of blood? Are you injured? Or is someone hurt?" Ah Wei was a bit caught off guard and hesitantly replied. Then he thought, is this girl a dog? She can smell this too. Yi turned her gaze to look behind him, observing her surroundings. "What's in the room?" Immediately, Ah Wei realized and nervously said, "This is my bedroom, you can't enter." Xia Yi noticed his strange behavior and replied, "You're so flustered, I'm even more curious." After saying that, she forcefully opened the door and said, "Indeed, the whole room smells of blood." At this moment, Ah Wei was terrified, screaming in his mind, "Damn, it's over, something's about to happen." She approached the bed and looked up, seeing only a piece of clothing, then said, "The smell of blood on this bed is quite strong, are you injured?" Ah Wei was surprised to find no one in the room, thinking to himself, "Not here anymore. Did they leave because they heard a noise?" He then explained to Xia Yi, "I'm not injured, it's a cat I picked up when I was at Back Mountain, I brought it here because it looked pitiable. Anyone who knows just how good sleeping pills are would wake up to find them gone." Saying that, his heart felt content. Yet he ended up picking up a former subordinate. "I really do have a good eye." Hong Tu was carefully hiding himself upstairs. Xia Yi replied nonchalantly. "A cat? There's basically no one raising cats in the town, it might have been brought here by a disciple of the 1,000 Insect Pavilion, but unfortunately, it ran away. The connections of the 1,000 Insect Pavilion are quite valuable." After hearing this, Ah Wei was puzzled. 1,000 Insect Pavilion? At this moment, Yi added, "That's right, the Sword Discussion Conference is about to take place, and the 1,000 Insect Pavilion will participate this time. They really like cats, cats are the holy beasts of the 1,000 Insect Pavilion." At this point, Ah Wei clenched his fist tightly, slightly trembling as he whispered. 1,000 Insect Pavilion. Xia Yi remembered something, pointed at him, and said, "Make sure to keep an eye out for any suspicious people there. This time, with the mixed fish and dragons, there might be 1 or 2 guys sneaking in." Unable to hold back his anger, Ah Wei gritted his teeth and thought, isn't the ancient poison on me the work of someone from the 1,000 insect pavilion? I can't release my power, so I can't show off. He looked at Yi and asked, Miss Xia, can you still register for the sword platform you mentioned? Yi replied, yes, you can still register. Ah Wei and Xia Yi gradually left the room, all of which was seen by Hong Tu from a distance. Yi curiously asked, do you want to register your disciple? Ah Wei replied, that's right, Xiao Shuai is still young, it's good for him to go out and observe the world. Outside, Yi smiled gently and said, you really are a good master. Ah Wei closed the door and said, anyway, Xiao Shuai is a talented child, besides supporting him, I can't do much. At this point, Ah Wei thought with satisfaction, haha, now that Ziwei is missing, if someone with equivalent strength suddenly appears, it will raise suspicion. Xiao Shuai's strength is not ordinary, exposing him to attract attention while I secretly take action, looking for opportunities to approach the people of the 1,000 insect pavilion, and finding a way to solve the poison first. He continued to ponder. As for my previous subordinate, after the two left, Hong Tu jumped down from the balcony. She walked toward the outfit and touched it, whispering, it won't be wrong. At that moment, she picked it up, hugged it, and sniffed. This is the scent of the master of the demon sect command. The Sword Conference is a martial arts contest organized by the 3 major sects. The winner will receive a rich reward of money, pills, and divine weapons. Not only will they have the opportunity to showcase their talents in the martial world, but they will also have the chance to befriend those from the 3 major sects, a path to greatness. Therefore, participating in this conference and achieving the championship has become the lifelong goal of many martial artists. Every time the conference is held, it can be said to attract countless talented individuals. In a humble restaurant, someone suddenly shouted, Master. It turned out to be Qian Wujin. He was biting a piece of paper, crying and whimpering, Master, I want to participate too. Ah Wei then patted his shoulder and spoke. It's not that I don't want to take you. Ah Wei's gaze became sharp and serious as he said, it's just that I need someone trustworthy to guard the place so I can feel at ease. When Xiao Shuai and I are not here, this inn will be entrusted to you. Hearing this, Qian Wujin was moved to tears. Ah Wei and Xiao Shuai began to leave when Qian Wujin cried out in anguish, Master, please go on your journey with ease, I will wait for you at the shop. Upon hearing this, Ah Wei felt a slight worry in his heart. Why does this feel so wrong? The crowd was densely packed, and some people, feeling upset, spoke up. What are you doing? Where are your eyes? Can't you see there are people who haven't taken a number yet? Everyone there was wide-eyed and astonished, which made him curious as well. What are you looking at? What's there to see? After witnessing the scene, he was equally dumbfounded. It turned out to be the appearance of Master Ah Wei and Xiao Shuai. On his body, he wore a magical treasure, the soft armor made of the 8 treasures, a string of 23,333 silver Buddhist prayer beads. In his left hand was a wish-fulfilling key, in his right hand was a 666 silver fire-imbued ring, at his hip was a spatial pocket given by Xia Yi, and finally, he wore cloud-riding shoes worth 15,733 silver. Xiao Shuai also wore a heart-protecting key worth 38,880 silver around his neck and innocently asked, Master, why is everyone looking at us? In his mind now, he felt smug, so this is how it feels to stand in front of the beginner tree, being worshipped by newcomers, huh? But this outfit is too heavy, I should probably take it off first. He glanced and noticed something, thinking to himself, speaking of which. He looked behind at the unstable crowd and secretly mocked, can this competition really be trusted? Just this, a bunch of frail old men. Suddenly, a provocative voice caught his attention, it turned out to be Tang Baiyu. He appeared arrogantly with his followers and loudly said, haha, it's your first time participating in the competition, right? You won't need the stuff you're wearing, why not let my brothers help you take it off? It turned out that the 2 outfits were prepared by Qian Wujin. After hearing this, he calmly refused those people. This is a gesture of filial piety from my disciple, it's better for me to keep it myself, so why bother others? He then revealed his true nature, secretly angry, saying, oh, so you don't want to give Tang Bai a face, huh? At this moment, Ah Wei nonchalantly shifted his attention elsewhere. Over there, a beauty was distributing something to everyone. It seems that the competition is about to start. Ah Wei, still friendly, said to him, I'll go over there first. If there's anything, we can talk later. He went to receive items from the beautiful woman distributing them, while secretly evaluating him in his heart. The guy I just saw is obviously just a supporting character, he probably won't survive even one episode. The competition is more important. At this moment, the beauty spoke, alright, I'm sure everyone has grasped the theme of this selection. Ah Wei, Xiao Shuai, and another monk were focused on the theme, while listening to her say, the competition will last for 12 hours, and it will officially start in half an hour, wishing everyone good luck. Suddenly, Ah Wei shouted, wait. He sighed, his face gradually losing vitality as he responded. So this competition isn't a martial arts contest. Why do we have to pick herbs? Isn't that just working for others for free? He lamented, Haze, with this pile of herbs, I can't even match them with pictures, it seems I can only take it step by step. By evening, the teacher and student Ah Wei and Xiao Shuai stopped to rest a bit in the forest. At this moment, there was suddenly a strange sound from the nearby bushes. The group of people had sneakily planned an ambush this morning. One subordinate spoke up, saying, Boss, we've been following him for half a day. Should we take him out? He doesn't look like he knows martial arts, he probably just came along for the excitement. The person next to him smugly replied, I think it's fine. This guy doesn't seem very smart, and he even brought a child with him. One strike from me could easily leave him flat on the ground. Another boss chimed in, that's right. Selling the stuff on him would earn us more than a few orders we usually get. Plus, there's that bag, there's definitely more treasure inside. With that, he broke into a grin typical of a bandit. So, the whole group revealed themselves, determined to eliminate Ah Wei. But before they could act, several nets suddenly fell from above. They found themselves entangled like insects, continuously shouting, who is it? How dare you set a trap for me? A hand appeared and grabbed a shoelace. The whole group was hung upside down from a tree branch, yelling loudly, and then Ah Wei's confident voice rang out, see? I told you. A bunch like you couldn't survive even one round. At this moment, he sighed in relief. It turns out the thing you used to capture them was the cloud tether worth 25,688 silver. You thought to yourself, wow, so this is the joy of being a Spider-Man. Ah Wei dropped Tang Baiyu, the leader of the group, onto the ground. You smugly said, you didn't think I was really an idiot, did you? You began to recount the truth, pretending to be wealthy from the very beginning, acting like a newcomer, and then someone shows up to cause trouble. All of this was intentional. Ah Wei stepped in front of Tang Baiyu, startling him, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. You continued to enjoy the feeling of being a villain, muttering to yourself, no wonder villains have always liked to chat with others. This feeling is indeed comfortable. You went on, alright, now that we've chatted, let's get to the main topic. Honestly, I'm still not used to this world of yours. Ah Wei, looking dangerously, said, even though I don't want to cause any trouble, I can't think of any other way at the moment. Since it's like this, you flashed a creepy smile at Tang Baiyu and asked him, I can only trouble a good person like you to help me. Sitting in the room, Xia Yi held a piece of fruit and spoke, it really is unexpected that I would be in charge of supervising this conference. Meng Tianshu leisurely held a cup of tea, there's nothing we can do, who knows what the emperor is really thinking. Isn't it a big deal that father didn't tell you? Xia Yi pouted in annoyance, he doesn't have the time to tell me. Recently, my father has been obsessed with training and hardly goes out. Meng Tianshu was surprised, training? A smile appeared on Meng Tianshu's face, Xia Ba has broken through to the martial saint level for many years, the 9-section heart protection formation must have been mastered long ago. At this realm, he could very well have a further breakthrough. Many people spend their whole lives training and only stop at this step, you should advise him. Xia Yi rested her chin on her hand, appearing knowledgeable, it's hard to persuade my father, so I won't advise him. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll tell you, recently I've met an expert hidden from the world. Upon hearing this, Meng Tianshu froze, her face turning pale. Meng Tianshu placed a hand on Xia Yi's shoulder. Her expression turned angry, shouting, "You're not looking at someone with a questionable background, are you? What is their identity, which sect, who did they learn from, where are they from, what is their family like? Have you investigated these matters?" Xia Yi, seeing the scene before her, was frightened. "Ah, your expression is too scary." Xia Yi anxiously reassured her, "Don't worry, my father has already sent someone to investigate him." Meng Tianshu gradually calmed down and listened to Xia Yi. "Besides, this person loves animals, treats others very generously, and at such a young age has voluntarily helped an orphan child. He must be a good person." The good person in Xia Yi's words became frightening with a smile stretching from ear to ear. Over here, Tang Baiyu, pale with fear, knelt down, holding something black in his hands to give to Ah Wei. The black profound glutton in Ah Wei's hands suddenly began to shine in his eyes. "Is this the black profound glutton? It doesn't look anything like the drawing. It resembles what my grandmother used to make soup with." Thinking of this, the image of his grandmother holding a bowl of steaming soup appeared in Ah Wei's mind. "The chicken soup is here." Tang Baiyu was speechless, thinking to himself, how much money would it take to cook soup using black profound glutton? That's a huge expense. Tears streamed down Tang Baiyu's face. "I can't understand the world of wealthy people." Ah Wei beside him spoke up, "All right, if the matter is settled, you and your little brother can leave now." Tang Baiyu was surprised, "Is that all? You're just going to let us go like this?" Ah Wei's face became terrifying. "What else should it be? What status do you have? Are you worth my effort? Just a nobody, and after killing you, I would still have to clean up the remains. What's the point in exhausting myself for that?" Seeing that he still wouldn't leave, Ah Wei started lecturing, "In this world, a dog's life is the most important. If given the chance, you should hurry and leave. If you want to seek your own death, that's rude. However, since we're both villains, I can give you some sincere advice." Taking the opportunity to preach, Ah Wei continued, "I've dealt with cannon fodder like you many times. Referring to acting according to a script, one performance is enough. Just completing a role. You're not even considered a minor character. Although you all became famous through martial arts, using your brain is also very important. Only with courage can one accomplish great deeds." Tang Baiyu heard it like a bolt from the blue, numbers flashing in his mind. Used and discarded, is he talking about killing? Kill and then dispose of the body? Thinking of this, Tang Baiyu immediately turned and ran. "I can't provoke him, I will take my leave." Ah Wei looked at his reaction in confusion. What kind of strange reaction is that? The next day, Ah Wei, groggy from sleep, woke up to the sound of his disciple calling him. "Master, wake up." Ah Wei yawned and asked, "Xiao Shuai, what time is it now?" "What time? Master means how many watches?" "It is already the dog hour, Master has been sleeping all day." Ah Wei lazily reached for the fruit in Xiao Shuai's hand. "What kind of fruit is this?" "It's a custard apple." Xiao Shuai stood proudly beside the pile of black profound glutton. "I gathered this over there, and I found these too, all collected from over there." Ah Wei's eyes widened, speechless. "Gathered? This is too much, put it back, take it all later, such good luck." Xiao Shuai obediently replied, "Yes, yes." Two people were chatting lively, unaware that Hong Tu was sitting on a branch observing them. Hong Tu watched the scene before him, his face unintentionally turning red. The scene shifted to Meng Tianshu's location, where an old man brought a black object, claiming to be the black profound glutton. Meng Tianshu took a glance and immediately knew it was not up to standard. Not acceptable. Disgusting, put it down for me. Meng Tianshu angrily reminded him, "Gee, I told you not to bring this, why are you dragging your feet?" The old man sighed, "If you have the capability, why not announce a large-scale purchase?" The brown-haired girl beside Meng Tianshu sneered, "The holy girl can't say that. The weather this summer is different from last year, and many places might face natural disasters. Those with no morals are taking advantage of this to raise the price of the black profound glutton, and the court cannot afford such expenses. Meng Tianshu's face was serious. Haha, don't you just want to take advantage of this opportunity for free? You talk about being noble, it's disgusting. Do you dare throw this tangled mess onto my 1,000-insect pavilion and not fear that I might poison his drink? Meng Tianshu was fuming when Ah Wei spoke up. Excuse me, is this where I submit it? Meng Tianshu secretly cursed in her heart, TSK, is it finally done or not? Ah Wei slowly opened the bag. That question from those people was too abstract, not sure if this is it. Hearing Ah Wei, Meng Tianshu secretly cursed, what does abstract drawing mean? I drew this myself. Feeling bored, Meng Tianshu's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had seen treasure. She couldn't believe her eyes. This is. Meng Tianshu's eyes and mouth opened wide, black profound glutton of high quality, and there are so many of them. Such precious medicinal materials, digging an entire mountain might not yield this much. Ah Wei stood to the side innocently scratching his head. You didn't say how much you needed, you can choose. Meng Tianshu was stunned, choose. This is black profound glutton. Seeing Meng Tianshu's reaction, Ah Wei rested his chin thoughtfully, what's wrong? Isn't this what you were looking for? Meng Tianshu smiled, this is it, but actually, just one lower grade one would be enough. Ah Wei then spoke, how about you take them all? Meng Tianshu was surprised, take them all. Really? He doesn't know how precious this is. Ah Wei waved his hand, it's all just picked up, I don't like eating this stuff either. The brown-haired girl and Meng Tianshu were surprised, picked up. Are you kidding? You don't like eating? Can this be eaten casually? Suddenly, Meng Tianshu had a bright idea, wait, the theme of this conference has already been intentionally leaked. Everyone knows that the 1,000-insect pavilion is collecting black profound gluttons everywhere. Over here, Xiao Shuai spoke up, Master, I'm tired. Ah Wei lovingly patted Xiao Shuai's head, we'll go back shortly. Meng Tianshu smiled cunningly. This person is definitely trying to forge a connection with the 1,000-insect pavilion through this opportunity. So that's how it is, I understand now. This person is quite generous, enough to earn a favor. After thinking this, Meng Tianshu felt pleased with himself. Well, since you have the intention, I won't be polite either. You are helping us with a great task. Ah Wei looked confused. What great task? Ah Wei's eyes widened as he listened to Meng Tianshu say, this favor will be received by the 1,000-insect pavilion. Ah Wei was puzzled. 1,000-insect pavilion? Meng Tianshu was confidently speaking non-stop. Holy girl 1,000-insect pavilion, Meng Tianshu, nice to meet you. The scene shifted to Meng Tianshu drawing black profound glutton, which she personally illustrated. Ah Wei's group slowly followed Holy Girl lowly Meng Tianshu as she walked through a bustling street. At that moment, Qian Wujin's heart was dancing joyfully, silently tearing up. I actually have a spot in the official competition, what a brilliant moment. Thinking that, he excitedly glued himself to Ah Wei, nudging him. Finally, I don't have to guard the house anymore. Master, this is great, from today onwards, you are my godfather. Ah Wei got goosebumps and angrily pushed him away. Stop pulling me, let go of me, or I'll make you stay at the inn for me. Qian Wujin looked around and scoffed. This is the official venue for the competition. There's nothing special here. There's not even anyone else. At this moment, Meng Tianshu, walking behind, mocked his clueless head. Hee, then you don't know. She proudly waved her hand. The reason there's no one. That's because the entire place has been taken over by the Tam Major Sect. To be honest with you, that preliminary round is just a scam, the number of people who can pass is extremely limited. Her following nonchalant words struck at the core of Qian Wujin. There are powers everywhere, and people from the major sects have already been dispatched to compete officially. This place can be said to be a gathering of experts, those without ability can only be sidelined, and even if they pass the preliminary round, they will still be filtered out. Ah Wei, clueless, said, so that's how it is, it's like suddenly coming into contact with the dark side of this world. Meng Tianshu patted her chest boastfully and continued, so, getting a spot in this event is very difficult, but since you have helped with a significant matter, 3 spots are available for you. If you want more, that's not a problem. Ah Wei didn't know what he had helped her with and pretended to clap to make her happy. He mechanically said, Holy Girl Lord, that's great. Meanwhile, Qian Wujin wilted because he was the one who had been filtered out. Meng Tianshu smiled and pointed ahead, let's go, during the official competition, everything including food and accommodation will be covered, I will take you there. Then, she picked up Xiao Shuai and said in a reluctant tone, kid, you can walk on your own, right? Come on, let me carry you. Xiao Shuai was confused, he wasn't tired at all but couldn't struggle, so he just lay still for her to carry him. Watching Meng Tianshu happily skipping along and humming, her 2 braids swinging with her steps, Ah Wei didn't know what else to say. Is this holy girl so well protected? It feels so easy to deceive. She led them to a bright shop with a shiny golden sign. This is the place. After putting Xiao Shuai down, Meng Tianshu turned to Ah Wei and said, oh right, there's something for you. Saying that, she tossed something to Ah Wei. Here, take care of it, and don't lose it. He hurriedly caught it. Opening his hand, there were 3 tokens and a whistle. He was bewildered. This is, Meng Tianshu said, it's the contestant's certificate for registration later. As for this whistle, consider it a welcoming gift from me. When you need help, with this token, the 1,000 insect pavilion will come to your aid. Ah Wei lifted the whistle to inspect it. A whistle? Is it made of bone? Meng Tianshu proudly tilted her chin and said, here we sneakily take it out, there's only this one, don't use it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ah Wei immediately put the whistle in his mouth and blew. He even said, I can't blow it. Meng Tianshu pouted at this. I told you not to use it. The 3 of them greeted her and walked into the inn. As they passed through the main door, Ah Wei was amazed by the design here. Wow, this inn looks really decorated. The 3 of them couldn't help but feel emotional as they entered. This really is a 5-star hotel. Inside, there were countless people already staying, who turned to look at them. The 3 of them calmly walked in, unbothered by the scrutinizing gazes of those around. Qian Wujin excitedly waved a fan. Do you like it, master? When we go back, I will have someone renovate the inn to look like this. Then the 3 of them approached the front desk. Ah Wei placed his hand on the table and spoke to the old man recording the books. Innkeeper, I'd like to register for a stay. He kindly asked, how many people? Ah Wei raised the 3 tokens that Meng Tianshu had given them earlier. Just as they finished booking their rooms, suddenly a sultry voice of a demoness rose up, children. You've come to the wrong place. The 3 of them turned to look at the person who spoke. The woman in the red dress approached, looking at them with a sideways glance. This is not a place for jokes, I advise you to turn back. As soon as she finished speaking, a man slammed a wine jar down on the table. He grumbled, why do you care about other people's business? An old drunk man, his face as red as boiled rice, laughed and said, aren't children allowed to compete? Then what about that filthy woman of yours coming here to amuse herself? The woman in the red dress grit her teeth and glared at the old man. I was merely trying to remind you out of goodwill, what do you mean by that? The old man shrugged and continued to gulp from the wine jar, of course, I mean it literally. Unable to do anything, she clicked her tongue, tisk, goodwill is treated like trash. She angrily led her group past the crowd where Ah Wei stood. The old man, clutching his wine jar, grinned and told him, young man, just ignore them, this world has always valued strength over everything else, regardless of gender or age. He glanced at Ah Wei and laughed heartily, those who can come here, how many are truly virtuous? What is there to look down upon? Is this your first time competing? If you encounter any trouble, just come find me. Ah Wei was left speechless, not knowing what more to say to the old drunkard. He resigned himself to fate, clasping his hands politely and saying, then I trouble you to take care of things more. The old man chuckled when he saw the young guy behaving so courteously. Haha, it's nothing, nothing at all. From the upstairs, a girl with white hair had been observing everything that had happened. She murmured, "Master." Hong Tu writhed in pain and struggled, clearly unable to recognize someone right in front of her. How painful this was. She blushed, bringing her hand to her lips, longing. I miss the master so much. Even the red mole on her master's chest made one nostalgic. The perfect shimmering image of Ah Wei appeared in Hong Tu's longing thoughts. This captivating aura, even if he changes completely, I would recognize him with just a glance. With that thought, a rush of warm blood surged to her head, causing her to hide behind the curtain and breathe heavily. Ah Wei below felt a chill run down his spine, thinking, why do I feel like someone is watching me? That night, he lay on the bed with his legs crossed, holding a whistle in his hand, lost in thought. He recalled Meng Tianshu's arrogant expression when he said, when you need help, the 1,000 insect pavilion will come to your aid. His expression was solemn as he held the whistle under his nose. If I go to ask someone to dispel the poison for me, I will definitely be suspected. It's better to find a way to gain their trust gradually. Suddenly, a loud noise outside startled him. Ah Wei jumped up, gripping the whistle tightly in his hand, looking anxiously towards the door. What's happening? At that moment, Qian Wujin burst in, carrying Xiao Shuai, and shouted, Master. His face was pale, devoid of any blood. Qian Wujin pointed wildly outside, something big has happened. Outside, the sky was pitch dark, and thorny black vines twisted and surged chaotically. The unfortunate ones tangled in the vines while sleeping could only scream before they disappeared. Someone from a distance said, the contest begins, regardless of life or death. Sorry, I will burn more paper money for you. A scream echoed, disturbing the night. It was indeed the night of doom. Countless people drained of life by the thorny vines lay still, unable to move. Outside, a woman with green hair jumped down. On her body, there were still black thorns clinging. She knelt down behind a person. Elder sister, it's all taken care of. The person was the woman who had grimaced earlier in the afternoon. She smiled half-heartedly, very good, let's move to the next location. The thorns continued to spread, reaching high into the moon. The alluring voice of the woman in red echoed in the night. The winner of this competition will definitely be us. Under the quiet night, the crescent moon could not illuminate the entire inn. Everything was as silent as the calm before the storm. Suddenly, 2 buildings exploded and collapsed. Before the buildings fell, a red light shot out. 2 streams of purple and blue light simultaneously followed. An old man wearing a headband, dressed like a beggar, pulled out a stick and laughed, I didn't expect to see so many familiar faces. Another old man raised his finger to the sky, grinned, and charms floated around him. It's been 4 years, don't let me down. The woman with the purple umbrella scoffed, rising high. Just seeing your faces makes me feel disgusted. The common point here is that all 3 of them are realm martial kings. Their faces were excited as they spoke in unison, last time we didn't finish our revenge, this time we'll settle it all at once. As they finished speaking, all 3 soared into the air, so quickly that they left behind a glow and a cloud of fine dust. The old man with the hair attacked first, smiling as talismans gradually gathered and floated around his hand. He waved his hand, sending the talismans flying straight towards the woman with the umbrella. In this situation, the woman merely chuckled, haha, is that all you've got? The talismans that were flying towards her barely touched the purple aura surrounding her before exploding. With a mocking tone, she said to the fortune teller, didn't you predict a fortune for yourself before coming here? While the 2 were playfully exchanging blows, the other old man had flown even higher. He raised his staff, causing the air to ripple intensely. He raised his voice, one is a nuisance, the other pollutes the environment. You 2 useless ones, pay close attention, I will demonstrate what a real fight looks like. As soon as he finished speaking, green flames erupted, enveloping the staff. He laughed heartily, swinging the staff back in preparation to strike down. The blue light pierced through the sky. Qian Wujin stood at a distance, observing and feeling the wind brush against his cheeks. He shivered. This is. It seemed as though he was trembling in fear, but no, his eyes sparkled with excitement like a child as he said, "Is this the match between the strong stars?" Qian Wujin jumped around like a trapped insect under the brilliant light overhead. The experts have gathered together, showcasing their martial arts and talents to become the leader. It's just too thrilling, too intense, too shocking. Above, a fierce battle was happening, and an old man shouted, "Haha, competing with a weakling like you is truly a waste of my time." A woman glared and yelled, "Shut your mouth, old man, don't think I don't know that you secretly have feelings for me." Watching this scene, Awei was speechless and expressed what was on his mind. These people, no matter how you look at it, seem to be venting their personal grudges. What a gathering of joy. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the peace in the area. Awei frowned and turned to look. 3 people with swords pointed at them, grinning wickedly. "There are people here, take his token." Wei recognized these 3 faces. They were the group from the morning. The emperor was not in a hurry, but the eunuch was. Qian Wujin rushed forward to shield Wei behind him, reaching into his pocket and shouting, "Master, be careful." The leader saw this and yelled cautiously, "Be careful. He's about to make a move, retreat." Qian Wujin launched his attack, throwing a stack of papers. At that moment, he thought it looked cool. As the papers fluttered down in front of him, the long-haired man with bright eyes was completely taken aback. Banknotes. Regaining his composure, he realized that the 3 had already disappeared. He suddenly found himself confused. Where did they go? Why can't I see them anymore? TCH, it's a distraction. Even so, he calmly sat down to collect the scattered money on the ground. If they've run away, then so be it. I'll gather these banknotes, and then change my target. Suddenly, he stared wide-eyed and fell silent, pressing his face against the ground without moving. The other 2 were panicked, looking around anxiously. Is the enemy attacking? Hong Tu suddenly appeared, stroking the flame on her sword. The 2 men looked at her warily. "Who are you?" Hong Tu looked at the 2 of them emotionlessly and coldly replied. "Do you want to make a move against my most beloved master?" In another place, a beam of light flashed through the night. Xiao Shuai, all alone, carried 2 people, Wei and Qian Wujin, fleeing. The 3 great elders who were fighting in midair suddenly stopped, turned around. This aura. They sensed a stream of aura emanating from Hong Tu. There's a martial saint here. In the meantime, she had just dealt with the 2 guys. She picked up 3 tokens and counted them. 13, 7, 138, 139. Hong Tu calmly placed the tokens into her storage ring. Suddenly, she spun around 180 degrees, twisting and said, "Hee, when I collect a total of 520, I will offer this ring to my master, and then take the opportunity to return to my master." Wonderful. Returning to Wei and the others, they had landed on a roof. Just as they set foot down, Qian Wujin vomited, calling out Hu's name in the night. Xiao Shuai asked, are you okay?" Qian Wujin held his throat and coughed, his face pale, saying, "Promise me, next time you can grab the back of my pants, just don't grab my collar." The familiar feeling of breathlessness, he turned to look at Wei, who was still carefree beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he put his hands on his hips and said with a laugh, "What else can we do? Just watch the show." Qian Wujin opened his mouth in surprise, as if he suddenly didn't understand human language anymore. Wei, not one for many words, tossed him a roasted chicken. Qian Wujin caught it, astonished. Wei and Xiao Shuai had set up their recliners, drinking milk and eating popcorn at some point. He waved Qian Wujin over, "Come on, let's lie down and rest for a while." Qian Wujin felt it was strange. Why does master always bring these things? Wei stuffed popcorn into his mouth, chewing while saying, "You've been complaining non-stop about wanting to join, isn't it because you want to seize the chance to get onto some leaderboard? Don't worry, master remembers." He held up the token and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, we'll need to collect this item. The more we gather, the higher our score." Seeing Qian Wujin's eyes light up, Ah Wei continued, let's rest first, after they finish fighting, we can go find the one with the highest score. Qian Wujin nodded and agreed, saying it made a lot of sense. After that, the three of them sat on the lounge chairs, allowing the young man to relax while enjoying the scenery and snacking. While Ah Wei was munching on popcorn, a crackling sound rose up from below. Suddenly, something resembling tentacles emerged from beneath, piercing through the roof right where they were sitting. A thorny vine wrapped around Xiao Shuai, who was still dazed, not understanding what had just happened. Qian Wujin stood below, his face twisted in fear and shock. Xia Fu closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, feeling as if a blazing fire ignited within him. In front of him floated a crumpled piece of paper. Suddenly, feeling something change clearly within his body, Xia Fu opened his eyes. He looked down at his hands, a stream of golden energy oscillating in the air. What is this feeling? A thought appeared in Xia Fu's mind. The power of the Buddha had made contact with him. Like a tidal wave crashing against the rocks, he joyfully embraced this absolute and pure strength. Xia Fu cried a river and laughed heartily, never expecting there would actually be a skill that could perfectly combine with the 9 sections heart protection array, agreeing that exchanging it for a trove of treasures was more than worth it. In his heart, he thought, wait until I achieve great success, I will definitely kill those who call me a scoundrel with one strike. He rolled up the torn piece of paper and suddenly wondered, but it seems that this piece of paper has many gaps. Next time I meet Ah Wei brother, I will ask him for more guidance. Once everything was sorted, Xia Fu happily stepped outside. When someone saw he had come out, they approached and respectfully said, Sect Master, you have finished your seclusion. Xia Fu stroked his beard and asked, has anything significant happened in the sect lately? The person cheerfully responded, reporting to the sect master, everything in the sect has been going well lately. Hearing this, Xia Fu smiled joyfully. That's good. While the two were chatting, a girl's voice rang out, Dad, are you out? Xia Fu turned excitedly, waved his hand, and called, is that you, Yi? Come here, Dad wants to show you something. Xia Yi looked puzzled, what is it? She slowly walked over. Xia Fu extended his hand, and golden light immediately gathered in his palm. He smiled and said, look at this. The golden light quickly spread throughout the room. Thin swords emitting a faint golden light appeared around Xia Yi. She looked around, this is, the 9-section heart protection formation, it seems there is something different. Xia Fu shook his finger, nodding his head, take a closer look. Hearing this, Xia Yi stared blankly and looked again. Look closely, she looked down at her feet. Beneath them, a lotus platform had appeared at some point. She was startled, this is, the golden lotus that the Buddha sat on that day. Seeing the surprised expression of his daughter, Xia Fu proudly nodded, that's right. He held out his hand, and a sword appeared in his grasp. Although my 9-section heart protection formation is known as an unparalleled defensive skill, it can only defend and cannot attack, making it very passive in critical situations. Xia Fu continued, excitedly, for many years, I have diligently searched, wanting to find a spiritual principle that could be used in conjunction with the 9-section heart protection formation, and I never expected to have actually found it now. He eagerly imagined himself, sitting on the lotus platform while unleashing strikes in his mind. Once I fully master this skill, my 9-section heart protection formation will be able to both attack and defend. What a magnificent sight that will be. Xia Yi saw her father so excited that she fell silent. Xia Fu put away the lotus fan and smiled, saying, in short, we must thank Ah Wei brother for everything. By the way, how has Ah Wei brother been lately? I should personally visit him. Xia Yi honestly replied, Ah Wei brother and his disciples are no longer in Yuheng town. Upon hearing this, Xia Fu choked on his saliva, nearly choking. He seemed to age 100 years, sitting down on the ground and reaching up toward the sky. Why did Ah Wei brother suddenly disappear without a word? At least he should have let me see him off. Is this fortunate connection really breaking off here? I am so frustrated. At this moment, Xia Yi explained, a few days ago, I went looking for him. The maid at the shop told me that he and his 2 disciples had left together. Previously, he mentioned wanting his disciples to participate in this competition. These days are the competition period, so he must be competing with his disciples now. Xia Fu stood up and brushed off the dust on his clothes, reproaching his daughter, "Dear daughter, next time we talk, could you not pause for so long? It's fine if he doesn't go, it's fine if he doesn't go." After that, Xia Fu stroked his beard and laughed, "But why didn't you say anything to your father? If I had known that Wei brother wanted to participate in the competition, would have reserved a few spots for him. This qualifying competition has many traps, I didn't expect Wei to be able to overcome them. Truly, Wei brother is impressive." Xia Yi bluntly replied, "Father is in seclusion training, practicing to the point of overdoing it, how could I dare to disturb him?" Xia Fu pretended not to hear, lost in his own thoughts. An expert like Wei brother, who is indifferent to worldly affairs, why would he care about this mundane competition? He gazed out at the night scenery outside, unconsciously smiling. Surely Wei brother, although born indifferent to fame and profit, cannot bear to see his beloved disciple endure the hardships of the world like he did. Oh, Wei brother is truly a great master. At that moment, on Wei's side, Qian Wujin trembled in response to the current situation. I'm done for. Vines tightly wrapped around Xiao Shuai, covering his mouth to prevent him from speaking. The demonist's voice seductive said, "I warned you, why did you come here to enjoy yourself like a child?" The woman in the red dress stood boldly on the fiery red vines, disdainfully saying, "Just surrender and give up the fight, I don't want to bully children." Wei pretended not to hear, poking at the vines and stroking his chin in thought. This thing feels oddly strange. Qian Wujin was crying and shouting, "Master, senior brother has been captured." Wei's strange reaction puzzled her. What's wrong with this dull-faced guy? Aren't this boy and him on the same side? Doesn't he care at all? Seeing him remain unfazed, she thought, I can't sense any aura of a martial artist from him. What does this feeling resemble? Meanwhile, the woman in red was examining Wei. Could he be a normal person? At this moment, he absent-mindedly touched the vines and suddenly realized, wait, isn't this the sensation of slime? What was it called again? Mojiji? Her expression turned hostile as she glared at Wei. Qian Wujin noticed this and backed away behind him. This is bad, really bad. This is an official match, how can a normal person get in here? She scrutinized the two of them closely. Not only him, but even the kid next to him had no aura of a martial artist. Could it be that they had trained in some skill that could hide their real strength? While Wei's eyes were full of interest, Qian Wujin felt weak as a kitten because of the vines brushing against him. Master, master. The red-haired woman gritted her teeth in affirmation. That's right, it must be so. But if they've participated in the competition, why are they still hiding their strength? Qian Wujin turned pale, closed his eyes tightly, and thought in agony. Although the master and the master's skill are very impressive, this is a competition to showcase swordsmanship. Just grabbing anyone from the crowd would yield a martial king. The henchmen from earlier are one thing, but this girl is at least a martial master peak. He opened his eyes to look at Wei's dignified figure. Truly worthy of being a master, the senior brother has been taken hostage. The master remains as calm as ever. This heroic silhouette. Qian Wujin covered his mouth, moved. It's truly reassuring. Wei, on the other hand, was very preoccupied with the vines, murmuring to himself, how do they grow like this? Or is it like Xia old man using true qi or internal energy to condense? I really want to know the principle behind their formation, he said, licking his lips and reaching into his coat. Anyway, that kid Xiao Shuai doesn't need me to worry, it's a rare opportunity. The woman in red saw his movement and cautiously stepped back. Is he going to take action? Wei cheerfully pulled out the dragon slayer knife given to him by Xia Master, his gaze gradually turning sinister. Let's just chop a piece off and see what happens. On the deserted road, an old man was walking while drinking. He sighed, I never expected a small martial arts arena to produce a martial saint. He felt a surge of excitement in his heart, taking steps forward. An expert like that, it would be a shame not to recruit him into the Wu Ding sect. He must be heading that way, right? Suddenly, a piercing shout rang out from above. Damn it, are you crazy? The old man looked up. Huh, what's going on? The woman in red was furious, pointing at Xiao Shuai. That kid is in my hands now, I have a hostage. Damn it, can you respect me? If you don't respect me, at least respect the hostage. Looking at her yelling, do you believe that I will kill the hostage right now? We advise you not to drink when invited, yet still want to drink for punishment. The old man recognized this person as the woman who looked down on others earlier. Her imposing presence was not insignificant, seeming to be a novice martial king. He suddenly noticed something unusual and glanced to his left. Wait a minute. He looked at Xiao Shuai, whose round eyes were staring at him. Wasn't that the child from this morning? Where did his family go? Shortly after, he heard the sound of metal clashing. The old man was startled and turned to see Ah Wei swinging a large knife, trying frantically to chop something but failing. It can't be, this knife was used to crack walnuts and was very sharp. Qian Wujin waved the small knife and said, Master, you should try this one, I spent a lot of money to buy this knife. The old man stood at a distance, confused, straining to listen. What are they talking about? At that moment, Ah Wei's words turned into, Don't be afraid, disciple, the master is here to save you. Qian Wujin was crying behind, raising the knife. If I don't protect junior brother well, if anything happens to junior brother, you can use this knife to kill me. It turns out this man has severe hearing impairment. After hearing these words, the old man was stunned. Ha! The woman in red gritted her teeth, her brows furrowed tightly. How annoying, if that's the case, don't blame me for killing. Suddenly, a beam of light cut across her face, she was taken aback, and her feet softly landed on the ground. The drunken old man saved Xiao Shuai, pointing a finger at the woman to criticize her. You foolish woman, what's wrong with you? You're bullying a child like this. There are hundreds of people in the martial arts arena, and you're only focused on these 3 tags. You're intentionally picking on the weak, aren't you? Can't you go rob from someone else? The woman in red was also furious upon hearing this. Where did this old man come from? Do you think I wanted to rob from others? Only heaven knows what has happened. The tags of hundreds of people in this martial arts arena have been completely robbed. And which of your eyes saw me bullying children? Clearly, that man over there is provoking me. The drunken old man pointed at Ah Wei and said, My eyes see clearly, that person doesn't even know how to gather chi to take shape, only able to use this worn-out blade to slash. Look, how pitiful they are, the blade is about to chip. One after another, the woman gritted her teeth, she was furious, and the bright red vines shot out. I've had enough, soul-devouring secret technique. She attacked the old man. He lifted Xiao Shuai and jumped up, but unfortunately, her real target was Ah Wei. Qian Wujin was stunned to see that the master had been captured in the blink of an eye. The woman chuckled. Haha, hiding your strength to provoke me, I have to see just how formidable you really are. The old man landed, his eyes filled with vigilance. Does this woman know the soul-devouring technique? This is going to be difficult to deal with. Xiao Shuai showed no signs of fear. The boy innocently said, Grandpa, my master is very powerful, nothing will happen. Seeing the boy's naive expression, the old man sighed. I understand, I understand. In the eyes of a disciple, the master is always the strongest and most reliable. He is indeed a good master. To save you, he has chopped to the point of cracking the blade. His expression suddenly became serious again, looking at Ah Wei, he continued. But once the soul-devouring secret technique is activated, it cannot be stopped at will. The person whose soul is devoured will have their internal force drained until their dantian is empty, leaving them a cripple. Saying this, he shook his head. Your master is likely to be in deep trouble. Contrary to what the old man just said, the vines wrapped around Ah Wei suddenly loosened, leaving both of them stunned. The woman with wide eyes looked surprised. What? How could this happen? It can't be. The soul-devouring technique only fails in 2 cases. The vine suddenly tore apart, she thought. One is if the opponent is an ordinary person without any martial foundation or internal force, and the second is if the opponent's strength far exceeds that of the person using the soul-devouring technique. Looking at Ah Wei's blank expression, she panicked. What is this guy? Unexpectedly, he easily broke free and called out, that so-called superior technique of the woman in the red dress didn't bind me very tightly at all. I thought it would be something terrifying. The woman, who had been swallowed, spat out a mouthful of black blood. She cautiously eyed him. What on earth is he? The drunken old man also felt the aura emanating from Ah Wei. This little guy, it can't be, right? A high-heeled shoe clicked softly against the ground. Hong Tu rushed to catch Ah Wei as he was falling. He looked at the woman who had just arrived with panic and asked, "Who are you?" She did not answer but landed in front of everyone. Her cold expression suddenly brightened, and the beautiful woman hugged Ah Wei and jumped up and down. Master, master. Hong Tu appeared like a diligent cat, drooling as he said, "It's all my fault for being too late," causing the master to act personally, but the master remains impressive as ever, able to effortlessly deal with enemies. Then she presented a shimmering green ring. Master, look at this. This ring contains 520 tokens from the participants in the competition, symbolizing my eternal love for you. Before Ah Wei could say anything, she knelt down on one knee and presented the ring to him. She smiled and said, "The person hiding their identity to participate in this minor competition must be trying to connect with the 3 major sects, right? Truly worthy of being my master, indeed clever and resourceful. I hope these 520 tokens will be of help to you." Ah Wei felt a chill at her actions. He still didn't understand anything at all. A cunning scheme used to praise someone. He withdrew his hand with a crooked smile. This young lady, he hadn't finished when she screamed, "Master!" Ah Wei frowned, looking at Hong Tu who was slumped down, tears streaming down her face. "Sure enough, you are still angry with me, back then you always called me Ju-er." Ah Wei, flustered, said, Ju-er, when did you start following me?" Hearing him call her, Hong Tu immediately crowded closer. "Of course, since you saved me when I was severely injured, at that moment I recognized your aura right away." Only then did he remember, so it was her. Ah Wei recalled and said, "In the preliminary selection, the black mysterious ginseng and all the stuff Xiao Shui collected were secretly placed there by you." Hong Tu nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, did I help the master in any way?" Ah Wei smiled and said, "Of course." He reached out to pat her head. "You have helped me a lot." Hong Tu blushed, frozen. While patting her head, he stroked his chin and thought, "No wonder I felt like someone was staring at me from behind. So it turns out this little girl seems very close to her former owner." Ah Wei closed his eyes and thought, "I wonder how she lived with her former owner. I hope I won't be exposed." Hong Tu shook her cat ears playfully and said sweetly, "Master, I feel that after you changed your identity, you have become much gentler than before. Of course, I also really liked your previous fierce self." At that moment, Qian Wujin ran over and burst into tears. "Master, is Master okay? The earlier incident scared me to death." The old drunkard also walked over slowly, laughing, "Of course your master is fine. To be able to make a low-level martial king be swallowed by a soul-devouring technique, little guy, you really hit it well." The old man thought to himself, although it was just in the blink of an eye, the aura of the martial saint did indeed head this way. Earlier when that little guy was captured, I thought that woman was bullying someone else, but I forgot, how could someone who can participate in this competition be an ordinary person? He looked at Ah Wei, who was sheltered behind Hong Tu, and calculated in his heart. This little guy, even though her disciple was captured, still doesn't reveal her true strength. I only wielded the dagger to warn that woman. Even facing her soul-devouring technique, this little guy showed no fear. The principle of, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move, if the enemy moves, I still won't move, suits my Wu Ding sect very well. Thinking this, he smiled broadly. "This is a good seed, I must recruit him. He spoke up, little guy, what's your name? The drunken old man cheerfully repeated, little guy, what's your name? Looking at the old man acting like a madman, Ah Wei felt bored. What's the background of this guy? He seems even more rebellious than me. Hong Tu beside him asked, Master, do you want me to deal with him? Ah Wei questioned, do you know him? Hong Tu coldly replied, I know him, but he doesn't have the right to know me. If I remember correctly, he is the third elder of Wu Ding Sect, known in the martial world as Zui Hua Heavenly Lord. Upon hearing this, Ah Wei raised his eyebrows. Wu Ding Sect, one of the three major sects, right? Hong Tu answered, that's right, it's the Wu Ding Sect. Previously, people looked down on them for being too poor and having scattered disciples, and when they issued challenge letters to the other sects, they directly overlooked Wu Ding Sect. Ah Wei listened to Hong Tu and was left speechless. Can this really be overlooked? I used to be so arrogant. Hong Tu continued, after the other sects heard about this, they suspected that the Wu Ding Sect was colluding with the Demon Sect. If it weren't for the three-peak martial emperor elders stationed at Wu Ding Sect, they might have already started fighting amongst themselves without us needing to intervene. Ah Wei was at a loss for words. This misunderstanding was hard to explain. Hong Tu's eyes sparkled as she clenched her fists and excitedly said, but remember back in the day, during the peak of the Demon Sect, even if all the experts from the three major sects showed up, it wouldn't have shaken the Demon Sect at all. Although they are temporarily weakened now, I believe that as long as the Master is here, everything will return to the right path. The two were chatting animatedly, ignoring the world around them. Zui Hua Heavenly Lord squinted his eyes, what are they talking about? He cleared his throat gently, little guy, I'm asking you. He looked at Ah Wei and asked, I don't know your name. Do you belong to a sect or have you bowed to anyone yet? At that moment, Ah Wei stepped forward, catching Hong Tu off guard, and respectfully clasped his hands. I, Ah Wei, thank the senior for the assistance just now. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? Zui Hua Heavenly Lord smiled and stroked his beard, saying, my children all call me old man, you can call me whatever feels comfortable. Ah Wei laughed and replied, oh no, I couldn't do that. Hong Tu, seeing him like this, burst into tears. Master, when have you ever needed to personally take care of things? What on earth happened during the time I was searching for you? While Hong Tu was in a wild state, Qian Wujin stepped forward and asked, Mississippi. He scratched his head foolishly and said, what is your name? Do you know my master? Upon seeing Qian Wujin's face, Hong Tu frowned and turned her head away, leaving Qian Wujin confused and unaware of what was happening. Hong Tu furrowed her brow, damn it, if I weren't unable to be by the master's side, he wouldn't need to stay with these ugly guys, right? If only he were truly. Thinking of this, she hugged herself and twisted, my roots and bones are the best, and since the master is so outstanding, our child will surely be a genius, as long as the master is willing, I. Meanwhile, Zui Hua Heavenly Lord said, to put it simply. The old man hesitated and pointed at Hong Tu, who was frowning behind. Is this little girl with you? He thought to himself, although this little girl does not conceal her strength, the aura around her is very strange, making it hard to grasp. At this moment, Ah Wei stepped forward to shield Hong Tu, this is my cousin, I haven't seen her for many years, so I didn't expect to meet her here. He smiled at Zui Hua Heavenly Lord, this child doesn't like to talk to strangers and is a bit scared, senior, please forgive her. Hearing this, the old man also smiled. So that's it, as long as you're acquainted, that's fine. He continued, I'm sure you all know that this grand competition is organized by the three major sects, aimed at gathering experts from various paths in the martial world to compete in martial arts. The old man waved his hands, saying, but the fundamental purpose is actually to attract talented individuals. I find you all quite appealing, I wonder if you have any interest in joining the Wu Ding Sect. Ah Wei bluntly declined. Thank you, but I'm not really interested. When Qian Wujin saw him refuse, he shouted, Master, it's the Wu Ding Sect. The next morning, the weather was clear and the breeze was gentle. The coachman focused on the road ahead when suddenly a shout rang out from the carriage. Did you refuse the invitation from the third elder of the Wu Ding sect? Ah Wei said, chewing on a pastry. That's right, doesn't he understand that I absolutely don't want to lead Xiao Shuai to join their Wu Ding sect? Meng Tianshu, sitting beside him, was taken aback and asked, so you're really not going? Ah Wei put the pastry in his mouth and continued chewing, indifferently saying, not going, not interested. He grinned widely, compared to being a disciple of the Wu Ding sect, I want to be Ah Wei, the founder of some sect. Joining someone else's school and obeying their rules is meaningless. It's better to establish my own sect and live freely and happily. Meng Tianshu was at a loss for words. Your way of thinking is quite interesting. She thought to herself, he's not wrong. When I go out into the world, everyone calls me the holy girl of the 1,000 insect pavilion, but how many actually remember my real name? Thinking this, she glanced back at Ah Wei, who was eating without a care. This guy doesn't look smart, yet he sees through everything. Suddenly, Ah Wei broke into a ferocious smile, and in his heart, he mapped out a grand plan. This title was very attractive upon first glance, prompting people to click to see more. At that point, I will take the opportunity to promote it, and I fear no one will know about our new demon sect. Afterwards, Ah Wei stroked his chin, but he needed to think of a new name. It couldn't just be called the demon sect, could it? He would call Ju Er out later to discuss it with her. Outside, the wind blew, causing the tree branches to sway, and two palanquins slowly moved along the cobblestone path. After a while, the coachman spoke up, Lord, we have arrived. Ah Wei jumped out of the carriage and said, thank you, holy girl Lord, for bringing me back. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea? Meng Tianshu pulled back the curtain and peeked out, frowning in confusion. You're still running the shop. At this moment, fireworks suddenly shot up into the sky, bursting in brilliant colors. Hearing the loud noise, Ah Wei turned around as a girl ran out from between two rows of strong young men, joyfully exclaiming, welcome back. The young people lined up and shouted slogans, we wish to congratulate the Dong family on their triumphant return. Dong family, the wise and valiant lord, dominates the world. The girl approached Ah Wei and asked, Lord, where is our young master? I have something to discuss with you. He pointed to the palanquin behind. Your young master is in the carriage behind. At this moment, Xia Fu cheerfully walked over to greet him, Ah Wei brother. He grabbed his hand and excitedly said, it feels like we've been apart for ages, you're finally back. Xia Fu, feeling emotional, said, although the results are not out yet, I believe the first place definitely belongs to Ah Wei brother. I've been waiting here since early morning just to be the first to congratulate you. From behind, Xia Yi spoke up, Dad, are you serious? At this moment, Meng Tianshu stepped out stammering, Xia, is that Uncle Xia? She appeared frozen, what is going on? Is this the Uncle Xia I know? Xia Yi saw a familiar face and curiously asked, Tianshu, why are you here? Meng Tianshu, confused, replied, I should be the one asking that, why are you all here? Do you know each other? Xia Yi calmly responded, extending her hand to introduce the person who was grinning widely. Of course we know each other, this is the person I mentioned to you before. Let me introduce briefly, this is Ah Wei brother. Meng Tianshu heard this and shouted, is the main point just to introduce names? She pointed angrily at the two people lost in their own world. Are you kidding? Xia uncle is a mature and recognized man, why does he act like this in front of this guy? Xia Fu listened to her words, his smile fading. He frowned and replied, little girl Tianshu, although you are the holy girl of the 1,000 insect pavilion, in this martial world, strength is paramount. Ah Wei brother even had to address me as an expert when we first met. How can you be so rude when talking to Ah Wei brother? Meng Tianshu tried to hold back, explaining, but Xia uncle, how old are you this year? It seems inappropriate to refer to a young man as brother. Xia Fu, on the contrary, held his hands together with determination and said, there's a saying that goes well, learning from an unusual teacher, a capable master. If it weren't for Ah Wei brother's disapproval, I would even call him father. His eyes shone brightly as he revered Ah Wei brother, my only god. Meng Tianshu was helpless. She turned to push Xia Yi's arm. What happened to your father? Is his mental state normal? Xia Yi replied, it's okay, he is simply overly excited. Meng Tianshu exclaimed, overly excited? Did Xia uncle really have a breakthrough in martial arts, relying on his brother Wei? Xia Yi calmly pointed out, that's right. Do you remember what the weakness of my father's 9-section heart protection formation is? Meng Tianshu's expression darkened. Of course I remember, the 9-section heart protection formation is a top-tier defensive skill but lacks offensive techniques, it's somewhat passive. She raised her hand, the purple aura fluctuating on her palm. Although Xia uncle always wants to find a skill that can be combined with it, how could such a skill be easy to find? Not to mention that with Xia uncle's 9-section heart protection formation, if you gain something, you must lose something. How many skills in the world can be combined? Soon after, Xia Fu smiled widely and said to Wei, that's right, Wei brother, can you help me see if there's something wrong with this move of mine? A moment later, under the blazing sun and the chirping of birds, Meng Tianshu was pulling her hair. Why did it turn out like this? So this person is the suspicious one that Yi mentioned? It seems she did bring it up, and there was a young child beside that person. Xia Yi saw her like this and stepped forward, smiling as she said, Tianshu, you don't know, although Wei refuses to reveal his true strength, he is really very impressive. If he joins the Iron Shirt sect, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for the sect. Hearing this, Meng Tianshu was shocked. From the looks of it, it's not just Yi, even Xia uncle has been brainwashed by this guy. She turned to look at Wei with disbelief. How old is this guy? How powerful can he be? At that moment, she started to feel uneasy. Xia uncle, does a martial saint really need to seek advice from someone like this? Moreover, I've given a token to a person of obscure background, can I take it back? Over there, Xia Fu had already begun to chant. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, a golden flame erupted, and a lotus platform immediately appeared beneath Xia Fu's feet, while countless swords hovered in an arc behind him. Meng Tianshu had to squint slightly, as it was too dazzling to look at. Opening her eyes and looking closely, she saw a gigantic hand appear behind him. The hand struck the ground, causing the entire forest to shake. After that blow, the hand vanished, leaving a handprint on the ground. Xia Fu retracted his skill and excitedly looked at Wei. Wei brother, what do you think? Although it doesn't have the power of that child, it can still be considered somewhat shaped. Wei stood at a distance, his face contorted. Xia Fu panicked, Wei brother is looking at me. He broke out in a cold sweat. Wei brother frowned, why? He trembled as he observed Wei's difficult expression. With his brows tightly furrowed and an expression of restraint, was his performance so poor that Wei brother had to contemplate before speaking? However, contrary to Xia Fu's overthinking, Wei's heart was screaming, it's over, even an incomplete skill can be practiced. This is someone from the opposing force, am I not just smashing my own foot with a stone? He frowned as he thought about Xia Fu's rage in the illusion realm, then he turned around, if I always maintain a way of doing things completely like the old master. So, wouldn't they forever not suspect me? Thinking that, he smiled mischievously. After all, the previous owner acted extravagantly, and now in their eyes, I was merely an ordinary, harmless person. Moreover, recruiting soldiers also requires resources, spending a little skill to attract people to join isn't bad. Meng Tianshu, witnessing the scene before her, murmured, this. She seemed unable to believe her eyes. No way. Meng Tianshu carefully observed, while Xia Yi stood beside her, mouth agape in astonishment. What he said is all true. Meng Tianshu dejectedly headed home. Entering the 1,000-insect pavilion, she was called to a smoke-filled room by Wu-Er. Wu-Er leaned back in her chair and said, Tianshu, you did well this time. She looked pleased at the dark items in her hand. With these, the emperor will remain quiet for a while. I just didn't expect that so many black ginseng products could be gathered from exploiting so many people. Hearing this, Meng Tianshu replied, report to you, my lord, all this black ginseng was provided by one person. The white-haired woman jumped up in surprise. One person. She rested her chin on her hand, listening as Meng Tianshu continued, that's right. At first, I suspected that person was trying to curry favor with the 1,000 insect pavilion. But he didn't take anything at all, only asking for 3 official test positions with me. Meng Tianshu lowered her head and continued, after the exam, I took them back to Yuhang town and discovered that this person was not normal. Xia uncle, being a martial sage, showed great respect to this person, even the 9-section heart guard formation broke through with his help. I was thinking, if he has a way to integrate the 9-section heart guard formation with other skills, could we do the same? At that moment, the woman referred to as the matriarch interrupted her. Alright, she said coldly. Tianshu, have you forgotten your own identity? She frowned as a reminder, a corporeal fosterer cannot learn martial arts. If you want to practice martial arts, you must first ask if the goo insect on you agrees. Furthermore, you are the holy girl of the 1,000 insect pavilion, how can you easily associate with others like that? Hearing such words, Meng Tianshu pursed her lips tightly. She spoke, but Wu's sister can cultivate and even became a martial king. Not only can she cultivate, but she also attracts many handsome men to be by her side. I just feel this person is not simple and only want to befriend him. Before she could finish her sentence, the mistress shouted, outrageous, startling Meng Tianshu. She coldly looked at Meng Tianshu, I rarely praise you, yet you still want to argue with me. She stood up, her sharp gaze said, she is special. You are different from her. This time your Wu sister participated in the competition and suffered internal force backlash, falling into a coma until now. The Group A competition is under your responsibility, right? Meng Tianshu looked up in shock. The mistress continued, clarify this matter for me, I want to see who dares to touch someone from my 1,000 insect pavilion. The mistress gritted her teeth, clenched her hand and said, even my own people can be bullied, I must skin this person alive. Early the next morning, the people of Yuhang town gathered in the noisy marketplace discussing. I heard the first place in this martial arts competition is from our Yuhang town. How can that be? In our town, we are all casual fighters, how can there be that many capable ones? Someone from afar chimed in, you can't say that. Although our place is small, there are many important figures, just look at Xia Sect master of the Iron Shirt Sect, when it comes to patrolling, the result after arriving is not even satisfactory. An old woman smiled and approached, saying, alright, moreover, our town has been very lively recently, and business in my shop has improved quite a bit. While everyone was chatting happily, a voice rang out, excuse me for the interruption. They turned to see a monk with a pale face, clasping his hands and asking, may I inquire if there is anywhere in this town to borrow for a stay? He was accompanied by a young monk who looked spirited and curiously gazed around. The old woman pondered for a moment and replied, recently, many people have come to our town, and the inn is probably fully booked. The first inn still has vacancies, but that inn changed owners a while ago and is currently under renovation. The young monk eagerly pointed at a candy skewered on a stick and said, Grand Senior Brother, I want to eat this. The older monk replied, before descending the mountain, the master didn't give enough money, so you should save a bit. Even so, he still pulled out a few coins to pay for his junior brother. After that, he fell into a deep depression, saying, I really want to go home. He let out a sigh, feeling as though his spirit was about to depart. He thought to himself, here I am again at some exam competition to see the excitement. He ran to inquire about Elder Tam of the major sect. It was really tiring to come down the mountain, he wanted to go home and strike the bell. Suddenly, someone appeared in his sight, capturing his attention. At that moment, Xiao Shui was carrying a basket of fruit to give to Aunt Hua. Aunt Hua, I brought you some fruit, and my junior brother asked me to convey a message that he will bring some items to the inn later. The old woman patted the boy's head and said with a kind smile, then I will take it over later. How is the shop renovation going? When will it open? Xiao Shui replied cheerfully, it will open tomorrow. Be sure to come and support us. She said, tomorrow, huh? I will definitely come. Then she suddenly remembered the 2 new guests. Right, it's just the right time for this great master to find a place to stay. At that moment, someone was directing the placement of the sign. A little to the left, a little to the right, down, down, down. Meng Tianshu said to the installer with a smile, "All right, stop at this position." At that moment, Ah Wei stepped outside, scratching his head and said, "Even these small tasks must trouble the holy girl lord, I really feel embarrassed." Meng Tianshu saw him and complained, "Ah Wei, what time is it? Why are you just getting up?" He opened his mouth and yawned loudly. Recently, he had been busy every day, feeling more tired than at work, and it was hard to find time to rest, so of course, he had to sleep in. Ah Wei continued, "But holy girl, didn't you come back to fulfill your duties? The competition is over, do you still want to stay in Yuhang town?" Meng Tianshu pouted, "HMPF, this holy girl goes wherever she pleases." She thought to herself, "I finally have the chance to play outside for a bit, so I'm definitely not going back." Suddenly, her expression turned serious. "By the way, have you come across anyone suspicious in Team A?" Ah Wei stiffened at that. "Someone suspicious?" He forced a smile. "To be honest, I feel like everyone seems suspicious." He started to overthink, why was she suddenly asking this? Ju Er's identity shouldn't be recognized, they hadn't even met in person. Meng Tianshu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the most suspicious person here. He fell silent, too afraid to say a word. She had to close her eyes and sigh. "Well, that makes sense. Most of the people in Team A are wanderers, it's normal for them to find each other suspicious." She continued to ask, "So, did you meet a woman who can use vines?" Next to her, there were several handsome men, and their awareness must be quite high. Ah Wei found these two elements familiar, next to her are handsome men, and the method of attack is using vines. In his mind, he pictured the arrogant woman in a red dress, and his expression immediately soured. Isn't that woman just a passerby? Is there a drama going on? He tried to appear optimistic, but deep inside, he was overwhelmed with sorrow. "Can you tell me first who this woman is?" Meng Tianshu replied in a serious tone, "That person is a disciple of the 1,000 Insect Pavilion. The mistress values her highly, but she was seriously injured in this competition, her internal energy was swallowed, and she's been unconscious ever since. The mistress is furious and has ordered the search for the assailant. However, after the competition ended, all the participants from Group A went their separate ways, and I could only come and ask you first." Hearing this, Ah Wei wilted, and he smiled faintly. So that's it. He was shocked to the core at that moment. Internal energy swallowed, could it really be my doing? But I didn't take action, is the internal energy of this body really that strong? While he was lost in his own thoughts, the cheerful voice of Xiao Shui rang out. "Master, I'm back and I've brought some guests." He turned to see two strangers following the boy. The little monk was sucking on a candy when he suddenly yelled, "Ah, it's you. You brought a child to participate in the audition in Chapter 10. Ah Wei, struggling to recall, couldn't remember who this child was. He said, "Oh, I didn't expect to run into you." Then he extended his hand and said, "If we have guests, let's go inside the shop to talk. Holy Girl Lord, please come in and take a look around." They walked inside, where the unexpectedly opulent interior dazzled them, emanating the scent of money from everywhere. Meng Tianshu looked around while walking and thought, "I've never stayed at an inn like this, the decoration is quite good. No wonder he could produce so much black ginseng." She glanced at Ah Wei happily leading the way in front. "I said it, this guy doesn't even take the major Sect seriously, yet he can help Uncle Xia break through. Why does he still need to flatter the 1,000 Insect Pavilion?" Meng Tianshu struck up a conversation. "I've heard this inn wasn't originally called the Best Inn, why did it change its name?" In her heart, she gritted her teeth, damn it, she originally thought people wanted to flatter her, but now it had turned into her flattering them. At that moment, the monk said, "The extraordinary only exists in the martial world, the divine sword is a huge task of mine." His gaze was gentle yet distant. Only in the martial world can one live a carefree life, but those in the martial world must be prepared to face storms at any time. The hardest thing about wandering in the martial world, and also the most precious, is the phrase, peace. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and imagined that this place was a quiet, fresh forest. An inn is a place that allows people to rest temporarily. The monk felt as if he and Ah Wei were standing in a place with a cool breeze. Although in the martial world, he hoped everyone could find a peaceful place to rest. A great ideal. He looked at Ah Wei's silhouette against the light and nodded in understanding. I understand this donor, I truly understand. He folded his hands, weeping and praising, this person is really wonderful. Hearing this, Ah Wei also had tears in his eyes, moved, do you feel the same? Is there really someone who can understand my tone? Between the two people, it seemed to create a large explosive reaction, as if Ah Wei had found the soulmate of his life. He stepped forward and placed a hand on the monk's shoulder. The night before, the scenery was silent without a sound. Ah Wei stood in the room and called out, Ju Er. Hong Tu immediately appeared behind him, yes. Ah Wei turned to look at her, you must have heard, I was poisoned and cannot use skills at will, so I deliberately concealed my identity. Now I have successfully contacted the Iron Shirt sect and the 3 major sects, even the Holy Girl of the 1,000 Insect Pavilion. The matter of overthrowing the demon sect cannot be rushed, we need to assess the situation. Hong Tu did not object and smiled in response, yes, Hong Tu will obey master's orders. Ah Wei laughed and said, you don't need to be so anxious, it's just the two of us here. There are a few things I want to discuss with you. Ah Wei's words, when heard by Hong Tu, turned into ambiguous statements, it's just me and the master here, and there are a few things that need discussing with me. She blushed, thinking of something, could it be that he wants to beep? Ignoring Ah Wei's hand on her shoulder, Hong Tu closed her eyes, waiting for what was about to happen. Come here, master. Ju Er has finished preparing, it's been a long time. Ah Wei smiled, excitedly saying, what do you think of the name Peace Inn? As soon as he heard him speak, Hong Tu froze. Returning to the present moment, Ah Wei and the monk held hands, gazing at each other affectionately. Donor, a true confidant, Meng Tianshu nodded after hearing the explanation, so this name has that meaning? I was being superficial. In Ah Wei's heart, a mischievous face appeared. In this movie, it was said that the more you avoid, the easier it is to be discovered. As long as I don't say anything, who would think that Ziwei Supreme would open an inn here? The monk smiled and said, so, donor, can we stay at the shop? Ah Wei generously replied, of course. No need to call me donor, just call me Li shopkeeper. He turned to the boy beside him, Xiao Shuai, take the guests to their room. Xiao Shuai placed his hand on his forehead, yes, sir. The monk also said, all right, donor, thank you, donor. Xiao Shuai obediently led the two upstairs, and upon entering the room, everything was pristine. The young monk exclaimed, it's a new piece of household furniture. The senior monk, upon seeing the bed, rushed over to lie down. He was happy, he could finally lie down. The young monk shook him, grand senior brother, you absolutely must not sleep. He muttered, if you do this, it will make people feel sleepy and not wake up. The young monk pouted, that's not what I meant. The boy sat down, leaned against the grand senior brother, and declared, Ru Kong master once said, we can encounter great opportunities in Yuhang town. If we don't go out for a walk, how can we encounter opportunities? The senior monk retorted, when I went to see the excitement before, I didn't think about opportunities, but now I remember. If the master said there would be opportunities, then there's no need to rush at this time. Saying that, he turned around and closed his eyes. The young monk tugged at his pants and yelled, opportunities don't have legs, how can they come to you while you sleep? Grand senior brother, hurry and get up, let's go out for a stroll. The senior monk continued to say, just a little more sleep. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The senior monk squinted and turned his head, who is it? The young monk had just gone outside to fetch something and returned to say, the maid brought a basket of fruit and said it's to celebrate the opening of the new shop. Upon hearing this, the senior monk continued to lie down, yawning, remember to thank her, I will eat, you let me sleep for a while. In his heart, he thought, the master told us to come to Yuhang town, but what kind of opportunity it is, I do not know. He pulled the blanket comfortably, preparing to sleep. Forget it, I'll sleep first, I need to rest well before seeking the opportunity. Suddenly, the young monk shouted, startling him. Big, 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 grand senior brother. He sat up, grimacing, what now? The young monk trembled, pointing at the basket of fruit. The boy turned to look at him. Is this the big monk with bulging eyes, huh? He jumped out of bed, approached the fruit basket, his eyes sparkling. It has appeared, the opportunity. Outside, Ah Wei met with those who came to congratulate the opening. Aunt Hua said, Xiao Wei, your inn has been renovated, now it looks like a palace. An inn like this, I'm afraid you won't find another in Zhongyuan. Then she took out a large round bouquet. Your little guy ordered flowers from me. Say you want to present it beautifully. Do you think this is okay? Ah Wei felt awkward, he felt as if he was trapped in a black and white painting. Thank you, Aunt Hua, but why does this shape seem so familiar? Aunt Hua chuckled and patted his back. Haha, the opening is tomorrow, Aunt Hua just came to support you. This child has been bullied for so long, suddenly becoming a shopkeeper, I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. She sincerely said, but you being a shopkeeper is good, you can protect those children. Shen has seen those kids grow up, Haze. Ah Wei was curious upon hearing that. That child, Xiao Shuai. Aunt Hua did not answer, she said, let's not talk about these things for now, I'm heading back, you're busy. Ah Wei did not ask further. Then remember to bring your friends to support tomorrow, Aunt Hua. He even presented a basket of fruit. That's right, these are fruits I grew myself. Please take some home to try. Aunt Hua laughed and said, this child, then I won't be polite. Just as she was about to take it, a loud shout echoed. Donor, wait. The great monk clasped his hands and ran like an arrow. Holy fruit. 2 years ago, holy fruit was stolen, so that's how it is. Is this the fateful encounter that the master mentioned? He pressed his lips tightly together. So how did the holy fruit end up here? He appeared in a flash and said, offended. Then, the master monk lifted the cloth covering the fruit basket, revealing the fresh green fruits inside. He trembled and asked, Donor, where did these fruits come from? Ah Wei scratched his cheek and replied, huh. You mean this custard apple? It was grown. Upon hearing this, the master monk choked and turned to stone. Huh. Grown. The master monk was astonished. This. He panicked as he looked at the shimmering holy fruit garden that was thriving before his eyes. This is. It was really grown. He stared wide-eyed, incredulous, and there are so many. Ah Wei took out a pair of scissors to cut the fruit and said, this fruit was picked by my disciple, Xiao Shuai likes to eat it, so I tried planting a little. In fact, it was his subordinate who stole it. Hearing the sound of sniffling, he turned to look back at the master monk. He wept bitterly, filled with sorrow. Ah Wei was startled. Why was he crying? He covered his mouth, moved. Ru Kong master had clearly said that the holy fruit was very precious. Remembering the bare branch, the monk thought. The branch of the fruit tree in the temple was even more barren than my own head, it hadn't borne fruit for over a decade. Remembering 2 years ago, it had been very difficult to bear a few fruits, and before they were even warmed in my embrace, they were stolen. At that time, Ru Kong couldn't stop it, just watched helplessly as the holy fruit was plucked away. He looked mistily at the shimmering holy fruit on the tree. If I were still alive, I could see this scene, the aura was too noble, my eyes were about to go blind. Ah Wei awkwardly handed him the cherimoya. Don't cry, is this fruit really that delicious? How about this, you take some home and help me promote my inn. The great monk was taken aback. This, he folded his hands together, earnestly saying, Dear donor, how is it that this holy fruit tree is so lush? We have a fruit tree like that in our temple, but it has never had such vitality. Ah Wei tilted his head and asked. Where is your temple built? What is the climate like? The great monk said, Wuchan Temple is located at the peak of Ling Feng, under the influence of the formation, the 4 seasons are like spring. Ah Wei immediately replied, so isn't that correct? Custard apple is a tropical fruit, it definitely can't grow in that environment. He secretly felt proud. To simulate a hot summer environment, we have expended significant effort, but the soil that Jew air provided makes anything grow quickly. He nodded and said, farming is not just about wishing for it to grow, it must be based on the characteristics of the plants to create a suitable environment for their growth. Hearing him say that, the great monk was taken aback. Tropical fruit, custard apple, what are those? He looked at Ah Wei, relaxed and at ease, pondering. Different plants have different growth environments. The great monk looked down at the holy fruit in his hand, his expression darkened. We assume we are providing the holy fruit with the best care, yet we neglect to see what the holy fruit really needs. Suddenly, a bell rang in his mind like enlightenment, and he began to weep. I understand now. Outside the inn, the two were sulking and grumbling. Shoo! This inn doesn't look bad. But why hasn't the shopkeeper come to open the door? The one speaking is Lu Ren Jia from the Spirit Sword Sect. The girl with pink hair is grumbling. Humph, it's an inn, yet it's not open for business. This is really strange, it's making sixth senior brother and us wait here so long. A fan appears, with a coin pattern printed on it. Qian Wujin pokes his head out to check. Are there any guests who want to stay at the shop? He says politely. The inn will officially open tomorrow, the girl with pink hair replies irritably. Oh, finally someone has come out. I was starting to think this place was run by a ghost. Making us wait so long, do you know who we are? A rundown shop, as if we cared. Qian Wujin folds the fan and sighs, ah. Then he opens the fan even more dramatically. I am no longer the person I used to be. He points the fan at the girl, grimacing, looking for trouble, huh? Why don't you try asking who I am? How dare you say my master's inn is run down? You really have a lot of nerve. I already said it's opening tomorrow. Seeing this, the girl with pink hair gets furious, draws her sword, and is about to charge at him. You. Lu Renjia saw that the situation was not good and stood up to stop the girl. Junior sister, do not be rude. He turned to clasp his hands and smiled at Qian Wujin. Young master, are you the shopkeeper of this inn? I am Lu Renjia, the top disciple of the Spirit Sword Sect. There are no more rooms available in the other inns in the town. If it is possible to open tomorrow, I wonder if we could have a little time to stay here first. Seeing this, Qian Wujin also softened his tone. Aren't you speaking properly now? Did you not hear what I said earlier? This inn belongs to my master. Saying that, he pointed at the pink-haired girl. Furthermore, didn't your little junior sister just say this shop was shabby? You esteemed members of the Spirit Sword Sect, this place probably cannot accommodate such esteemed guests like yourselves. She became angry again, drawing her sword to threaten. Who are you talking nonsense to? Lu Renjia stopped her. Junior sister, don't be impulsive. He turned back to Qian Wujin and said, this young master, my junior sister tends to speak hastily, she did not mean it that way. He smiled politely. Could you tell me where the shopkeeper is? Can I say a few words with the shopkeeper? Qian Wujin angrily shouted, our master is hosting guests and is too busy to come over. You just arrived and announced your name, isn't that just a way to use your status to suppress others? Lu Renjia was at a loss for words, he felt frustrated. His status as the top disciple of the Spirit Sword Sect couldn't intimidate the other person. What is the background of this inn? The girl with pink hair shouted again, senior brother, look at how he looks down on others. She brandished her sword and said, I have to teach him a lesson. Then she charged forward. At this moment, Lu Renjia could only watch in shock. She anxiously looked back at her senior brother. Hey, Lu senior brother, aren't you going to stop me anymore? I was just pretending. Lu Renjia, appearing indifferent, replied, junior sister, don't act recklessly. Yet inside, he was secretly calculating, wanting to see who was behind this inn. Then, a loud explosion echoed throughout the town. Meng Tianshu was having tea and chatting with Xia Fu and Xia Yi when everyone turned to look at the explosion. What was that commotion? Meng Tianshu stood up to look outside. The sound was coming from Xia Fu suddenly came to himself. It's Ah Wei brothers in. Ah Wei was rapping a long verse for the Grand Monk. This kind of fruit tree, first of all, the soursop likes a warm environment, requires sunlight, and needs an average temperature of around 22 degrees. Moreover, it is suitable for growth in fertile sandy soil, which absorbs water well. Although this place is not a tropical zone, you can use warm stones to simulate the environment. If conditions allow, you can set it up. As for sandy soil, I don't know if you have it. I use a type of soil whose name I'm not clear about. Actually, it's the soil that Ju Air gave me. Your soil, if at a high level, should also pay attention to maintaining a balanced temperature to provide fertilizer for the fruit. Oh right, you also have to pay attention to wind protection, prevention. He was speaking when he heard an explosion, and he looked out far away, marveling. The town is really lively. Speaking of which, I've been in this world for quite a while now, haven't I? Thanks to my efforts, to be more precise, my incredible luck, everything has fallen into place. Ah Wei clenched his fist and smiled proudly. Not long from now, our Peace Inn will become a renowned establishment in the martial world, right? Suddenly, Xia Yi pushed the door open and said, Wei brother. She looked pale as she gazed at him and said, something happened at your inn. At the entrance of Ah Wei's Peace Inn, Lu Renjia caught his junior sister who had just been attacked. He glanced nervously towards the other side. Although my junior sister's personality is a bit headstrong, her martial arts skills are among the best for people her age. He looked at Qian Wujin, who appeared calm and complacent after repelling the little junior sister with a single move. It seems like a tough opponent. But noticing something, he widened his eyes. The smoke cleared to reveal Xiao Shuai standing in front. Lu Renjia was surprised. A child? The pink-haired girl clicked her tongue in anger. Tisk. She shouted, I don't know where this little guy jumped out from. He must just be carrying some rare treasures, just happened to block my attack. She was furious, gripping her sword tightly. I don't believe he can stop me a second time. Lu Renjia smirked slyly, stepping forward. Little junior sister, leave it to me. He drew his sword and winked. If we all are martial artists, how about a spar? If we win, will you let us stay? How about that? He narrowed his eyes in speculation. Earlier, this child took the attack from the little junior sister, without a trace of internal force fluctuating in him. Just as the little junior sister guessed, he probably only had a few defensive items on him. Thinking so, he took a risk and charged at Xiao Shuai. We are proper disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect, and to maintain the sect's image, I lowered my voice with these commoners. If I don't regain some face now, won't people just laugh at me? Lu Renjia sneered. These commoners, he shouted, watch my move. Xiao Shuai remained steadfast, staring at the sword coming toward him. The boy took a breath, the air around him rippled, and slowly drew his fist back. He launched a strike faster than the wind at Lu Renjia's face. He was punched, missing teeth and bleeding. Lu Renjia was easily taken down like that. The girl shouted, senior brother. She turned around and yelled, you dared to hurt my senior brother and even hit his face. She grabbed her sword and charged forward. I will make you pay. She gritted her teeth, thinking, this child is stronger, but he is just a kid using his fists. Pointing the sword up, since ancient times, the law has been strong in attack and weak in defense. Suddenly, she blinked and teleported behind Xiao Shuai and Qian Wujin. The girl secretly laughed, took the bait. In anger, she plunged her sword down, go to the underworld for me. Moments later, the inn's sign hung low. Xia Fu and Meng Tianshu rushed forward, and upon seeing the devastating scene before them, they were shocked. Where is this? What has happened? Xia Fu suddenly noticed a dejected pink-haired girl beside her yelling, no, it can't be. Her face was pale. How many types of skills does this child know? Didn't the master say that a martial artist could only learn one skill in their lifetime? Ah Wei slowly walked over. Has the trouble been resolved? He frowned. Can someone tell me what the situation is now? At this moment, Qian Wujin had a tearful face, rushing toward Xiao Shuai, master. Earlier, if it weren't for senior brother, you probably wouldn't have seen your disciple again. He talked rapidly while flailing his arms. Lu Renjia lay still as if dead, straining to listen. Master? This young man. He peeked out with squinted eyes, watching them talk, his face contorted. To be able to raise such a strange child, this master is not simple. At this point, it's best to run away. Ah Wei was chatting with everyone when suddenly a woman shouted, "Senior brother." Turning around, he saw Lu Renjia had climbed onto his sword and was preparing to flee. Before leaving, he shouted, "Little junior sister, wait, senior brother will go call for help." After that, he left his junior sister behind, speechless as she watched his figure vanish. She was petrified. "Senior brother, at least take me with you, right? Why such a sudden escape?" At that moment, Wei raised his hand to shield his forehead from the sun and sighed, "He really runs fast." Meng Tianshu approached with concern, asking, "Aren't we going to stop him? Are we just going to let him go call for reinforcements? If we let him escape like this, it might cause trouble." He replied blankly, "Isn't he just a passerby? If he wants to run, let him." In his heart, he thought, "I'm not afraid of trouble, I'm afraid of not having any trouble." After all, every main character has their share of disasters. I understand. Finished, the older brother's eyes shone brightly as he pointed towards his hostage and said, "Moreover, don't we have a hostage?" This startled the girl, making her think, how do they know the name of senior brother? At this moment, Qian Wujin excitedly boasted playfully, "What kind of person is my master? My master can kill a martial king just by standing still, regardless of whether he belongs to the spirit sword sect or not. As long as my master is here, one strike is enough to kill them." Meng Tianshu expressed doubt and asked, "Isn't it a bit exaggerated to kill a martial king while standing still?" But at this moment, Xia Yi remembered a past event and said, "Not exaggerated, I've seen him destroy a place with just a snap of his fingers because there wasn't enough room." Xia Fu also stroked his beard, pondering and exclaiming, "Spirit sword sect, if he is really from the spirit sword sect, then things could get complicated." Shifting scenes to the spirit sword sect, inside the great hall, some people were standing while others were sitting as if discussing something. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in to report, "Master, something is wrong." The expression on his face showed extreme panic. But immediately afterward, he was hit by a powerful blow that sent him flying outside. Lu Renyi had a dark, displeased expression and said, "I told you so, didn't I?" He turned back and declared, "I am in a meeting with the masters, no one is allowed to disturb us." This person is Master Lu Renyi of the Spirit Sword Sect, in the early stage of the Martial Saint realm. Seeing this, Pavilion Master Yu Mian of the Yingyu Pavilion, at the peak of the Martial King realm, also spoke up, "No wonder you've entered the Martial Saint realm. The aura of the Iron Shirt Sect Master is different now, but there's no need to get angry. What if someone has urgent business?" The Sect Master of the Qing Shan Sect, Gong Zi Kong, at the peak of the Martial King realm, chimed in, "Ha ha, that's right, our matters are not urgent. The Iron Shirt Sect Master can attend to his business first." He also brought along the Piao Yang, who matched his rogue demeanor. Lu Renyi then calmly asked, "So, what is the matter?" The disciple, though in pain, still tried to kneel and reported, "Iron Shirt Sect Senior Brother, Iron Shirt Sect Senior Brother has returned." Yu Mian immediately asked, "Your Iron Shirt Sect Senior Brother, could it be Lu Renjia?" Lu Renyi immediately smiled in satisfaction and replied. Some time ago, Renjia had taken their little junior sister down the mountain for training, and now that they were back, there must be some gains to discuss. Just then, both masters were also present, so he went to call Renjia over to greet them, but the disciple's face turned even more purple and fearful. "Master, it seems that the senior brother from the Iron Shirt Sect can't come anymore." Upon hearing this, he misunderstood and angrily shouted, "What? Do I need to invite him myself?" At that moment, Gong Zi Kong cheerfully spoke up. "What? Iron Shirt Sect Master, don't be hasty. Who knows, that kid might be preparing a surprise for you. Kids do that, my son also loves to pull such tricks." Then he turned to poke at De Piao Yang, who was making a lewd face. If he can't come, can't we just go over there? Suddenly, a pig-headed kid with tears streaming down ran in, crying out, Hoo, master. As he rushed in, he fell to the ground and wailed. Yu Mian, astonished, covered her mouth and curiously asked, Iron Shirt Sect Master, how has your disciple ended up like this after a few months without seeing you? Lu Ren-yi hurriedly approached and asked, what's wrong? Where is your junior sister? Lu Ren-jia was tearful and sobbing as he reported, I traveled to Yuheng town with little junior sister, wanting to find an inn to stay for a day. I spoke properly to them, but unexpectedly the evil owner of that inn suddenly attacked me and seriously injured me. I took the chance when he wasn't paying attention and finally managed to escape, but little junior sister. As he spoke, his body trembled. On the other hand, Lu Ren-yi had already stood up, his darkened expression showing extreme anger. At this moment, De Piao Yang seemed to have realized something and frowned in thought. Yuheng town. The scene shifted to another location, in front of a house where the wreaths were neatly arranged and cleaned up. Ah Wei stood in front of Xia Fu with clasped hands, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Xia old man, if you hadn't sent someone to help, we really wouldn't have managed to clean up in time. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, although I feel that these wreaths didn't need to be cleaned up. Xia Fu cheerfully replied, Ah Wei brother, don't be so polite with me, it's embarrassing to say. I can only help with this. He also thought, does Ah Wei brother like this kind of style? Next time I will bring some myself. Done, he leaned down and continued speaking. Iron Shirt Sect may seem formidable, but they cannot interfere in the struggles of the martial world. The disciples in the Spirit Sword Sect may not be many, but they are not to be underestimated either. Ah Wei brother, do you know why the people from the three major sects have to organize a competition to compare swords with us? Ah Wei immediately inquired. Is it to select talented individuals and outsiders? He affirmed, exactly, to be precise, it is to expand their influence. Years ago, Ziwei Supreme killed countless martial artists, slaughtering numerous sects, leaving the remaining sects to cling together or face decline and extinction. Suddenly, his eyes became sharp, or devour each other. Upon hearing this, he was astonished and asked back, devour each other? Xia Fu explained, that's right, the phenomenon of the strong eating the weak exists no matter where. The Spirit Sword Sect is a place that relies on connections with others, uniting with other sects to grow stronger. The images of Gong Zi Kong, Yu Mian, and Lu Ren-yi appeared. The scene shifted to the next day where a cluster of red firecrackers was being set off. People were joyfully playing together in front of the inn. They all have their own stories. Did you hear any noise yesterday? What noise? There was a mischievous little girl running around joyfully, causing her mother to helplessly chase after her, calling out, child, don't run around. At that moment, a group of people led by Yu Mian appeared. She looked down at everyone and spoke. Is this really the peace inn? All three members of the Spirit Sword Sect were together. The name Lu Ren-yi disdainfully said, Humph, such a small place, it seems we were too grandiose. Yu Mian, however, was more alert. That may not be the case. The Iron Shirt Sect master wouldn't mind taking a closer look. Then she pointed to the garlands at the entrance. In our Yu pavilion, the design of this garland is used for mourning the dead. It's possible that the opponent anticipated our arrival, so they did this intentionally. Look, they even wrote the character, celebration, on it to mock us. The image of the garland with the character appeared. Lu Ren-yi immediately gave the order. Ha! Everyone, listen up, capture everyone in the inn for me. If you catch the leader, bring them before me. The disciples clasped their hands together in unison. Yes. Suddenly, De Piao Yang, with a contemplative expression, exclaimed, this inn. Gong Zi Kong noticed she was focused, so he embraced her and spoke lewdly. What is the beauty thinking about? Oh right, you seem to be from Yuheng town. After finishing up here, I, your master, will take you home to have a look. I've heard you have a younger sister, with a beauty like you, she must be as stunning as a fairy. His expression was extremely lewd as he leaned close to her ear, making her a bit startled. Master? Suddenly, he slapped De Piao Liang's butt, causing her to jump in fear. Gong Zikang's expression turned frightening as he questioned, "What? Do you want to disobey me?" After that, De Piao Liang tried to act obediently in response. "No, no, I wouldn't. It would be my honor for you, master, to take me home to visit." Hearing this, Gong Zikang was satisfied and leaned his dirty face closer, saying, "That's right, good girl. Yuhang Town is quite close to the Qingshan sect. As long as you want, I'll take you for a stroll here in the future." She stammered, Thank you, master." Then De Piao Liang looked down and thought, "I can't possibly have remembered wrong. This position, this inn is clearly the number 1 inn. Now that the inn has changed its name, could it mean that it has a new owner? If there is a new owner, what about the current situation of my sister?" Thinking of this, tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt extremely worried. Somewhere, someone angrily slammed their hands on the table and shouted, "Damn it, how dare they lock me up?" It turned out to be a hostage of Ah Wei. She walked around the room anxiously, saying, "Wait for the senior brother to bring people over, I must skin these guys and make lanterns out of their skins." But at that moment, Ah Wei appeared from behind the door, carrying a steaming bowl of something, and casually said, "Why does your dialogue sound more like a villain than mine?" This made her startle, her face going pale with fear. Ah Wei walked in and seriously said, "Moreover, didn't you insist on staying? Now that your wish has come true, you should be happy." Then he placed the steaming bowl on the table and said, "Here, eat something, don't starve to death in my place." She was startled and began to feel uneasy. What does that mean? Does he really have the intention to bring me food? Did I just get overheard by him earlier when I was talking? Seeing this girl with such rich expressions, Ah Wei pointed to the rice bowl and asked, "What's up? I made this with my own hands, don't you want to eat it?" Then he smiled joyfully, thinking, the teacher once said, treating hostages well is a noble quality. Being in the opposing faction and yet so kind, anyone who encounters it would shed tears. But that friendly, cheerful smile of his looked like cunning scheming in the eyes of the girl. She stared at the bowl of rice and concluded, "With that expression, there's definitely something in this food. With such a creepy smile, it surely can't be anything good. It's not to let me starve here, but to poison me instead, right?" Just then, her stomach protested with a growl. The girl was determined, whether she ate or not, she would die either way. Her hands trembled as she picked up the bowl and chopsticks. Then she shoveled rice into her mouth while tears streamed down her face like rain, screaming inside, "Even if I die, I want to be a gluttonous ghost." After eating a few bites, she suddenly dropped her bowl and chopsticks, slamming the table, frozen for a moment. Then her body stood there under a warm, sunny sky. She lifted her head, her eyes shining brightly as she thought to herself, "Is this place a paradise with such delicious poison?" Then, tears streamed down her face as she lamented, "The potency of this poison works too quickly." Suddenly, a voice rang out that caught her attention, "Iron Shirt Sect Master, is this your kidnapped disciple?" She turned around and asked herself, am I not dead yet? After seeing Lu Ren-yi and his group appear, she shouted, "Master." Ah Wei looked up and calmly remarked, "Did you arrive so quickly?" The building had been smashed to pieces, everything inside was exposed. Ah Wei coldly said, "My unfortunate inn has faced so many disasters." Lu Ren-yi asked, "Are you the owner of this inn?" In his mind, he thought, just like Ren Jia said, this person has no aura of a martial artist. Gathering a surge of power in his hand, he prepared to act, then unleashed his move while arrogantly stating, "You injure my beloved disciple and capture my spirit sword Sect's disciple, hand that little beast over here. I grant you a whole corpse." That surge of power transformed into a sharp sword beam and shot out. But Ah Wei sighed helplessly and said, "A passerby had just passed by, and then a person named B came. It's true that I am not familiar with him." The little disciple at this moment was startled and sweated profusely, thinking in fear, not only does he know the name of senior brother, but he also knows the name of master. Ah Wei appeared to her as a mysterious figure. This also means that he is well aware of our identities, so he is taking action against us. No, that's not right. He mentioned familiar tricks this time. Could it be that he has used this move many times before? This ordinary appearance is definitely also a disguise. Who is this guy? She kept staring at him, while he remained calm, standing there covering his nose to avoid the dust. Seeing his leisurely demeanor, Lu Ren-yi gritted his teeth in anger. If you're unwilling to hand him over, then don't blame me. There will be no mercy. With that, he pointed 2 fingers downward, indicating that he was about to unleash a technique. That technique transformed into a powerful force, piercing straight down towards Awei. The little disciple quickly shouted a warning, "Master, stop, this guy is familiar with someone. This is a trap, he's pretending." Lu Ren-yi was startled and anxious upon hearing this, his expression becoming serious as he exclaimed, "What?" He gritted his teeth, trying to control the spiritual energy on his 2 fingers, but the surge of power continued to thrust down, making him panic. "It's over, I can't pull it back." At this moment, Xia Yi was shouting loudly to remind everyone, stay away for a moment. Just then, the surge of power struck close to her. Meng Tianshu rushed over in a panic, shouting, "Yi, be careful." Xia Yi turned around in a panic and saw that powerful force heading towards her, and she realized she couldn't dodge it any longer. But suddenly, that force was shattered by something else. The figure of a woman with long, flowing hair appeared, gripping a sword tightly to block the attack, while Xia Yi shielded the girl. The formidable woman was none other than Hong Tu. Who is this? Xia Yi turned her head to look and exclaimed in astonishment. Hong Tu had come closer, lifted her face, and looked at her with deep affection. Rewinding a bit in time, Hong Tu had just put on the black mask again and asked, "Master, is this all right?" Ah Wei confidently patted his chest and said, "Trust me, I'm very familiar with this trick. It's a law, no matter who it is, as long as they put on a mask, they won't be recognized, according to legends." Upon hearing this, Hong Tu exclaimed in admiration, "So that's how it is." Thus, there was the image of a mysterious and unpredictable Hong Tu standing in front of everyone. Her spiritual energy was also radiating fiercely. At this moment, the members of the Spirit Sword Sect had landed on the ground, while the group from the inn stood ready to confront them. Ah Wei then feigned grievance, pointing and loudly proclaiming, "Not only did you destroy my inn, but you also openly attacked the Iron Shirt Sect's constable and the civilians. How could the Spirit Sword Sect act like this? People are terrified." Meng Tianshu, still worried, approached to ask, "Ah Wei, are you too hurt?" At that moment, Lu Ren-yi felt confused. The outfits belonged to the Thousand Insect Pavilion, and there were members of the Iron Shirt Sect along with a bunch of ruffians. This time it was indeed troublesome. Earlier, in a hurry to show off, unexpected problems had arisen. Finished, he looked up at his little disciple who was on the upper floor, feeling defeated, and thought, moreover, this little girl mentioned that this matter has a trap, indicating that the opponent did it on purpose. At this moment, Yu Mian rested her hands and found it amusing, saying, "Yo, this is more lively than I imagined." She looked down at the 2 girls and casually remarked, "The leader of the Iron Shirt Sect and the holy girl of the Thousand Insect Pavilion are also here. Alongside these 3, there's a fool who looks very wealthy, a simpleton who appears quite ordinary, and a suspicious kid." She presented herself as knowledgeable and cautious. Suddenly, Yu Mian raised her hand to cover her mouth, her expression shocked as she exclaimed, "Yeah, in this formation, aren't these the top 3 contenders in this martial arts competition? I've heard that the A-level competition area was chaotic, and even people from the Thousand Insect Pavilion were seriously injured there and haven't woken up since." Then, she started to praise, "To be able to win with an overwhelming performance against a bunch of martial kings is truly impressive." The nearby townsfolk overheard her and began to discuss, "What is that woman talking about? I heard the top contender in this competition is from our Yuheng town. But it's the 3 of them. It's impossible. I know Ah Wei, he used to always be a soldier in the first inn. That's right, I don't know why he suddenly became a shopkeeper recently. I've heard he knows martial arts, but he's pretty clumsy." "Exactly, I still remember his weak temperament, he was often bullied." "Yeah, if he were capable, how could he have been bullied like that before?" Ah Wei darkened his face and looked over at the people discussing him. Yu Mian affected a flirtatious tone and said, "That's right, people are curious why an ordinary person who seemed to lack any martial power and was bullied before has suddenly changed so much. Not only did he suddenly become a shopkeeper, but he also took first place in the martial arts competition. Frustrated, he had to shout, "Say what you want, but don't talk nonsense." Inside, he felt a bit surprised, thinking, where did this person come from? They have uncovered the issue in just a few sentences. At that moment, Hong Tu approached and whispered, "Master, I know this person, the information dealer, pavilion master of Inu Pavilion, Yu Mian." He was astonished and exclaimed, "Why do you know everyone?" Hong Tu then began to tell about her. This woman is best at creating scandals, and she often uses the name of purging people from the demon sect, going everywhere to cause trouble and then stepping forward to resolve it. People in the martial world hate the demon sect because of her. After hearing this, Ah Wei frowned and used sound transmission to speak to her, so the negative image of the demon sect's many evil deeds was all created by her. Am I really being wronged? Hong Tu, furious, clenched her fists, and her eyes blazed with hatred, transmitting back, "That's not the case. It's just that our master is tall and mighty, why would he be as cowardly as she describes? Some nameless small fry dare to claim to be from our demon sect, do those people even deserve it?" Ah Wei, after hearing this, fell into confusion, so this means, the demon sect is actually more brutal than the rumors suggest. Has this woman's propaganda not even reached the point? He then reassured the girl next to him, "Ju Er, remain calm. Do you remember what I told you?" Hong Tu, beside him, was still panting with anger, but then regained her composure, placing her hand on her chest to assure, "Yes, master. Rest assured, master, if anyone asks about the demon sect, I will strictly adhere to the 3 rules, no acquaintance, no familiarity, no knowledge." Xia Yi also stepped forward to refute Yu Mian, saying, "I don't know what you all are talking about, nor do I know what you mean." With a sincere expression, she went on to recount Ah Wei's life journey. But regarding Brother Ah Wei, the Iron Shirt sect has investigated his background. 2 years ago, Ah Wei came to Yuhang town and worked at the first inn, serving as a waiter. His family background is clean, both his parents are deceased, and he has a cousin whose whereabouts are unknown. He is friendly and does not fight with the world. This inn was bought by Qian Wujin and given to him. As for him winning first place, he has quietly trained in martial arts and achieved results. It's not unusual for him to keep his skills hidden. Such moments also made the person in question gasped in surprise, exclaiming in his heart, "Oh my, are you a Buddhist? Why are you secretly investigating me?" But then he had to seriously contemplate. If what she said is true, then I am really impressive. With a face that could not remain serious for more than 3 seconds, he immediately regained confidence and slicked back his hair, radiating an unmistakable aura. Especially choosing a character whose parents are both deceased as my online persona. Don't forget to leave a position for distant relatives for the subordinate. Many years ago, he built a harmless image for himself. As he calculated, his expression changed, becoming sinister and frightening. However, inside he was screaming, so the host's home really thinks about these issues. I yelled too loudly earlier, why does the opposing side like to play the game of wanting the whole world to know they are doing something bad? Why pretend to be a good person on the surface while secretly doing bad things behind the scenes? Now he is making my situation very awkward. He truly is the leader of the underworld, quite formidable. At this moment, he was in the type of situation called all misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Yu Mian calmly replied to Yi, "I naturally have to believe the words of the Iron Shirt sect, but I still want to remind you that I have heard about Master Qing Shan's sect. There have been reports of remnants of the demon sect appearing in Yuhang town recently." Afterwards, she stood among everyone and began to incite, "The strange occurrences must have issues. I am also worried that the remnants of the demon sect will replace someone's identity and infiltrate the group." Suddenly, De Piaoliang raised his hand to deny it instead. No, that's not it. He definitely is not a member of the demon sect." When Xiao Shui saw her, he hurriedly called out, "Sister." Ah Wei was startled and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Oh, there's still an undercover character." At that moment, De Piaoliang explained to him, I met him 2 years ago. I can see the aura on each person, and the aura on him is exactly the same as it was 2 years ago." Upon hearing this, Ah Wei was once again taken aback. Aura? Can something like an aura even be seen? Suddenly, his expression became serious. The Piao Yang then emanated a dark energy. When Ah Wei saw this, he felt a panic inside. What is this? At that moment, he was truly confused by this power. Hong Tu, witnessing the power, was astonished and exclaimed, "It's the Celestial Maiden." Ah Wei was momentarily puzzled, his mind filled with question marks. Celestial Maiden? Is it the Celestial Maiden as I understand it? At this moment, he imagined a strong girl saying, "Let me handle this for you." Suddenly, Hong Tu urgently shouted, startling him, "Master, you personally ordered that we must find the Celestial Maiden. Even after getting lost, you have repeatedly instructed me to continue investigating this matter. Such an important matter, have you already forgotten?" His whole body immediately stiffened, his expression distorted. What kind of thing is this? He started to sweat profusely, but still forced a twisted smile and said with indignation, "Haha, the poison in my body is getting longer, I've forgotten so many important things." Inside, he cursed, "Damn it, such an important matter, can't the host's home write it down in a diary for me?" At that moment, Hong Tu's face darkened, radiating evil energy from behind, causing him to feel dispirited, his pupils filled with fear. However, she unexpectedly placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke in a cold voice, "Perhaps we need to verify a little." An image flashed in his mind of Hong Tu, furious, digging out her own heart with her bare hands, her face turning pale, thinking, "Oh no, is she really going to attack?" Suddenly, the unfortunate thing that happened was that his shirt was ripped in half. His smooth body, every muscle fragrant and defined, was exposed, shocking him once again. Hong Tu then furrowed her brow in thought, no red mole, yet. Then she suddenly displayed an envious look at Ah Wei, taking the opportunity to feel around and lament in her heart. The disguise of the master is so strict. Even the smallest details that only we know have no flaws. The master's new body is really clean. As for Ah Wei behind, she looked like an innocent girl being bullied, hugging her chest with tears welling up in her eyes. What happened? Suddenly, Hong Tu gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "It's all the fault of that damn 1,000-insect pavilion. Not only did it cause the master to lose all his power, but even his memories," she concluded in her heart. No wonder the master's temperament has changed. It turns out he lost his memories. Then suddenly, flowers bloomed around her again. Wait, if that's the case, did the master save me while he was amnesiac? My relationship with the master is mutual love. Hong Tu quickly blushed and twisted her body according to her fantasies. The Piao Yang nearby was still confused, worriedly thinking, according to what Lu Master said, his disciple was seriously injured by a child, and beside that child, there was a rich young master and a commoner. Oh no, she froze in shock as she reached this conclusion. In this case, that child looks just like my younger sister. Suddenly, at this moment, a hand was placed on her shoulder. It was Gong Zikong. His expression seemed calm at first glance. This is what made her panic. "It's over, I hurriedly helped Ah Wei escape punishment just now." The Piao Yang was trembling with fear, unable to speak. He leaned his disgusting face closer, then viciously asked, "Do you mean to say that you can testify for him?" It was over, he could no longer contain his anger. He grabbed the Piao Yang by the head, gritting his teeth, and said, "Regardless of whether he is a remnant of the demon sect or not, you're speaking up for another man in front of me. Have you forgotten your own identity? It seems I have spoiled you too much." The master, who had always cherished the beauty, had not touched her for the past 2 years. She was in pain and hurriedly begged, I am sorry." But the expression on Gong Zi Kang's face grew more twisted, warning, "It seems I need to teach you a lesson." At this moment, the Piao Yang was still trembling in fear, tears streaming down her face. He continued, "Yes, this is the terrifying expression. Truly beautiful." Saying that, he squinted his filthy eyes. She hopelessly shut her eyes. Gong Zikang's hand moved down her neck as if he wanted to choke her. All she could do was weakly plead, Don't. He exuded a dark aura with the intention of teaching the Piao Yang a lesson, but at this moment, Ah Wei quickly shouted, this seemed very familiar, it was a skill from the demon sect. Then he silently calculated in his mind, this title of goddess sounded very powerful, even the host's home had to issue a command to search, there must be something special, something that needed to be saved. Thinking this, he pointed and ordered Hong Tu and Ju Er to seize the person. She quickly accepted the order and responded, yes, with a hidden heart shape in her words. Immediately, a powerful sword strike was unleashed, and the filthy hand on De Piaoyang was severed. Gong Zi Kong froze for 5 seconds when he suddenly lost his arm, and after feeling the pain, his eyes bulged and veins swelled. At this moment, Yu Mian revealed her eerie hand and shouted to remind the opponents. Hong Tu quickly pulled De Piaoyang towards herself. She held on to De Piaoyang to escape from those powerful attacks. After evading, Hong Tu threw her straight towards Ah Wei's group, causing an obstruction. De Piaoyang, thrown and unsteady, fell to the ground. Hong Tu quickly rushed back to deal with the crowd from the Spirit Sword sect. At this time, De Piaoyang was still unable to stand, and Xiao Shuai had rushed over to her, calling, sister. She reassured him, saying, I'm fine. Suddenly, De Piaoyang grabbed the hem of Ah Wei's shirt and worriedly reminded her, is that girl your friend? The 4 over there, she can't handle them. Meanwhile, Xia Yi stood by and suddenly exclaimed, so powerful. In the air, colorful streams of power were clashing against each other. Yi thought, father once said, these guys are no ordinary opponents. The image of Hong Tu fighting 3 opponents without any change in expression appeared. Even the group led by Yu Mian was struggling to resist. Yi continued to ponder, but this girl is handling 3 of them effortlessly and even severely injuring one of them. Damn, no wonder father said that if something happens, I should not take action myself. In a situation like this, my involvement would only cause more trouble. Thinking this, Yi couldn't help but feel confident about herself. At that moment, Yu Mian suddenly broke into a sinister smile and said, a good opportunity. Then she delivered a strike, and Hong Tu landed forcefully on the ground. Her face veil was cut off, leaving a bright wound on her face, and demon energy began to radiate from her body. Hong Tu's expression was somewhat anxious, she frowned and looked ahead. Xia Yi exclaimed in shock, this appearance, remnants of the demon sect, Hong Tuesday. Meng Tianshu was equally taken aback. What? Zhang Yi frowned again, her eyes narrowing as she turned to look at Ah Wei, thinking. So this guy is also. At that moment, a few people appeared very calm. Ah Wei stood there with his hands on his hips, eyes closed, looking relaxed, but inside he was panicking. Deep down, he was sweating profusely and his face was distorted as he exclaimed, divine weapon 100% concealed, don't let it be recognized. Yi also wanted clarification, so she spoke up, Ah Wei, you and this person. At this moment, Lu Ren-yi snorted coldly, smirking as the situation turned in his favor. Then he smugly said, people of the Iron Shirt sect, are you just standing there watching the show? The remnants of the demon sect have appeared, this is no longer about sect battles in the martial world. Done, he expressed anger and pointed at the 2 people. Wei shouted, why aren't you catching these 2? Are you from the Iron Shirt sect secretly colluding with the demon sect? Xia Yi quickly retorted, damn it, our Iron Shirt sect stands firm and unafraid, how are we related to the remnants of the demon sect? Then she silently thought to herself, moreover, I want to catch them, but I can't. I just arrived at the 3 major sects this morning, why choose today? Ah Wei tried to maintain his composure and smiled friendly, haha, hold steady, don't panic. But a moment later, his attitude began to change, one of his eyes turned red as he coldly asked, who are you saying is from the demon sect? The mature handbook of the counterfaction absolutely does not admit to being a counterfaction. Then he turned to address those who were suspicious. Who is from the demon sect? It's obvious. Miss Xia, don't you see the demon energy on their bodies? Xia Yi still asked innocently. What demon energy? Suddenly, at this moment, Hong Tu called out, Master, although I don't know what demon energy you are referring to, you once said. The skill of a person is not a trivial matter. If it is not a trivial matter, then ordinary people surely cannot see this demon energy. These words affected Ah Wei, who is not a truly ordinary person, but a crossover reincarnator. She turned to Gong Zikong and said cautiously, although that person carries the aura of the demon sect, I have no impression of him. He is not a member of the demon sect, he must have secretly learned skills from the master and ended up drawing a tiger that turned into a dog. At that moment, a fearful disciple brought medicine close to him. Master, master. The man, in pain and anger, cursed, damn it, how dare you chop off my hand. After a while of speaking without receiving a response from Ah Wei, Hong Tu called out again, Master. After a while of struggling with his mind, Ah Wei finally put on a distorted expression and exclaimed, Ha, emotions, can only I and the readers see this? I thought everyone could see it. Moreover, isn't the special effect of the Rolai Divine Palm supposed to be visible? Could it be that the Rolai Divine Palm is a trivial item? Is there something wrong? To ordinary people, isn't a fight in the demon sect like the scenes in Xianxia films with effects turned off? The image was so awkward. At this moment, his eyes were spinning as if he was about to ascend to heaven. I was already strong enough, and now you're giving me the special effect of the golden finger that can see the stars. Hong Tu tried to reassure. Master, calm down, but how could he stay calm? Ah Wei held his head and screamed inside. This is the moment I've been preparing for over 2 chapters, why does something always go wrong? In the original plan, those guys over there weren't even in the wanted poster. I was planning to turn around and expose the remnants of the demon sect, set up a good character to eliminate the remnants of the demon sect and then take the opportunity for Ju Air to make an appearance. Unexpectedly, the plan was exposed, not only was Ju Air's identity revealed first, but even I was suspected. What should I do this time? There are so many people here, can Ju Air handle it? So embarrassing. The people from the 1,000 Insect Pavilion are here, what should I do about my poison this time? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and came up with an idea. That's right. Then, his expression sparkled as he looked toward the Piaoyang as if he had seen a star of hope. She can definitely see. But the Piaoyang also looked as confused as everyone else, glancing at him with a questioning expression. This expression clearly indicated that she did not see. Ah Wei's face became increasingly blank, never feeling so helpless before. Yet, he raised his hand to wipe away the 2 streams of tears flowing down his face as he cried for himself. Alright, this is Ah Wei's luck. Although I can't use the skill, the original body's strength will allow a full retreat without issue, taking Xiao Shuai and this beautiful lady with me. Finding a place to start over isn't out of the question. At this moment, a forgotten person, Qian Wujin, looked at his rich expression with confusion. After nearly admitting, he raised his hand calmly and said, I'm not acting anymore. In his heart, he made a decision, at this point, I'll just reveal my hand. But before he could say anything, a scream rang out. Oh my gosh, it really is the demon sect. Ah Wei angrily turned around and yelled, what are you screaming about? Can't you wait until I'm finished introducing myself? But at this moment, Meng Tianshu, in panic, pointed behind him and reminded, Ah Wei, look behind you. At this moment, Gong Zikong could no longer restrain his anger and unleashed a dense stream of demon energy. His body and face became distorted, twisted within that powerful demon energy, as he gritted his teeth and yelled, damn it, die, you damn thing. You dared to chop off one of my hands. At this point, he could no longer hide his feelings. His eyes were pitch black, and he opened his mouth wide to scream. The demon energy surged forth like a torrent. I want to kill you all. Ah Wei momentarily fell into silence, his brain freezing for a few seconds. Once his mind thawed, his eyes lit up, and he felt a joyful cheer in his heart. Reversal of fortunes, everyone, if you can't see the special effect, fine, but can't you see the mutated eyes and ears? Take back the remark about warning your own family. As for Lu Renyi, seeing his foolish teammate exposing himself, he gritted his teeth in anger and cursed internally. It's over, this idiot Gong Zi Kong. With that thought, he resolutely unleashed his technique to attack the demonized Gong Zi Kong. Instantly, the sharp energy pierced through the body of his foolish teammate. The space was now drenched in blood red. The people outside were panicking and running in a frenzy. Run quickly, it's really the people of Demon Sect, don't push me, don't shove. Where is my child? Child? At this moment, Hong Tu asked, Master, what should we do now? The Master of Spirit Sword Sect has always claimed to be a righteous faction. For the sake of reputation, he will definitely find a way to kill that useless person to prove his integrity. Ah Wei put on a sinister and scheming smile and replied, haha, judging by his reaction, he doesn't seem like someone who is unaware of the situation. Letting him kill that person, wouldn't that mean I lose my chance to make a move? Then he made a decision, Ju Er remember, from now on we will eliminate the remnants of the demon sect, the good people will act on behalf of heaven. His expression turned fiercely. Switching scenes to Xia Fu, at this time he was in midair with Zui Hua Heavenly Lord. Zui Hua Heavenly Lord, still holding the familiar wine jug, sighed, I didn't expect the Heavenly Lord to meet my Wei brother at the examination. It truly is a case of talent falling into the eyes of the wise, what a coincidence. He had been drinking, his cheeks flushed. I didn't expect such a coincidence. I was thinking that after the competition ends, I wouldn't know where to find that little guy. You say that little guy has opened an inn and wants to do it himself? I told you, no wonder he is unwilling to join our Wu Ding sect. Xia Fu, while stroking his beard, happily replied, I see what you mean, Wei brother. He must be afraid that joining the big sects would limit his actions. Establishing his own faction without restrictions and opening an inn isn't a bad idea. However, Zui Hua Heavenly Lord couldn't let go of his plan to deceive and said, that's very good, but a little guy of such talent is bound to attract attention. It's only been a short time, and he's already offended someone from the Spirit Sword Sect. In the martial world, having a solid backing is more important. Xia Fu also remained cautious, fearing that the Zhen Ren would be deceived, and responded, given Wei brother's extraordinary character, he probably doesn't like relying on others and being restricted rather than encountering trouble. I feel that if he is strong enough, he can be his own backing. Zui Hua Heavenly Lord temporarily conceded and said, let's not talk about this, anyway, I came just to find that little guy. Is this the tourist attraction of little guy? Xia Fu calmly replied, his expression somewhat proud. It seems that the Spirit Sword Sect has lured many people here, but when he looked at the large explosive scene from a distance, his eyes seemed to bulge out. At this moment, Hong Tu, the number one remnant of the demon sect, was fighting with a woman named Yu Mian, whom he did not recognize. They were battling fiercely, dense aura radiating from them. The second group consisted of the master of the Spirit Sword Sect, Lu Renyi, who was fighting Gong Zi Kong, resembling a remnant of the demon sect and looking somewhat familiar to him. The third group featured a monk who was fighting, alongside the disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect, chanting, Amitabha Buddha, good, good. At this moment, Xia Fu truly looked as if his soul was about to leave his body, his face filled with horror exclaimed, oh my, what is happening? While he was in a daze at the chaos below, a shout rang out, what are you doing? These people are all civilians. It was Xia Yi, who was fighting with the other disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect, shouting, attacking civilians, what do you Spirit Sword Sect intend to do? The disciple twisted his face and mumbled, capture all of them. You lead the command of the master. At that moment, another person took the opportunity while Yi was busy to jump up and attempt a sneak attack. But at that time, a huge explosion erupted. All the disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect were thrown outside. It was Xia Fu. He furiously unleashed his power in a mighty way. Xia Yi joyfully exclaimed upon seeing her father, Dad. Meng Tianshu then reminded, the condition of these people is unstable, they look like. Wei continued, like they've been hit with a poison, right? Their consciousness is still there but they won't listen to control, their steps are ghostly and they possess great strength, with faces pale, green, and purple like corpses that walk. In fact, this is the state after being affected by a soul captivator. An image of a spirit sword sect disciple, with a twisted and peculiar expression, appeared. Meng Tianshu, hearing what he said, exclaimed in panic, "What? Soul captivator?" Ah Wei calmly explained. Ziwei Supreme is the greatest under heaven, having tried countless cultivation methods, the soul captivator is merely the waste produced from his experiments. As long as we capture the envoy, these people will return to normal. Meng Tianshu finally broke into a cold sweat and asked, "Why are you so clear?" He mischievously winked and teased her, she guessed. In his heart, he thought, "I am so clear because I have seen the original." At this moment, Zuehua Heavenly Lord also landed on the ground and exclaimed, "What a good young man, really, just fighting but full of spirit, very good, that little guy's cousin is also there, skill not bad." Xia Fu was startled and blurted out, "Cousin? Of whom?" "Ah Wei brother." The image of everyone turned towards Hong Tu, he asked, "That little girl with white hair, do you know her?" Xia Fu then had a blank expression, muttering, "White hair, little girl." After realizing it, he was once again in shock, his face distorted as he thought to himself. Isn't that the confidant of Ziwei Supreme? Suddenly, at this moment, Zuehua Heavenly Lord poured all the wine into his mouth, then crushed the wine jar and shouted, "Ha, so good." Immediately, his arm bulged with strength. The whole body of Zuehua Heavenly Lord emanated a powerful pressure, his eyes brightened, indicating he was ready to enter battle mode. He exclaimed with great vigor, "Now it's my turn to make a move." His foot stomped on the ground, causing it to crack. Then, Zuehua Heavenly Lord ran a few steps towards the two fighters, Lu Ren-yi and Gong Zi Kong, who were clashing with each other. Ah Wei, seeing this, felt pleased and thought, "The people of Wu Ding's sect have also come, heaven is still kind to me. This rare scene, I won't allow anyone to take away my honor. Whether it can be washed clean depends on this time." His eyes narrowed, after which he called out to Xiao Shuai. "Xiao Shuai, over here." Zuehua Heavenly Lord, filled with battle spirit, threw a punch and dealt with Gong Zi Kong. "Eat a punch from me." Lu Ren-yi also had his share, receiving a loving slap from Zuehua Heavenly Lord that made blood spurt from his mouth. "You also eat a punch from me." While Lu Ren-yi was still dazed, bending over and spitting blood, once he regained his senses, he held one side of his face and questioned himself in disbelief. "Why did I also take a hit? Damn it, my grandmother has never slapped me, regardless of whether he is a commoner or not, my face is ruined. I might as well silence everyone." But as he thought this, he suddenly became serious. I can't lift it up." "Why?" "Not only can't I lift it, but my internal energy seems to have been drained." He placed his hand on his chest, examined it, and exclaimed in shock. At that moment, a stream of golden aura rose around him. It was the power of Xiao Shuai being manifested, looking incredibly powerful. After finishing the manifestation, he opened his eyes, and the innocent gaze he usually had was replaced by a serious and cold look. "Let me tell you a bit about the life of De Piaoyang. Everyone pay attention, this girl's name is De Piaoyang." At this moment, she had just come home from somewhere and happily called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." De Piaoyang is just like her name, she appears very beautiful, clearly a level above the typical female lead, but everyone knows that the female lead usually faces many calamities. At this time, she noticed the whispers from those around her. "Oh, how pitiful, what will happen to these two children in the future?" "It's okay, I'm sure the Zhao old man will take care of them, it's been many years already." As De Piaoyang entered the house, two vile people glanced at her with dirty looks, scrutinizing her. "Sect Master, this is my treasured daughter. Isn't she beautiful?" The man sitting there wore a sly smile. "Truly a stunning beauty." De Piaoyang was extremely scared and nervously asked, "Zhao uncle, where is my mother?" The scene shifts to some time later, where De Piaoyang was standing next to that sect master, named Gong Zi Kong. A little maid approached and knelt down to carefully offer him tea. "Sir, the sect master invites you to drink tea." The man then lifted the teacup. After he opened the lid, he coldly asked, "The tea seems bland today. Is it new?" Upon hearing this, the girl turned pale with fear and replied, "I, a common girl, have never learned to brew tea. I hope the sect master will forgive me." Gong Zi Kong then stood up, pretending to be a gentleman and reassured, "I did not mean to blame you. There is no need to be afraid." But in the next moment, he showed a strange expression, leaned closer, pinched the girl's face, and exclaimed, "Let me take a look." What appeared next was a dry, skinny hand, sharp as if drained, along with the girl's long hair. Just one glance made it clear what had just happened. At that time, the Piaoyang was still carrying the tray of food when she froze as the man spoke up and called out, "Beauty, why are you just standing there?" He then opened his chest and spread his arms, inviting, "Come here and change clothes for me." The Piaoyang carefully dressed him and asked, "Sect master, that girl?" Gong Zi Kong replied nonchalantly, "Just a toy, with only a bit of usefulness. Do you care about her that much? If you care so much, why don't you go take a look?" The beauty is indeed, as Zhao shopkeeper said, not only beautiful but also very gentle. Given permission, the Piaoyang boldly approached to take a look, but when she saw the scene before her, she was so terrified that she stepped back. Gong Zi Kong stepped out from behind her like a ghost and asked, "Why has the beauty stopped talking?" The girl from earlier looked haggard as if she had been drained, raising her hand in a plea, "Help me." Then that dry arm fell down. The Piaoyang was horrified and, as she stepped back, leaned against Gong Zi Kong. She fearfully and weakly called out, "Sect master." He then wrapped his arms around her and smiled wickedly. "Don't be afraid, special beauty, I won't treat you like that. That's right, from now on, call me master, understand?" The Piaoyang's face turned pale, but he still had to obediently respond, I understand now, master." At this moment, he revealed a scheming smile, plotting in his heart. This stunning woman with a special physique is a waste to use just once. It's better to take good care of her and wait until I break through before using her. Over time, I will also become a figure who can summon rain and command wind, and the Qingshan sect will become the #1 sect in the world. The expression on Gong Zi Kang's face was filled with greed. Returning to the present, the 3 leaders of the Spirit Sword sect have been captured and are kneeling on the ground. At this moment, Gong Zi Kong lost control and screamed wildly, "Damn it, I am the master of the Qingshan sect, daring to lay hands on me, I will make you pay." But Ah Wei, upon hearing this, simply found it irritating and calmly said, "Oh, so you're really good. Ju make him shut up." Hong Tu quickly responded, obeying the order. Immediately, a streak of blood splattered, leaving him frozen in shock for 5 seconds. Ah Wei almost collapsed and shouted, "Ju actually I didn't mean to kill him." Hong Tu, with blood all over his face, turned back innocently and replied, "Huh. The one who said this before actually wanted to silence me. Ju has misunderstood." But it was already too late, the soul of that Gong Zi Kong had long escaped from his body. At that moment, Lu Ren-yi was trying to justify himself. "By heaven and earth, I, this master, know nothing about this matter. If I had known he was a remnant of the demon sect, even if he killed me, I wouldn't associate with him." Yu Mian turned and yelled, "Do you really think your words are credible? You too have caused a disaster." He retorted, "How was I supposed to know it would turn out like this? Aren't you the smart one? Think of a way." Yu Mian, both angry and worried, replied, "I have no more internal energy, what can I do? If you were sensible, you would be a talented person. I don't know your relationship with the demon sect." Meanwhile, Ah Wei was happily asking, "Xia old man, the demon arts have swallowed all the cure, dying early means liberation, you all can understand this, right?" In his heart, he thought that the first time seeing blood was to clean up the sect, and that being the leader of the demon sect was not easy. What was Xia Yi about to say? "You." Xia Fu immediately replied. "Understand, you must understand. Ah Wei brother, go rest. We'll handle the rest." At that moment, Ah Wei appeared calm, but he was calculating in his heart. Ju Er personally helped them deal with a leftover demon sect issue. Next, I just need to lure them a bit more. Then he opened his mouth. Actually, Ju Er. Suddenly he became foolish. Can I go now? He couldn't help but think in shock. He didn't ask me. Does he think the heart of someone in the Iron Shirt sect is that big? Xia Yi at this moment clung to his hand, dissatisfied. Father, why are you stopping me? Ah Wei brother understands the demon sect matters so well, I need to ask him clearly, what if he and the demon sect? Xia Fu turned back to gently explain, you still need to train your impulsive personality. Do you suspect Ah Wei brother has relations with the demon sect? Replied indifferently. If not, then why? Hong Tu is next to him. He then continued explaining, no. That's exactly why we mustn't be impulsive. Think about it, if Ah Wei brother really has ties to the demon sect, why is it so blatantly obvious that Hong Tu is at Ah Wei's side? Hong Tu is the left arm of Ziwei Supreme. Now he is next to Ah Wei brother, even listening to him. Xia Fu seemed to have concluded, with Ah Wei brother's strength, he must have used some method to control her. His understanding of the demon sect is such that the intelligence must have come from Hong Tu's mouth. He excitedly stroked his beard and said, at this moment, we must remain silent and observe, not to cause any more trouble for Ah Wei brother. When the time comes, Ah Wei brother will tell us. After listening, also agreed by clapping her hands, that makes sense. Then she asked further, by the way, Father, earlier Ah Wei brother mentioned the term demon energy, do you know what that is? Xia Fu's expression turned puzzled upon hearing those two words, and he turned to ask, demon energy, what is that? Suddenly, Zui Hua Heavenly Lord spoke up from behind, forget about demon energy, Supreme, demon sect, I'm not interested in that. Let's talk about something else. Then he seemed to take an interest in another matter and cheekily remarked, it seems this little guy is simpler than I thought. The 9-section heart guard array of yours breaking through must be to obtain something good from him, right? Xia Fu, with a face of disgust, waved his hand dismissively. Go away, go away. Didn't you feel very close to Ah Wei brother? Go ask him yourself. The treasures that Ah Wei brother gave me are precious, don't drool over them. Zui Hua Heavenly Lord, seeing that his trick had no effect, pouted and said, really stingy. Then I'll find him and ask myself. After that, he spoke up, I think that the technique that kid used just now is much more powerful than that woman's soul-devouring secret technique. There might even be something more formidable. Meng Tianshu, who was standing beside him, hurriedly asked, Senior, did you just mention the soul-devouring secret technique? Suddenly, a stunning cry came from inside the house. Xiao Shuai is a girl. At that moment, Xiao Shuai had taken off the gender-sealing hat and was wearing a cute dress, letting her hair down, looking incredibly adorable. Ah Wei still couldn't believe it and shouted, this is the same person. Are you kidding me? Give me back my Xiao Shuai. The two sisters, De Piao Liang, could only stare in astonishment at his reaction. At this moment, Xiao Shuai pointed at herself and said, Sister, earlier master fell down the cliff and lost his memory. Let me change my clothes, this outfit is not suitable for training. De Piao Liang replied, So that's how it is. Then she, with a heartbroken expression, exclaimed, falling into the abyss must be very painful. As for Ah Wei, when he saw her stunning beauty, his nose started bleeding, and he quickly turned away while screaming internally. Oh my, it's a beauty assault. Then he acted like he had heard everything that the other person had encountered, rubbing his nose and speaking up, just a little fall. In his heart, he thought, such a tragic background, the poor beauty encountering something so serious that she appeared in a comedy plot, she must definitely be a character in the main female lead group. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, wait, there's a bug, the host's home is always searching for celestial maidens, so this alternate account of his is next to a celestial maiden, could it be that he didn't realize it? In his mind, Wei imagined 3 girls, could it be that one person is not enough, must he focus on a tricolor battle team? It couldn't be. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Meng Tianshu appeared with some kind of bowl and said, Ah Wei, so you were here, I searched for you for half a day earlier. Then she began to announce. Through the search, the Qing Shan sect and Tianjin sect were indeed colluding with the demon sect, secretly practicing the skills of the demon sect. Lu Ren-yi was taken back to the three major sects by Zue Hua Heavenly Lord for the members of the three major sects to discuss how to handle the situation. Yu Mian was unaware of this, locked up in the Iron Shirt sect, waiting for the decision to be made. Then she sighed and said, "This time Yuan has become famous, everyone is talking about it." After reporting, Meng Tianshu brought a bowl of soup to De Piaoyang and said, "And you, drink this bowl of soup." De Piaoyang, curious, asked, "What's this?" Meng Tianshu raised a hand and rubbed her aching forehead, explaining, "Xia Baba found a gu insect in Gong Zi Kang's room. The gu insect is nourished by blood and can combine with a host, having the effect of yin supplementing yang. Although the mother has died and the offspring is no longer effective, it's still better to make it." Ah Wei beside her questioned, "You in the 1,000 insect pavilion are so random, who can take your gu insect? Drinking one mouthful of soup can bring it out. Is it really that simple?" Meanwhile, he thought, the guy from the Qing Shan sect is both practicing dark arts and playing with insects, how can he be more dedicated than I am? Meng Tianshu turned away, crossing his arms in frustration and replied, "Why are you asking me? It must be the mistress's doing. She cares about the benefits and not the consequences." Meanwhile, Ah Wei was tasting the bowl of medicinal soup. After taking a sip, he felt like spitting out his tongue because it was too terrible. Meng Tianshu turned to remind him, "Are you doubting my professionalism? Quickly drink the soup, if you don't, I'll take it away." Ah Wei didn't say much, decisively opened his mouth, and downed the entire bowl of soup in one go, shocking Meng Tianshu. After drinking, he wiped his mouth and broke into a sinister smile. He. Immediately, a surge of power erupted. With a satisfied expression, Ah Wei exclaimed, "The gu insect suppresses my strength. I invoke the name of Ah Wei, the number one in the martial world, to unblock the seal." But afterward, nothing changed, leaving him in a state of disappointment. He paused, his face blank with astonishment. The power didn't return. While Ah Wei was in despair, almost losing his mind, Meng Tianshu grabbed the bowl and scolded, "Ah Wei, are you sick? I told her to drink, not you. In your body, there is no neck, why are you drinking this?" Ah Wei finally reacted, scratching his face, looking like a fool, and asked why there was no reaction after drinking. Meng Tianshu became even angrier and shouted, "What reaction are you hoping for?" She had to close her eyes in helplessness. "Forget it, you've already drunk it, I'll check for you." But deep down, she was calculating, this rare opportunity was brought to him on a silver platter. At that moment, she raised her hand, creating spiritual energy in front of Ah Wei's chest to check. He looked down curiously and exclaimed, "Wow, so there's another project like this? I shouldn't be afraid. If I have a larvae in my body, that would be really disgusting." But then he smiled, feeling satisfied deep inside. Finally, this damn gu insect has finally been removed. As long as I recover my strength, I no longer need to develop in secrecy, I can take direct action and scare everyone to death, announcing my place as the number one in the martial world. Suddenly, Meng Tianshu calmly announced, "I told you, there is no gu insect in your body, you are very healthy." Upon hearing this, Ah Wei's face turned pale again. Then, he pouted his lips as if he were about to die and shouted, "No, how could this be?" Seeing that strange reaction, she finally asked, "What does this disappointed expression mean?" At that moment, Xiao Shuai brought over another bowl and obediently said, "Sister Holy Girl, I've scooped another bowl for you." Meng Tianshu happily replied, "Thank you." Then she turned and frowned, saying, "Your taste is really strange, like you're hoping your body has gu insects." Ah Wei, at this point, seemed to have turned to stone, but Meng Tianshu frowned and thought, but even though there might not be any gu insects in his body right now, her gaze caught the small spider on his shoulder, and she exclaimed, "Now there is." A moment later, Ah Wei, still looking faded, with a distorted expression, returned to his room, collapsed on the bed, and wondered, why is this happening? Hong Tu sat beside him, encouraging, "Master, keep it up, a master as impressive as you can't be defeated by such a trivial matter. But his face still looked gaunt, like a corpse, as he turned to despair. What should I do to try harder? The holy girl from the 1,000 insect pavilion said there are no goo insects in my body. Inside, he questioned himself. So why can't we use the skill? Could it be that there are no goo insects at all? Is there a misunderstanding here that I don't understand? Hong Tu at this moment proudly praised him, making him more confident. Master, your strength is so strong that nothing can limit you, so it must not be an ordinary thing. That holy girl couldn't see it, it only proves that this goo insect is not simple. After hearing that, he also became confident and sat up, beaming and said, "Oh my, you make a good point." Then, Wei rubbed his chin, smiling cunningly, "The holy girl is not enough, it seems I need to think of a way to approach the master of the 1,000 insect pavilion." He reminded himself, even the holy girl cannot see the goo insect, it must be very impressive. No wonder she is the #1 person in the world, even the poison is the best in the world. On the other side, Meng Tianshu was sitting in her room, speaking through a device that looked like a projector. What are the two of them talking about? Although casually monitoring him isn't good, it's all for the sake of carrying out the orders of the master. Through that projector, she saw them happily chatting and laughing together. The disgusting multi-eyed spider goo insect. Meng Tianshu furrowed her brow in thought. Based on what Zuehua Heavenly Lord said, it was Meng Tianwu who attacked Ah Wei first. After that, with Ah Wei not struggling, the soul-devouring technique was swallowed. Then she confidently said, Meng Tianwu might have been injured, that's really impressive. Furthermore, how did he manage to control the remnants of the demon sect? What methods did he ultimately use? The image of Ah Wei standing alone appeared on the projector. Meng Tianshu exclaimed in surprise, where did that white-haired girl go? And what is he doing? At that moment, he was sitting there preparing to pull out an item. On Ah Wei's side, he took out a large piece that resembled a token and smiled to himself, that's right, a person in the martial world must have their own token. He also held a small carving knife in his hand. He carved some rough lines. From now on, this will be the token belonging to me, Ah Wei. This token looks awful. Shortly after, Hong Tu walked in and said, Master, I'm back. Seeing him busy carving something, she curiously asked, is this the demon sect command? Ah Wei held the token up for her and replied, the demon sect command that was used before is now no longer usable. At this moment, I have made some modifications. You remember it like this now, later outside it will be called the Holy Fire AY Order. Hong Tu received it and replied, understood. Then she pondered over the item for a long time, suddenly rubbing it against her face, expressing her admiration and thinking, meticulous thought. No wonder it's the master, and this character, Y, not only represents the master's title but also means the supreme greatness. In a roundabout way, she said, the master is indeed smarter than others. After that, she spoke up, that's right, master, the item you wanted me to bring is here. Her hand still tightly held the beautiful token, reluctant to let go. Hong Tu spilled out a pile of scrolls and asked, is this enough? Ah Wei picked up a scroll and replied, it's enough. Then he took a pen and began to draw on that scroll, saying, now that the piece in is so well known, we have to incorporate skill promotion into the schedule and do a few trials first. Ju you need to learn too. Hong Tu replied, I obey. At this point, his drawing speed increased, and he mischievously licked his lips, saying, in this world, everyone has this special effect. What is the point of practicing skills that others can't see the special effects? It seems that my own things are still easier to use. Not only are they powerful, but they also look very cool. After a while, his expression became more terrifying as he used social hand speed to move continuously. He. Host's home, I know your skills are cool, but the special effects are the true romance of a man. I won't use those things for now. Meng Tianshu on this side was monitoring and, seeing his hand speed, was extremely curious. He's moving so fast, what is he doing? Suddenly, a spider was crawling up Ah Wei's hand, it turned out that the thing Meng Tianshu used to observe him was the spider. She curiously looked down and said, "Let me see." After seeing the drawing inside, she exclaimed in shock, "I completely don't understand what this is." On the scroll were images of anime bodies performing flexing poses. Over here, Meng Tianshu was very puzzled and wondered, what is this? Could it be some kind of skill? A skill that only men without pants can practice. Suddenly, everything in front of her turned into a burst of red confusion. Meng Tianshu looked at the pile in his hand, panicked, he had been discovered. A hand was tightly squeezing the red aura on Ah Wei's shoulder. He looked up and asked, "Ju what's wrong?" Hong Tu smiled, threw it away, and replied, "I see the master is working hard, so I'm giving a shoulder massage in his place." He could only widen his eyes in surprise. But she actually massaged his shoulder and said, "Master, the mistress of the 1,000 insect pavilion acts strangely, difficult to fathom. There is very little intelligence about her. If you want to contact the mistress of the 1,000 insect pavilion, then tomorrow Ju will go for a day. I will think of a way to probe first, to facilitate your future actions, master." Ah Wei was very satisfied and replied, "Ju is still the best." He silently thanked the heavens for having such a trustworthy subordinate, grateful for the gifts from the host's home. At this moment, Hong Tu reminded him, "While Ju is not here, please be careful in your actions, master." He confidently replied, "Don't worry, what strength does a mere master have? Do you think I could be kidnapped at my own home?" At this time, a round, snow-white cat appeared outside. The scene shifts to the next day. A hurried footstep suddenly appeared. Qian Wujin hurriedly grabbed Xiao Shuai and ran over, shouting loudly, "Report to the authorities, I want to report to the authorities." Xia Fu, upon hearing this, was startled, banging the table and standing up. "What? Brother Ah Wei is missing. That remnant of the demon sect is missing too." While he was feeling lost, Xia Yi voiced a conjecture, could it be that he is afraid of being punished and has fled? Xia Fu then helplessly slumped back down, rubbing his forehead, and then reminded, "This happened suddenly, we can't jump to conclusions." He regained his composure and asked Qian Wujin, "When did brother Ah Wei go missing? Perhaps he just stepped out for a bit." Qian Wujin, with a blank expression, responded, "It was just discovered, I came to report immediately." The Piaoyang also arrived and added, "At noon, I had lunch with Ah Wei, and he didn't mention anything about going out. He even asked me if I wanted to train together after lunch. By the way, we found this in his room." Saying that, she took out a scroll of paper along with a piece of cloth that contained the spider from yesterday. Xia Fu looked down at the items and began analyzing, a spider, and an incomplete skill. "I can't help but admire the incredible drawing skills of brother Ah Wei, but the character's outfit is somewhat lacking." At that moment, Meng Tianshu picked up the spider and claimed it. "That spider is mine, I was monitoring him, but he quickly noticed me." Qian Wujin, hearing this, shouted in displeasure, "You dared to monitor my master." Not paying attention, she continued, "As for his direction, I surely know where he is headed." The scene then shifted to another space, a dark area with an iron door. Ah Wei was lying inside, his eyes covered by a piece of cloth. After a while, he suddenly panicked, sitting up, which caused the cloth to slide down. Ah Wei looked around, and seeing everything empty, he exclaimed in shock, "God, where is this?" Suddenly, a voice echoed, he's awake, hurry up and inform the matriarch." It turned out to be two cats, one red and one white, dressed as maids. The pink cat said, "Although a bit fleshy, it's very tender." The white cat added, "It's the kind I like, it's beautiful, although it's indeed not bad." Ah Wei looked perplexed, caught in a moment of existential doubt. After realizing the truth, he seemed to be lost in thought and exclaimed, "Oh my, the legendary beast woman, have I really crossed over?" At that moment, a voice came from outside the cell, "Holy Girl Lord, are you not going to meet the matriarch first?" Meng Tianshu replied, "I'll go later." The girl walking ahead announced, "Holy Girl Lord, if you don't meet the matriarch, she will be angry. Moreover, is a criminal worthy of your personal visit? Meng Tianshu did not listen fully and quickly interrupted, I will bear my responsibility later and personally apologize to the matriarch. Seeing that Meng Tianshu was tense, the girl forced a friendly smile and responded, I understand, but I'm only looking out for you. However, she secretly despised her and thought, just a holy girl with a name, what a pretense. Meanwhile, in the cell, Ah Wei was sleeping soundly, drooling and snoring, until he startled awake. He then sat up and wondered, where am I? While thinking, I remember seeing the beast woman, have I really crossed over? Suddenly, his gaze became astonished as he looked outside. It turned out to be the two people, Meng Tianshu and the girl from earlier. At that moment, he exclaimed in surprise, Holy Girl Lord. Ah Wei scratched his head and asked in confusion, what's going on now? Meng Tianshu turned to the girl accompanying him and said, you go outside first, I have something to discuss with him privately. She reminded him, be careful, if he runs away, no one will take the blame for it. After she left, Meng Tianshu spoke to Ah Wei, this place is the 1,000 Insect Pavilion prison, where criminals are held. He was startled and asked in confusion, the 1,000 Insect Pavilion prison? Why am I here? Then he panicked as he recalled something. Have I been kidnapped? This is such a cliché situation. Besides, how did I end up here? I don't have any memory of it. This is so bewildering. He called out again, Holy Girl Lord. In his mind, he concluded, yesterday, Ju Er said she wanted to go into the 1,000 Insect Pavilion. Could it be that she has been exposed? Suddenly, Meng Tianshu raised his hand, casting a spell that affected Ah Wei. Ah Wei felt a force tighten around his neck, causing him to cough up blood in pain. A moment later, he gagged and vomited a disgusting goo insect. Seeing that, Ah Wei was startled and exclaimed, oh my, what is this? She then explained, this is a phantom worm. Those affected by the phantom worm will experience hallucinations, and forcibly removing it will be somewhat uncomfortable, but under the current conditions, this is the only way. After that, she continued to ask, did you meet someone from the 1,000 Insect Pavilion this morning? She thought to herself, not only did he get affected by the phantom worm, but he was also taken to the 1,000 Insect Pavilion. Is this an order from the matriarch? Why did the matriarch suddenly intervene? She probably hasn't heard about Ah Wei seriously injuring Meng Tianwu yet. He replied with an aggrieved expression, no, I just went out to eat. Meanwhile, he helplessly thought, heaven knows, and the devil doesn't know about being cursed. The people from the 1,000 Insect Pavilion are truly terrifying. Suddenly, the girl from before appeared, calling out, Holy Girl Lord. Her expression was unfriendly as she pointed outside, saying, the matriarch wants to see you, and she said you should go with her. In another scene, the matriarch was leisurely petting a cat and said, Tianshu, the first thing you should do after returning is not to come see me. Go play outside for a few days. It's true that things are becoming more and more chaotic. Her face clearly showed that she was unhappy. Ah Wei looked a bit bewildered, thinking to himself that this cat looked familiar. Upon realizing it, he panicked and pointed at the cat, shouting, oh my, it's this cat. It appeared by my window this morning, I even touched it. Then, he clenched his fists in anger, realizing that it had used him to lower his guard and took the opportunity to attack him. Cruel, too cruel. At this moment, Meng Tianshu turned to say that petting any cat would only harm him, but he responded, still infatuated, jokingly, who can refuse a cat? Is it okay for a person to pet it twice? At this point, Meng Tianshu became serious and turned to Wu Er, the mistress, and asked why she suddenly invited Ah Wei over. He had a close relationship with the people from the Iron Shirt sect, and Xia Baba was looking for him. She replied, I should be the one to ask you this. Have you forgotten what I warned you about before? Upon hearing this, Meng Tianshu felt a bit guilty. Of course, he hadn't forgotten. Suddenly, she exclaimed in panic, no, you're monitoring me. The mistress then laughed and said, you can monitor this guy, so why can't we monitor you? Upon hearing this, Ah Wei became angry once again, pointing at his own face and scolding, oh my, you even secretly monitor me. An insider, there is indeed an insider. Meng Tianshu hurriedly grabbed his hand to explain, listen to me explain. But at this time, Wu Er had begun to speak coldly. Little guy, you have a bit of ability, you can be our little holy girl who makes the divine soul go crazy, yet you don't even listen to my orders. The cat then jumped down. After that, she stood up and approached him, poking her finger at his chest and questioning him. I heard that you are very formidable. Then she lifted his chin, what a pity, injuring someone from our 1,000 insect pavilion, even if it's the heavenly king Lao Tzu, you will have to pay the price. Ah Wei remained calm, turning his face to the side, saying, just a reminder, although it seems intimidating, the person who said they wanted to take revenge for their apprentice is already in prison. Hearing this, Wu Er narrowed her eyes, looking displeased, and sighed. Daring to compare me with those fools, you've got some guts. After that, the conversation ended, her expression became serious, and she used her power to bind the two, making them panic. She turned away while thinking, how can there be so many troublesome things? Whether it's status or strength, just taking a look at the memories should solve it without the need to waste effort on investigations. Wu Er's expression was extremely cold and felt annoyed. At that moment, Ah Wei complained loudly, oh come on, aren't we going to ask a few more questions? Wu Er turned back to look at him, starting to calculate. If there is truly something special, this support must definitely be within the control of our 1,000 insect pavilion. If he has nothing special, we can directly take him away to refine him into a medicated person, which could also serve as revenge for Tian Wu. Her eyes became sharp and determined, unexpectedly smooth. Let me see what his secret is. But after opening her eyes and looking down at her hand, she saw that she was on a very steep slope, a big question mark appeared. At that moment, Wu Er was sitting on a roller coaster with modern people while delving into his memories. She couldn't help but exclaim in panic, what the heck? Wu Er's expression twisted and distorted as she experienced things completely different from the world she lived in. Wu Er, caught in the seatbelt, felt panicked, thinking, what is this? Seeing the person next to her cheering and excited made her even more terrified. She had never encountered decorations like this before. Where exactly was she? The roller coaster's gears began to move, and the initially slow sounds made her curious. What was happening? But after the roller coaster slid down and moved at a dizzying speed, Wu Er felt as if her soul was leaving her body. The screams echoed, her eyes rolled back in horror, and her cheeks were hollowed from sheer fright. This is torture. What kind of new experience is this? While she was pale and trembling, she heard those around her urging each other. It's so much fun, let's do it again. This truly made her question life. Fun? Does this have anything to do with fun? How interesting, let's try something else. Wu Er collapsed, glancing at the people behind her in fear. Suddenly, her body stood up on its own, and she was startled to realize. Oh no, I can only act according to them now. Wu Er's body moved stiffly along with the others. A little later, a swaying boat appeared in midair. Of course, Wu Er was up there. She desperately opened her mouth, ignoring the things churning inside her, throwing up both green and yellow bile, completely unable to breathe. Later, there was a Ferris wheel that connected friendships, the thrill intensifying as she sat suspended, facing outward. Wu Er helplessly let her soul drift in the wind, thinking, if I fall now, I will definitely die. Then came the sudden drop. At that moment, both Mother Wu Er and Child Wu Er seemed like they wanted to escape their bodies. Deep down, she screamed frantically. No, I can't take it anymore. Although this could easily lead to swallowed, if I don't run, I will die here. Thinking this, she shut her eyes tightly and clenched her teeth. Then, everything changed. Even though the night was dark, the city below was still brightly lit and bustling with people. Wu Er stood in the midst of the crowd, feeling lost. She confusedly asked herself, where is this place? Before her appeared the grotesque forms of demons and monsters, looking incredibly horrifying. Wu Er panicked and looked around, thinking, such strange clothing. Suddenly, something caught her attention, and she turned to look. On the brightly lit stage, there was a group of people dressed oddly speaking into a microphone. Tonight, guys, the Halloween night amusement park. Wu Er's face turned pale as she exclaimed, could this really be the mythological heaven? Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder, accompanied by a voice that made her heart skip a beat. Hello. Wu Er, terrified and sweating profusely, turned to look. In front of her appeared the bizarre faces of several demons holding a phone, asking if they could help them take a picture. At this point, Wu Er's endurance had reached its limit. She stood there in shock, unable to hold back any longer, and fainted, her soul officially leaving her body. Returning to the old world, Wu Er was now lying unconscious in the middle of the road. The girls nearby panicked and worriedly called out, "Mistress, mistress, mistress." One girl immediately helped her up and shouted loudly, "Someone come quick, the mistress has fainted." The unscrupulous girl from the cell earlier grabbed Ah Wei by the collar and shouted, "What have you done to our mistress?" He looked terrified and helpless, thinking to himself, not another person playing the victim, I really did nothing at all. Everything became chaotic because of Wu Er's fainting spell. Meng Tianshu witnessed this scene and frowned, thinking, the matriarch has fainted, how could this happen? On this side, Ah Wei was still being accused by that woman, and he was crying bitterly. I am wronged, elder sister. Meng Tianshu felt a bit worried, wondering to herself, what exactly did the matriarch see? She must want to experience the thrills of an amusement park. Later, Ah Wei was thrown back into the cell. He stood up, clinging to the iron bars and shouting. No, are you sick? Which of your eyes saw me attack your matriarch? Clearly, it was her who attacked me, can't you see? I didn't even move, but that unfriendly woman still shouted stubbornly, don't think we don't know. I heard that when Lady Tian Wu was seriously injured by you, you didn't make any movements. Who knows what deceitful tricks you used? If anything happens to the matriarch, I will definitely throw you into the deepest dungeon. Ah Wei was really uncomfortable and shouted back. What kind of logic is that? So if I can injure your matriarch, do you still hope that this flimsy railing can hold me? We still hope that she can help us solve the goo insect problem. We have harmed no one but her. We cannot be too harsh or too soft. Ah Wei panicked and turned to Meng Tianshu for help. Holy Girl Lord, I really didn't do anything wrong, please help me with a few words. You saw it too, you don't even know what happened. But Meng Tianshu just sat in a corner silently with a sad expression. Then she sighed and said, I'm afraid I can't help you. Why not? Aren't you the holy girl? Meng Tianshu explained, can't you see? I'm just a so-called holy girl, no one really respects me. The mistress only has the desire to control me, people basically don't listen to what I say. Out of options, he took out an item and asked, so this thing you gave me before, can it be used? She firmly replied, no, it can't be used, this is just a personal token of mine. Hearing this, Ah Wei was furious, so you were just putting on an act. Meng Tianshu didn't deny it and calmly admitted, yeah. At this moment, his face turned pale, screaming internally. So what should we do now? Later, he accepted it, surrendering to fate, lying down on the straw bed and bitterly smiling, thinking, forget it, it is what it is, I'll sleep first, maybe Ju Er will come to rescue me. Meng Tianshu could only express speechlessness as she looked at the incomprehensible man beside her. At this moment, Hong Tu was entrusted with great expectations. That unfriendly woman seemed busy worrying about her master and kept ordering, quick, go call the healer here, hurry and burn the calming incense. Believing that all of this was part of Ah Wei's plan, she appeared with a smile, blushing and lamenting, my master is stronger than before. Surely my master is worried about me and has come specially. Oh dear, you're overthinking it, sis. He really has been captured, it's not some trick. At this time, Hong Tu, who had witnessed the entire process, was still holding her rosy cheeks while pondering continuously. Even the master from before wouldn't dare stand face to face with the master of the 1,000 insect pavilion. But now, the master can not only stand face to face with her but also can effortlessly knock her opponent heavily injured. At this moment, suddenly there was a noise at the door. A moment later, a foot gently and carefully stepped inside. It was someone's bedroom. Hong Tu noticed the bed and realized it belonged to Wu Er. At this moment, she was lying with her eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. Hong Tu approached the bookshelf and glanced angrily at her, thinking, how dare she harm my beloved leader, I really want to directly kill this damn woman. After that, she cautiously searched for items. Never mind, since the master hasn't directly killed her, she must still have some value. This matter is related to the goo insect on the master, I can't act recklessly. After a while of searching, Hong Tu couldn't help but feel confused. At that time, there were only stories. She persisted in rummaging through things for a bit longer, but all she found were stories and more stories. By this point, she was sweating and questioned life, still only stories. Thus, unable to hold back, she turned to Wu Er's bed and unleashed her demon energy. Where is the secret of the 1,000 insect pavilion? Why is there not even a single thing related to the goo insect? Suddenly, a small wooden box caught Hong Tu's eye on the ground. She approached, picked up the box, full of curiosity. The wooden box is locked. Hong Tu carefully prepared to open it. In here, there must be something useful, right? Suddenly, a noise startled Hong Tu. Wu Er had started to regain consciousness and groaned, holding her head in discomfort. I'm so dizzy, I thought I was going to die. Then she gently sat up to clear her head. But how could she easily forget the images of roller coasters, shaking spaceships, and friendly Ferris wheels? Not to mention the Halloween festival along with 2 demon messengers suddenly appearing from behind. Finally, there was a group of corpses, hollow-eyed, staring as if they wanted to devour their prey. After recalling this, Wu Er's face turned pale, sweating in fear, she exclaimed, this guy is indeed not simple. Then, she held her head with both hands, screaming internally, using props and images as toys. Everywhere there are fairies, and that last thing that appeared, could it be the demon messenger crawling up from the underworld? Then Wu Er hurriedly tried to get out of bed and exclaimed, wait, it seems like I have seen similar content in a book. But looking at the bookshelf, she was astonished to see a book placed carelessly. Why does it look like it was moved? After looking more closely, she saw countless books in a mess, with no tidiness at all. However, she didn't think much of it and quickly pulled out a book while thinking, some people are getting more and more careless with their cleaning. While she was searching for a book to read, Hong Tu was hiding behind a bamboo wooden screen. Hong Tu sat there for a long time, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Eventually, her face lit up as she exclaimed, I can't believe they haven't noticed me. Wu Er didn't pay any attention. She was astonished after finding a book. When she turned to a page, she quietly exclaimed, I found it. At that moment, someone suddenly pushed the door open and entered. It was a girl bringing in medicine. Upon entering, she said, Mistress, you are awake. The herbalist said you were just overly startled and prescribed some calming medicine. Hearing this, Wu Er panicked and asked, where is that person now? The girl replied, who? The one who harmed you into a coma. After you fell unconscious, I locked them back in the prison. Wu Er continued to panic. What? Hurry and invite them out, and treat them properly. Then, she gritted her teeth and said again. No, wait, I'll personally go invite her. The scene shifts to the dark prison, the familiar iron bars appear. Meng Tianshu sat inside, gloomily saying, Ah Wei, you should think of a way to escape quickly. Ah Wei lay beside her, leisurely replying, I've already run away, isn't it your responsibility now? Besides, she knows where I am, running is useless. Meng Tianshu continued to advise, can't you move? Or find another place to live? Don't you know? The mistress has a strange temperament, she has always preferred to act rather than talk. Once she wakes up, she might really take you for the insects to eat. Ah Wei calmly asked, is she really that cruel? He thought to himself, but based on my strength, between the insects and me, it's still uncertain who would die first. Suddenly, a voice called out, startling the two. Mistress, please slow down, you just woke up. Meng Tianshu's eyes became extremely anxious, but then a scene contrary to her thoughts appeared. Ah Wei picked up a cup of wine, smiling brightly. Oh dear, I said it before, it's all just a misunderstanding. Wu Er also lifted the wine cup with both hands, toasted with a bright smile, yes, yes, it's all my fault for causing this trouble. Then he asked, is that disciple of yours doing well? I also blame myself for not asking about her background back then. She replied, you can't say that. To participate in the competition, one must train. If everyone concedes to the girl, then what meaning would it have? Meanwhile, Meng Tianshu had been standing there like a statue, her face twisted in confusion, wanting to ask the heavens what was going on. At that moment, Wu Er turned to her and asked, Tianshu, why are you still here? Then she waved her hand to shoo her away, go, don't disturb me while I talk to shopkeeper Li. This once again left Meng Tianshu in shock, her stiff body being pushed outside, her expression still showing signs of bewilderment about life. After realizing the situation, she felt as if she could go mad and screamed silently. What has happened? Inside the room, Wu Er was pouring tea while politely saying, shopkeeper Li, please enjoy your tea. Wei happily said that the master didn't need to be so polite. Meanwhile, she thought to herself that with such a big change in her attitude, to be honest, she was afraid the girl might pounce on her. As for Wu Er, he wasn't any better, he was sweating profusely, fear evident on his face. Oh no, he wouldn't hold a grudge about what happened before, would he? Remembering what she read in the book earlier, she hurriedly concluded that this person was probably a celestial being. After all, she couldn't afford to offend him any further. So, feeling extremely tense, Wu Er slammed the teapot down on the table, causing tea to splash everywhere. Then, he hastily knelt down to confess. Expert. Oh no, celestial being, venerable one, it was my fault for being disrespectful before, please forgive me. Wei truly didn't understand anything and didn't know what to say, she could only respond with an, Wu Er then took his hand and continued, I already know your identity. Earlier, Tianshu mentioned your extraordinary abilities. As long as you are willing to share a bit, our 1,000 insect pavilion will definitely work tirelessly for you, obeying and serving you. Hearing the pivotal point, Wei exclaimed in shock, you recognized my identity? Then it was his turn to break into a cold sweat, thinking, could she be a crazed fan of Wei Supreme? Infatuated with him and wanting to poison him. The scene shifted to a moment later. When Wei returned, Xia Fu, Qian Wujin, De Piao Yang, and Xiao Shui all joyfully exclaimed, Wei brother, Wei, master. Wu Er then lifted the curtain of the palanquin and approached Xia Fu, politely speaking, Sect master of Iron Shirt Sect, it has been a long time. I heard that Tianshu made a new friend and invited shopkeeper Li to my place as a guest, forgetting to greet you all. That was my oversight. Xia Fu courteously replied, Mistress, there's no need to worry. Yet internally, he questioned, what does this woman mean? Why has her temperament suddenly changed so much? Who doesn't know that the mistress of the 1,000 insect pavilion has a strange and volatile character, eccentric and unusual? Moreover, she particularly dislikes the opposite sex. Based on Tianshu's words, it's clear that Wei brother must have been kidnapped by her. Thinking of this, his sharp eyes narrowed. She was happily chatting and laughing with Wei at that moment. Let's go to shopkeeper Li's place as guests another day. Sure, welcome. He thought again, but her attitude toward Wei brother is so good right now, it could even be called caring. Suddenly, Wu Er turned to say, Sect master, since I have brought shopkeeper Li back, I will also take Tianshu with me. Before that, I want to have a private word with shopkeeper Li. After a while, Wei instructed Wu Er, you wait here, I'll go get it for you. She replied, okay, thank you for your trouble. After a moment, Wei brought out a pile of scrolls and said, yo, they are all here, how do you plan to take them back? Wu Er gently used her spiritual energy to gather them into her hands. It was a magical bracelet. Wu Er blushed and replied, that's good, thank you shopkeeper Li. Wei kindly said, if there are new ones in the future, I will send them to you. In his heart, he thought, I thought the Blood Sea had deep grudges against me and was trying to curse me, but it turns out she just wanted these skills. Seeing her silly smile, he felt confused. Is it possible that the skills in this world are so few? Or is it true that rare things are valuable? At this moment, Wu Er spoke up again. That's right, shopkeeper Li, based on what you said earlier, what do you need my help with? As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely help with all my might. He quickly perked up and made his request. I want you to resolve the goo insect on me. Wu Er asked in confusion, you have a goo insect on you? Her expression left him bewildered. Otherwise, why would I be asking? He wondered internally, hasn't she recognized my identity? Why is she still asking this question? Then he sighed. After all, if it weren't for this goo insect, I wouldn't have to disguise myself as an ordinary person. Hearing this, Wu Er was also shocked and thought, is my goo insect really that powerful? Even a deity can't do anything about it. Moreover, who would dare to place a curse on such an important figure? Why am I completely unaware of this? Thinking this, she still raised her hand to perform the spell to resolve the goo insect for Ah Wei. After checking, she was astonished and exclaimed internally. No response. Ah Wei, feeling a bit worried, asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Then he recalled Meng Tianshu's green soup that looked like poison and reminded, do you need me to drink that medicine soup? On the other side, Wu Er's face turned pale, drenched in sweat, thinking, it's over. He definitely suspects that I don't want to unlock his curse. No way. She gritted her teeth with determination, if I disappoint someone else's trust, that's one thing, but I absolutely cannot betray his trust. Because I'm not just betraying someone's trust, but the trust of a deity. Having thought this, she unleashed a powerful strike, then tiredly collapsed onto the ground. Ah Wei, feeling both confused and alarmed, asked, well, are you okay? Wu Er was in shock, her face scrunched up in horror, screaming internally. How could this happen? Don't tell me I can't even find the goo insect on him. Just then, while she was panicking, he asked again, you can't unlock it either. Wu Er was once again bewildered. Does his words mean? He had tried many methods to solve the curse, hadn't he? Then, Wu Er seemed to remember something and exclaimed, that's right, how could I forget this point? Ah Wei stood there majestically, exuding a bright aura from behind. She began to imagine in her heart. This person is not ordinary, where he was before must be the realm of immortals or gods. According to legends, immortals who are cursed cannot be freed no matter what, traveling between different worlds and trying every method to detox. Coming to this world, seeking out the 1,000 insect pavilion, hoping to rely on me. After reasoning this out, Wu Er exclaimed in astonishment. Wu Er envisioned her bright future, praised by everyone. If I can help him solve the curse, won't the 1,000 insect pavilion become the object of admiration for all beings? Even the curse on an immortal can be resolved. After a moment of inner turmoil, Wu Er bowed and admitted, I'm very sorry, the curse on you is not an ordinary one. Given my current strength, I'm afraid I cannot resolve it. Ah Wei was disappointed and didn't know what to say, but the next moment, Wu Er confidently patted her chest and assured. But you can rest assured, after returning, I will immediately look into the folklore. No matter what it takes, I will absolutely not disappoint you. Ah Wei then replied, all right. In his heart, he thought, are the people from the 1,000 insect pavilion really that unreliable? They can't even solve a curse that I initiated myself. At this moment, Wu Er was eagerly engaged, enthusiastically asking about the patient's condition. Although it can't be solved immediately, perhaps it can be somewhat alleviated. Please elaborate on the symptoms after being cursed. Ah Wei closed his eyes and began to recall. At this moment, he remembered the painful image that brought him to tears. He recounted, at first, I could still move my hands occasionally, but later, after a few days, I completely lost the ability to exert strength. I couldn't circulate my internal force to practice, but the pain from the attacks was still real, and until now, no one has been able to harm me. Wu Er's face turned pale, thinking in shock, to completely seal the internal divine power of a celestial being. How powerful must this goo insect be? Back then, when I placed the soul-sealing curse on Z-Wei Supreme, I could only barely seal a part of his strength. Her expression was somewhat serious as she said, if you gradually lose your strength, it may be related to your meridians being blocked. After being struck by the poison, the more you use your internal power, the stronger the swallowed goo insect will become until it directly blocks your meridians to the point of death. Ah Wei felt enlightened upon hearing this and exclaimed, no wonder I can't exert any power at all right now. So that's how it is. Can I still practice martial arts in the future? At this moment, Wu Er was genuinely serious and replied with uncertainty, about this, I don't know much about practicing martial arts, but I noticed that there seems to be a young lady following you. Her physique seems to be a bit special. You could take her to Wuchan Pagoda. There's a damn old monk in that temple, and perhaps he can help you. Ah Wei was astonished and exclaimed, Wuchan Pagoda. The scene shifted to another setting, where a clear blue sky with fluffy clouds appeared above a vast range of green mountains. At this moment, two young monk brothers were climbing a mountain together. The senior brother, who was behind, was carrying a bundle of spiritual herbs, his face pale from exhaustion, lamenting. Tired. I'm dead tired. Meanwhile, little junior brother is still cheerful and excitedly calls out, grand senior brother, hurry up, I'm almost there. The senior brother, weary, responds, it sounds easy when you say it. I'm the one carrying a heavy load and moving forward. Suddenly, a few beams of aura shot across the sky, startling the senior brother who looked up in surprise. A voice echoed from a building on the mountaintop. This is the Wuchan Pagoda. At this moment, Xiao Shuai was using his skill to fly. The small but light Xiao Shuai was leading two grown-ups, Ah Wei and De Piao Yang, with both hands. He joyfully exclaimed, the scenery is delightful, what a wonderful place. Inside a room, the monk Ru Kong was sitting and chanting, his hands steadily counting beads. After a while, he narrowed his eyes and said, they're back. Immediately, a monk sweeping the yard poked his head out and happily reported, Ru Kong Master, Grand Senior Brother has returned. Ru Kong Master replied, I know. The eyes of the monk brightened as he glitteringly continued, not only that, Ru Kong Master, you should come here quickly, there's a great unexpected joy. Ru Kong remained calm. We will come here. In my heart, I thought, if I'm not mistaken, they will probably bring that esteemed guest back. Soon, he stepped outside, a stream of light radiating from it, leaving him astonished. After opening his eyes, Ru Kong fearfully gazed at the glowing holy branch and exclaimed, wow, did you all uproot the holy tree? He seemed as if he could turn to stone, rolling his eyes in disbelief, thinking that the holy tree was the temple's totem of Wuchan Pagoda. It used to have few branches and leaves. Now it was even completely uprooted. But right after that, Ru Kong's color returned. He realized something was off. Wait a minute, this doesn't seem right. Looking down, he recognized that this didn't appear to be the holy tree in our temple. Unable to suppress his trembling, his face turned pale as he pointed to the branch below and asked, Ru Chen, where did you get this holy tree from? You didn't steal it from some temple, did you? We can't do such vandalism and looting. Ru Chen calmly clasped his hands together and replied, didn't Master tell us to go to Yuhang Town to seek opportunities? On the outside, Ru Kong remained calm with his eyes closed, but inside he was already pulling his hair and screaming. The opportunity one mentioned is not this. It was then that he noticed Ah Wei standing beside him. Pushing aside his earlier despair, he approached and clasped his hands together in front of him. Is this donor? He also clasped his hands in response, hello, great master. At this point, Ru Chen introduced, Master, this is the donor who gifted us the holy tree. I just happened to meet him at the door and learned that he specifically came here to visit. Ru Kong remained calm in his response, not sure. Inside, he silently wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. This is the opportunity one mentioned, it really scared me. Then he genuinely spoke with joy, thank you, donor, for gifting the holy tree. You three donors have traveled a long way here. Let's head inside the guest hall to rest for a moment. As they entered, Ah Wei said something that startled Ru Kong. So this is your holy tree? If I had known sooner, I would have given you a few more seedlings. In his heart, he thought, this thing turns out to be their sacred tree. This is convenient, as I have a matter that needs someone's help. Using the seedlings to create a favor wouldn't be too bad. However, he still managed to maintain a humble expression and said, all desires are like salt water, the more you indulge, the greedier you become, leading one to cling to things and immediately abandon the path of Buddhism. The holy tree is indeed rare. A donor willing to give away even one tree is already a heavenly blessing. I, a humble monk, do not dare to ask for too much. But Ah Wei, understanding human nature, directly interrupted him and said, I planted a whole yard of these, do you want some? At that moment, he no longer pretended and immediately brightened up, replying, yes, thank you, donor. Hearing this, Ah Wei happily said, then I will call my disciple to bring some here for you. I came this time seeking your help. Would the great master be willing to give some guidance? In his heart, he thought, receiving gifts is good, once gifts are received, one will be obliged to work. Soon after, the three of them, Ah Wei and Master Ru Kong, were seated in the room. He spoke, so it turns out Tian Shu sent the donor to Wuchan Pagoda. I don't know how she is living now, whether her body is still healthy or not. He smiled brightly and replied, she looks quite good. Inside, he still expressed doubt, thinking, it can't be, these two people are acquaintances with the scent of melon. At this moment, Ru Kong answered, that's good. As for the donor's questions, I already know. The current reality is unpredictable and mysterious. If the donor has come to this place, it means breaking the laws of this world. He then stroked his chin and analyzed, I am familiar with this motif, this monk must have recognized my identity. No wonder he is a great master, his words seem like a riddle for others. Then he also spoke up and asked, so what should I do? Ru Kong calmly replied, the identity that belongs to oneself cannot be taken by others. The identity that belongs to others cannot be forcibly taken. If the donor has come here to reside, just let everything be natural. Hearing this, he responded, you're saying I shouldn't forcefully use the power of the host's home. I see, I understand now. After that, he folded his arms and said seriously, combining with the way the model spoke, the more we want to use our inner strength, the more our meridians will become severely blocked. But I am so strong, having learned all these super powerful skills, like untangling a knot. Using force will only make it tighter, we can only loosen it gradually. If that's the case, why not try to practice from the basics, allowing the blocked meridians to expand once again. Even if I can't return to my peak period, it's still better than not being able to exert any strength at all. After analyzing for a while, he approached Ru Kong, smiling and said, I understand now, thank you great master for helping me clarify my doubts. He happily replied, if I can help the donor, that's great. Suddenly, he turned to the Piaoyang sitting beside him and said, that's right, great master, they all say she is beautiful and has a special physique. Why not take a look at her as well? The scene shifted to Qingshan Sect, a magnificent structure that had now become a desolate place. Everything had become shattered and fell apart. The objects inside were no better, broken to pieces, and there were even traces of blood on the floor. A hand appeared and someone exclaimed in panic. What is happening here? This is the first disciple of the Qingshan Sect, the son of Gong Zi Kong, Gong Zi Tong, a mid-level martial artist. His face is filled with indignation, unable to believe this truth. Suddenly, a noise from the next room startles him. There is another disciple rummaging through something inside. Gong Zi Tong pushes the door open and shouts loudly, what are you doing? The other disciple, with a sinister expression, turns around and replies, looking for treasures. Are you here to find treasures too? Then he casually says, I heard that the sect master of the Tanmon mountain amassed quite a few treasures, and now that he is dead, the Qingshan sect is gone as well. Leaving these things here is truly a waste. Gong Zi Tong is stunned to hear this, his father is dead, and the Qingshan sect no longer exists. In disbelief, he lunges forward, grabbing the other disciple by the collar and shouting, you're talking nonsense. How could my father be dead? He was about to break through to become a martial saint. The Qing Shan sect is one of the 3 major sects of Yuhang Prefecture. How could it be gone? The disciple heard that and asked again. Father, are you the son of that guy? The sect master of the Qing Shan sect colludes with the demon sect and practices demonic arts, didn't you know? The annoyed disciple pushed him away and continued, what about the 3 major sects of Yuhang Prefecture? The task of exterminating the remnants of the demon sect this time was even undertaken by Wu Ding sect. They are the real 3 major sections. The remnants of the demon sect are dead. The 3 major sects and Iron Shirt sect have been forgiving to the remaining disciples of the Qing Shan sect, considering that they didn't know anything. That's very lenient. Gong Zi Tong stood there dumbfounded, his face dark and sinister, just like his father. Meanwhile, the disciple, ready to leave, kindly reminded him, if you don't know anything about this, it's best to change your name and identity to avoid getting involved. Don't say I didn't warn you. Colluding with the demon sect is no small matter. But immediately after, the head of that disciple was neatly sliced off by a sharp aura. Gong Zi Tong's fan was covered in blood. He stepped outside, his face determined and fierce. The grudge of killing my father will not go unpunished, rest assured. I will definitely take revenge for my father. On the street, a man dressed in a black cloak was leisurely walking. 2 villagers behind him were discussing. Have you heard about the Qing Shan sect? Isn't it a waste of words? The man in the blue coat began to recount. At that time, my young master was right there at the scene, did you know? Those remnants of the demon sect were howling, a group of people attacking one group, and I couldn't even see clearly. There were also those martial artists who looked like zombies. If it hadn't been for that kid intervening, I might have lost my life there. At that moment, a hand was placed on the shoulder of the man in the blue coat. Confused, he turned around to see the cloaked man named Gong Zi Kong standing behind him, and he spoke up. Hello, could you tell me a little about what happened that day? On the side of Ah Wei, he was fiercely determined to practice martial arts. I hit. Ah Wei threw punches at the pole. The system announced a deduction of 0.1, leaving 99.9%, 99.9%. Seeing this, his expression froze. Ah Wei looked at his swollen hands. Silently screaming inside, it hurts, it really hurts, so this is what it feels like to be a new person. From a distance, a girl walked over, it was De Piao Liang and she said, Ah Wei, have some tea and rest a bit. He sat down on the ground and replied, thank you, beautiful lady. She smiled happily, no need to be polite. De Piao Liang brushed her hair and said ambiguously, you saved me, and you have devoted yourself to taking care of my junior sister, even teaching her martial arts to protect herself. It's a kindness I can hardly repay. Ah Wei listened to her while sipping his soup. After being away for 2 years, aside from you, there's no one left to care about in the inn. Since my parents passed away, except for my junior sister, I have no family anymore. Deep down, De Piao Liang thought, ever since Ah Wei lost his memory, he has become a bit more straightforward. He praises my beauty all day, I really find it quite embarrassing. With a shy expression, she said, having you here makes me feel very at ease. Ah Wei timidly thought, wow, the younger sister is so gentle, ever since we returned from Wuchan Pagoda, she has been inseparable from me. But, he remembered the last writing practice session when De Piao Liang also appeared beside him with a bowl of nourishing soup. Ah Wei, even when he was bathing. Ah Wei. And when Ah Wei and Hong Tu had something to discuss, she also showed up with 2 bowls of soup and said, Ah Wei, drink this tea, and there's also Miss Hong Tuesday. Hong Tu could not stand it any longer and angrily prepared to take action. What is wrong with this woman? Does she want to steal my master from me? It's so irritating. Ah Wei could only helplessly pull Hong Tu back. He looked at De Piao Liang with a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Isn't it true that she has become too attached to me? I'm really curious about what that monk said to her. In the woods not far away, Gong Zi Tong was hiding there, thinking, is this the legendary shopkeeper Li? And this woman, wasn't she following my father before? This damn harlot must have betrayed my father. He looked at the 2 of them chatting happily and felt furious. Gong Zitong started scrutinizing Ah Wei. Does this man have anything special about him? With that posture he fights with, even a monkey could knock him down. Even a tattered shoe that flatters him is something he wants, it truly lacks potential. I've heard he is the master of that child over there. Ha, I guess it's just a facade to deceive the world. He smiled disdainfully, it would be better to kill him first. Immediately, he drew his weapon and jumped forward. As he landed, he accidentally stepped on a twig, and a snap echoed in the quiet atmosphere. His expression turned cold, he secretly worried about being discovered. At the same time, a voice suddenly spoke from his side. Ah Wei brother, are you practicing? Both fell silent. Turning to look in the direction of the sound, Ah Wei spoke first, it must be the wind that broke the branch. Xia Fu replied, it's autumn now, the wind is indeed a bit strong. He thought to himself, what a coincidence. That branch must have been broken mostly because of Ah Wei brother's practice earlier. Gong Zitong sighed and fell to the ground. Humph, damn it, iron shirt sect. He grumbled irritably, then he perked up his ears to eavesdrop on Xia Fu's conversation. Ah Wei brother, I came to find you this time because of the incident regarding Gu Su's treasure appearing in our world. In the scrolls, it was recorded that there is a cave in the north of Gu Su, which hides treasures not of this world. Ah Wei wondered, treasures not of this world. Xia Fu explained to him, surely Ah Wei brother has heard the saying that in our human realm, perhaps there exists an immortal realm or a divine realm. Although I say I have no interest in these matters, according to rumors, those treasures were left behind by a martial god. Ah Wei hurriedly asked, wait, did you not say that you have never encountered a martial god? Xia Fu smiled and replied, that is why we call it a rumor. He propped his chin up and sighed, so that's how it is. Interesting. Xia Fu chuckled to himself, Wei brother is indeed very interested in this matter. Then he said, indeed, this treasure cave has appeared in our world, and many strong individuals will likely come to seize the opportunity. I also plan to join in the fun, how about Ah Wei brother come along? Xia Fu was calculating in his mind, with Ah Wei brother's strength, obtaining the treasure should be an easy task. If we could seize a bit of opportunity, then breaking through to the martial king level wouldn't be a dream. Ah Wei scratched his face, wondering what realm this original spirit really was. Even if it wasn't a martial god, it probably wasn't too far off, right? If it was something left by the previous martial god, it must be a good item, and it had to be taken. Then he spoke up, alright, when do we leave? Xia Fu replied, we set off tonight. If we ride fast, we can get there in 4 to 5 days. He frowned and exclaimed, so slow. Then he thought, a couple of hours would be fine, but sitting in a carriage for 4 to 5 days will completely ruin my behind. He said, besides, we need to consider that the horse needs to rest. In his mind, he thought, the journey is too long, even using lightness skill, it will still take 1 or 2 days, and I can't let Ah Wei brother get tired. He waved his hand and said, no need to be so troublesome. Then he excitedly raised his hand and said, Xia old man brother, do you want to experience an amazing flight? Xiao Shuai's lightness skill might even be faster than a horse. Xia Fu stared blankly and asked, what difference can there be in lightness kung fu? Then he called Xiao Shuai out. Ah Wei carried the Piaoyang and jumped onto Xiao Shuai's back, one hand grabbing Xia Fu's head and the other grasping the collar of Qian Wujin. He asked with delight, Xia old man brother, how does it feel? Qian Wujin's face was pale as he shouted, Master, I can't breathe. Xia Fu was not much better off. It's better, just let me down, I can fly on my own. Finally, they arrived. Xia Fu hurried to the side of the bridge to vomit, his body trembling, his face pale, and murmuring, finally we have arrived. At this moment, Ah Wei was very proud of himself, thinking back to the years when I was the one who jumped on ice, parachuted, soared in the air, and raced cars. Aren't you all martial artists? Your endurance isn't very impressive, right? Xia Fu thought despairingly, damn it. I'm not even as good as this young lady, I must be looked down upon by Ah Wei brother. Meanwhile, Qian Wujin was lying nearby, his soul seemingly about to leave his body. Ancestor, I see my ancestor again. After that, he lifted his head. Qian Wujin was astonished by the beautiful scenery here. It seemed he had regained his vitality, stood up quickly, and asked, "Are we there yet?" Suddenly, a person wearing a hat to cover their face approached from behind. "Did you all come here because of the secret realm?" The person removed the veil, revealing a girl, and she said that it would open 7 days later, so there was no need to hurry. Ah Wei was surprised when he saw a strange girl suddenly walk close to him and asked, "Who are you?" She introduced herself, "I am Chu Duanju." Ah Wei was taken aback and said, "Going to sleep? What a strange name, where is that accent from?" Qian Wujin rushed over and said, "Master, since we are here, my disciple will go do something first." And in his heart, he thought, this is both a treasure and a secret, it will definitely attract a group of experts. With my current strength, if I follow them over there, it would be like serving myself up as food. Ah Wei waved his hand to shoo him away. "Go, go, go, when you finish, send me the result." Qian Wujin started to cry, his tears mixing with his nose running. While crying he handed over cash and gold to him and instructed. "Master, the disciple is not beside you, you must take care of yourself. Please keep these checks for emergencies, and if they are not enough, go to the money shop to get more." After that, he found a small boat and left here. As the boat was leaving the dock, he stood outside, waved goodbye, and shouted, "Master, I will remember you." Xia Fu looked at this touching scene and spoke up, "This disciple of Ah Wei brother is quite interesting." He then evaluated Qian Wujin silently. This is indeed a person from the wealthy Qian family, although he doesn't seem very smart. Suddenly, Chu Duanju came over and asked him, "What are your plans next?" Ah Wei replied with a smile, "We will prepare enough troops and supplies. If we want to steal and scout the movement, then of course we must prepare our equipment next." She smiled and said, "If that is the case, we will meet again in 5 days." After that, Ah Wei's group left. While walking, Xia Fu asked, "Does Ah Wei brother know that girl?" He replied firmly, "No." His answer puzzled him. "I thought she was an old acquaintance." At this moment, a man hurriedly ran to Chu Duanju's side. "Little princess, I finally found you." The man said anxiously, "Please don't run around. If something happens to you, I wouldn't have enough heads to pay for it." She pouted and replied, "I know, if anything really happens, I'll take responsibility for you." Such a timid heart. After saying that, Chu Duanju thought, "I never expected to meet the legendary trio of master and disciples, my effort to leave the palace wasn't in vain." 5 days later, at the inn where Ah Wei and the others were staying, Xia Fu was walking towards his room and knocked on the door. "Has Ah Wei brother woken up yet?" The door opened immediately, and De Piao Liang was the one who opened it. "Xia Sect Master, we are all packed up," he said. "With the preparations from Ah Wei brother over the past 5 days, the secret realm will definitely be in our hands." Just then, Ah Wei came out holding a shovel. "Let's go, my shovel can't wait any longer." Ah Wei looked up and asked, "Ah Wei brother, what is this equipment you're wearing?" He smiled contentedly, "It's cosplay." In the legendary treasure cave, a group of people gathered at the entrance, and when someone saw Xia Fu approaching, they immediately spoke up. "Has the Xia Sect Master come to join in the fun?" "Let me say this first, I won't hold back." He replied cheerfully, "Of course not, I won't go easy on you just because of your statuses." Then everyone started to notice Ah Wei standing behind him and asked, "Xia brother, who are these young people?" He explained, "This one is shopkeeper Li of the Peace Inn." Someone recognized him and happily approached to chat, "Oh, you are the one who caught the sect master of Qing Shan sect." A pleasure, a pleasure." The tall man beside him felt disdain towards him and said, "Wasn't it just killing a leftover demon sect member? What's so impressive about that?" Ah Wei turned to ask Xia Fu, "Xia old man brother, who are these people?" He replied, "Most of them are sect masters of various sects, and there are a few expert casual cultivators." He continued, "Ah Wei brother, this time entering the cave may bring many dangers. Is your cousin secretly following along?" Then he thought, "Currently, Hong Tu obeys the orders of Ah Wei brother, if he can become a support, that wouldn't be a bad thing after all." Ah Wei calmly said, I left Ju Er in Yuhang town to look after the house. Hearing this, Xia Fu fell silent and did not speak up. At that moment, Chu Duanju approached and said, "Shopkeeperly, may I join you? I want to go in and take a look. If we find any treasures, I will hand them all over to you, is that okay?" Ah Wei gave a thumbs up and said, "I think that's fine." But Xia Fu, standing behind, said, "I don't think so." Nevertheless, she ultimately followed him in, with Gong Zi Tong trailing behind. Xia Fu walked last, feeling troubled in thought. Letting her follow us like this girl has an unclear aura, perhaps she is carrying something that can hide her appearance. Is she not targeting Ah Wei brother? This feels off. At the same time, the Piaoyang turned around and said, "I have a feeling someone is following us." Ah Wei also turned back and asked, "Someone is following us?" In that moment, he rested his hands on the wall, which sank in. Ah Wei fearfully thought, a mechanism. A moment later, a white rat ran out. The group stood solemnly watching it, and he wondered, no reaction, the mechanism must be broken. He turned back and spoke to Piaoyang. "Beautiful lady, don't be afraid, it's just a mouse. Don't worry, I will protect you." She nodded happily in agreement. "Aha. Got it." A drop of black blood fell from somewhere. It turned out that it was not due to a broken mechanism, but the arrow had pierced Gong Zi Tong, and the blood was from him. He looked at him with frustration and thought, he dares to call me a mouse. Has he discovered me? Later, Ah Wei repeatedly stumbled upon mechanisms. I found the trap. His hand touched one side, and his foot swung to the other side. I stepped on a trap again. This is also a mechanism. Why is there another mechanism? Ah Wei jumped around to avoid the arrows from the mechanisms. He scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, I didn't think I would be this unlucky." His face turned pale as he staggered forward. "There are so many traps here, no wonder they say to be cautious." Chu Duanju thought to herself, is this just a matter of bad luck? Then she turned to ask Xia Fu, "Well, does it seem like shopkeeper Li is also this unlucky?" He smiled, and said, "Superficial, really too superficial." Then, Xia Fu asked Duanju, "I have 3 questions for you. First, how could Brother Ah Wei precisely calculate the activation of each mechanism? Second, why does it seem like nothing ever happened after the mechanisms were activated?" She mumbled, "What do you mean?" He stroked his beard and replied, "That's right." Xia Fu's expression became very serious as she said, "All of this was intentionally done by Brother Ah Wei, there is only one truth. He appears to activate the traps by chance, but in reality, he is secretly sabotaging the mechanisms to ensure our safety." Chu Duanju also realized, so that's how it is. She thought to herself, I have long heard that this expert is very humble, only passing on martial arts to his disciples while never taking action himself, pretending to be immortal. Duanju recalled the scene of him stepping on the stakes earlier, Ah Wei cursing as he walked, "Damn it, why are there traps everywhere? Clearly, I was being very cautious." She felt touched thinking, to protect us, he disregarded his image and devised this plan to sabotage the mechanisms. Looking at this clumsy and exaggerated acting skill, it is no wonder that he is the person I admire, it feels so safe. Her gaze looked at him affectionately. Xia Fu stroked his beard and asked, "Miss, there is one last question." Chu Duanju quietly worried. "I heard that this old man used to hold me, he couldn't have recognized me, right?" "No, I've taken the disguise pill, and the job isn't done yet. I don't want to be taken back to the palace like this." His cold gaze pierced through her. "Why did you approach Ah Wei brother, and how did you know his true identity?" He had held so many children that even without disguise, he couldn't possibly remember them. Chu Duanju crossed her arms and responded defiantly, "The female hero thinks you are pleasing to the eye, what's wrong with wanting to get to know you? And what about the identity? Didn't you just introduce it to him?" Xia Fu replied nonchalantly, "That's right." Ah Wei, at this moment, was questioning his luck. "It's really strange, even if I were the chief of Africa, my luck shouldn't be this bad." The spikes on the ceiling. The crossbows were hidden in the crevice. Gong Zitong stood and watched, his body covered in numerous large and small wounds, all inflicted by the mechanisms behind him. He couldn't understand that he was truly too reckless. Under the circumstances of being completely unaware, he had heavily wounded the enemy lurking in the dark. Gong Zitong angrily cursed, "This damned person, this scoundrel." He thought of his carefree demeanor when he stepped into the trap. "Oh no, it's another trap. I really am so unlucky. And to think that not confronting you directly would suffice, yet you dared to use such despicable tactics, while putting on this pretentious attitude, deceiving and toying with me as if I were in the palm of your hand. Someone truly wanted to use underhanded tactics, misunderstandings, and everyone began to go mad and powerless at the same time. No." Gong Zitong felt unsatisfied and picked up his sword. His expression was filled with evil energy. "Not only did he kill my father, but he also dared to humiliate me like this. I can't worry about that anymore, I will directly wipe them all out." But just as he took a step, he fell to the ground. White foam oozed from Gong Zikang's mouth. "I want to kill him." He fell flat on his face and then died right away. On Ah Wei's side, he turned around and said, "You guys still let me go to the first battle, you can see it already, I'm very unlucky." Xia Fu cheered from behind, "It's okay, Ah Wei brother, go for it." De Piaoyang shouted loudly, "My luck is terrible, you should go." Ah Wei sighed and said, "All right, I'll continue moving forward. If something happens, don't blame me." He sadly thought, "Is there someone even more unfortunate than me? Letting me go first, is it intended for me to trigger that damage resistance? Although my body is indeed sturdy, if I encounter some kind of poison, won't they still die?" He stepped forward and once again triggered a trap. Ah Wei exclaimed in panic, "I told you, every step is a mechanism. People set it up worse than my stepping." Chu Duanju, with a surprised expression, exclaimed, "Oh my god." The wall behind him began to crack and split apart. Inside, a golden light shone. The others were also astonished, gasping and saying, It's the entrance to the secret chamber." Ah Wei spoke calmly, "The entrance to the secret chamber, where the treasures are hidden, is this heaven arranging a guarantee for me because it sees how unlucky I am?" Chu Duanju excitedly exclaimed, "Oh my, you truly are a great power." Xia Fu was equally excited. "Ah Wei brother, you are incredible, finding the secret chamber so quickly." After saying this, Duanju rushed ahead. "Come on, hurry inside, let this female hero expand her horizons." At that moment, a chain swung by, hitting her from behind. A scratch appeared on her face and blood began to drip. A group of rebellious rogues appeared, and the leader spoke up. "Apologies, my hand slipped a bit." His tone was provocative. "Let's negotiate a bit, let us in first." Chu Duanju irritably shot back, "Where did you crawl out from? Haven't you heard the saying that the early bird gets the worm? This secret chamber is ours first."